Look, we've got Karl Pilkington on tonight's show, as you're about to hear. But there's a bit right at the very end of the podcast that we couldn't allow to go out on air.
Because it's explicit.
There you go. It was an explicit. It talks about a thing that's popped up a couple of times on this show, but it was a bit too X-rated for the live broadcast. Make sure you listen a little bit. Make sure you listen right to the very end. Here's the show.
Absolute Radio.
The Home Time Podcast with Bush and Richie.
Home Time with Bush and Richie. You are listening to Absolute Radio on a Monday night, and we appreciate it.
Absolute Radio.
The Home Time Podcast with Bush and Richie.
It's Home Time, it's a Monday night, and it is an honour to welcome to the show Mr. Karl Pilkington.
Nice one. Cheers for having me.
Hey, what at this time of the evening, what's your normal activities between 4 and 7? What are you up to?
This time of the year, once it starts going dark, it's sort of comfy pants on. Love Boats on in a bit on CBS.
Nice.
Watch a bit of that.
You got tracky bottoms? You're a tracky bottom owner?
They're not really. I have got tracky bottoms, but I've just got like grey comfy pants.
Would you leave the house in tracksuit bottoms? I mean, we weren't planning on having tracksuit bottom based chat, but
let's go with it.
Yeah.
It has made me think about an argument about 4 days prior.
Yeah,
when I went down to the supermarket and I was wearing mine, and I was told I'd looked the right state.
No, I think it's fine. I mean, I think slippers are the one where you just go, right, well, you really don't care anymore. If you're going outside in the slippers that are made for inside and you don't care anymore, that's the one for me.
But I would say that says you care less about the inside of your house than you do about what you care, what other people look at you like. Because surely, if you're going to get your slippers soiled, you come back in. What's the point of wearing slippers?
Yeah, exactly. But I don't have slippers. I do socks.
Okay,
just socks. Anyway, so Sick of It's out. God.
Well, let's talk about Sick of It. Season 1, Season 2, you can get them right now. You can catch up on Sky Box Sets and Now TV as well. Am I right in saying this was your first foray into scripting, writing down, writing in that, like sitting at a typewriter like Jessica Fletcher?
Yeah, I've done books. I did like 7 books, and that involves sitting there and just thinking things through and writing it down. So it's a bit like that.
Were you scared of a sitcom? Like the concept of a sitcom?
I just call it like stories. I think sitcom makes it sound like it's going to be funny, and it's that sort of got a laughter track.
Yeah.
And it's all in one room and all that. I just think it's I just wanted something that feels real, and it's got a bit of heart to it, and it has ups and downs.
But what did you grow up watching when you, like, it was similar ages? Would you have grown up watching, like, Are You Being Served and Porridge? And
they
all that
were
kind
on. Porridge was a good one, I suppose, and I saw that at Christmas. It was on again, that sort of film version, and I watched it again. I thought, yeah, it still sort of stands a little bit. It's still pretty good.
Yeah.
But I was watching Our Wiedersehen Pet.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of stuff was more about, like, the occasion of watching telly. My mum used to watch this thing called Flambards. And I don't really know what it was about, but I liked that I was sat down with my mum and she'd make a big plate of toast and a pot of tea, and it was more about that than I used to always say, oh, Flambards is on tonight, and it wasn't really about Flambards. It was about just being with my mum and having a brew and toast.
Because Flambards is a nautical themed theme park down in Devon.
I went to that and I thought, oh, God, was the TV show that big that it's got a theme, but it's nothing to do with it? And I went, and they had loads of empty spaces. It had, like, planes and tanks.
Yeah.
And they were all out at battle or something. They said, oh, no, I don't know where the war was on, but it was literally like a car park with little tags of what this plane's called, and the plane wasn't there.
They're all being used. It was the standing army down in Devon for you.
Is that what it is?
I think it might be.
Right, well, look, we've got right off track. Karl, stay there. We're going to talk more about the Sick of It next.
Absolute Radio.
If you insist on listening to them in your own time, then we can't really stop you. Okay, let's get on with it then. The Home Time Podcast with Bush and Richie.
Monday's Home Time, Bush and Richie, Absolute Radio. Karl Pilkington still here. Now, Karl, much of this series, Sick of It, observations that you've made. What's the process you have when you're sitting down and writing the scripts?
I think everything that I've done, from radio to podcast to books to this, it's all based on, hopefully, on observation or thought that other people have had. There's no point doing weird stuff that people are going, what is he going on about?
Yeah.
You know, you can't. How's anyone going to relate if it's just, you know, if just doing something really odd?
But being that is the case, and you have these observations, have you ever thought about making the jump from writing and entertainment into power?
I'd like to see you maybe be the Manchester United boss. Imagine you're dressed for it now. You got that kind of sports look about you, Carl. Imagine you, boss of Manchester United.
Isn't it? Who can go in and fix that?
I think you'd give it a good old go.
No,
wouldn't
I
it?
feel sorry for Ollie. I mean, again, get annoyed.
What would be your managerial style?
Shouting. I'd be a Fergie thing. And to be honest, that was one of my New Year resolutions, that I'm going to try, and because Richard, who I did this with, I always struggle in life at getting points across. I know we're just chatting here and hopefully what I'm saying is clear, but sometimes I've got a lot going on in my head and it's trying to come out quicker than I can work it out.
Right.
When I'm trying to describe something, people sometimes just look at me like I don't know what you're going on about, and I get frustrated, and then I have to shout. If like nothing changes, I have to shout for people to understand that I'm not happy, because I haven't got the words or the brain to do it in a calm but clever way. Do you know what I mean?
So in football, that would be the hairdryer treatment. You'd be a hairdryer type
it
guy.
Would, yeah. And I don't know if that would work in this day and age, you know, where the players who Fergie was sort of managing is different from your Pogbas and your Lingards now. Maybe shouting, they'd just go home and that'd be that. They wouldn't listen. It wouldn't work. But
you got the Tony Pulis type outfit on with the old baseball cap.
Very true.
Old school.
But yeah, the position of power thing. The other thing with me is I can have a proper rant. I do it all the time with me girlfriend. I'm like, I have a proper moan, and she's brainier than me, and she'll go, well, you're wrong there because X, Y, and Z. And I'll go, oh, yeah. And that'll be that.
Right. Okay.
So I can feel like, you know, let's fight them on the beaches.
Yes.
And then someone will sort of go, you know, we can't, the tide's in.
Yeah.
And I'll go, all right, yeah. So it doesn't, you've got to be real. I'll tell you who I was watching online yesterday. Bertrand Russell.
Bertrand Russell?
No.
Like a philosopher. Old fella, dead now, died years ago. He was doing an interview and he had a really good answer to every question. His brain. I bet I've got his name wrong. But it's just like, you sort of go, how good must it be?
Right, again, look, we're well off track. Carl, stay there. Next, we're going to talk to you about remote controls and the British Transport Social Police.
Absolute Radio.
The Home Time Podcast with Bush and Richie. It's what happens when you take out all the music, travel, news, regular news, and adverts from the show. Unfortunately, it still contains the two of them talking.
Home Time on a Monday night, and Karl Pilkington is still here. Now, Karl, we had a bit of a furore on this show last week when we asked what each region around the UK calls its remote control. So Cornwall called it a jobby, Wales called it a wadger or whatever. You're from Manchester. What do you call the thing you change telly channels with?
I just go, turn it. I don't really call the thing. I just go turn it over. Or if I've got it, I do it.
But if you want to get it back, your missus has got it.
Say,
and you
for
want
example, this is it.
This is the remote.
This is it.
I think I just go, pass us the remote.
There
the
you
remote,
go.
yeah.
Well, that, interestingly, is what we had down for London and the South East.
Yeah.
So, once again,
Thank
Carl,
you.
you've vindicated things
So
here.
Thank you.
what's everyone calling it around the country then?
So you're obviously from
I'm
Sale,
from
yeah?
Manchester, yeah.
I mean, I only need to go into...
And who's done this survey?
We kind of
did.
asked people.
you
We're
said-
living in. We've been relocated by MI5.
But how many people? So say if someone called it what did you just call it? The Wanga. Wadger, right? So how many people have called it? How many people have had to call it a Wadger before?
One.
Right, okay then.
So, in Wales, it's the Wadger. Cornwall, Devon, the Jobby. You got the Thingy in your central sort of home counties.
Yeah.
Your Flicker in London.
Yeah.
Buttons in the South East. Blobber in the Midlands.
But surely if someone says thingy, they also might use that when talking about something else that's there.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Shoehorn.
just yeah.
I guess this one's the test. You're from Manchester. The presser.
As in an iron.
No, the remote control. According to our survey...
The presser?
The presser. In
I
your
have
Lancashire.
never heard... I've been on this planet 47 years and I go back and forth. I've never heard anyone go,
Okay.
the presser, so...
Pass us the presser.
Thought we were getting somewhere with that
Thought
one.
you might be
been
helping us there,
half-feature.
Carl. Okay. Thanks
Well,
very much.
One other thing that we do is we run the British Transport Social Police. We're on at home time. People are heading home. Public transport is the bane of our lives. We try and have a constitution of the rules of social behaviour, whether it's on the tube, the bus, the train. Is there anything that particularly gets your goat that we could add to our fluid rules for this particular feature?
I'm terrible in public spaces. In a way, I'm not good with someone talking. I mean, I was on the train a couple of weeks ago with Suzanne, and someone was emptying his pockets on the table. I don't know if he just robbed a fag machine but the amount of change he has. And do you know that he doesn't just go down, it's that sort of cling, and then sort of spinning.
Yeah.
And then he was doing that thing of counting it like he was working in an arcade. Do you know, on the counter? Like scrape. And I couldn't see how much change he had, but it sounded a lot, and it was, the longer it went on, it's like, how much money has he got? But it's that thing of, why isn't he sat there thinking, this could be annoying people?
Yeah.
I almost want to do the same back to see if...
Get your change out.
To see if they suddenly go, that's annoying.
Yeah.
And I wish I could be like them. I kind of think, God, it must be great just to be so unaware.
But you know the whole point of the sick of it is the other voice in your head doesn't worry about what other people think. Well, maybe that's the liberation of it. You don't live in a way that you don't care what other people think, whether it's annoying people.
Is that a good way of living?
I don't know. Can we live that way?
That'd be horrendous.
It'd be horrendous.
Yes, it would be horrendous.
I mean, I said a couple of weeks ago that fireworks for me is the thing that is kind of someone going, I'm just going to make a load of noise. I've bought these. I'm celebrating. It's kind of like, but I'm very happy for you that you're having some do. But why has everyone else got to know?
Yeah.
Why is everyone... I'm just making noise because it's my birthday. They never let you know. I've got a couple of cats. The cat's terrified. It's like the cat's out. The fireworks are going off. And they go on and on. For me, it's kind of... live and let live, but I don't need to know about it.
That's a good way of looking at it.
Yeah, so that's what I'd do if I was in charge.
If you were in power, straight back to the beginning.
There we go. You know,
but that's respect. That's going back to something that we had years ago.
When you first came in the studio this evening, you said to us, you said, I hope you don't need snappy answers. And it's actually just taking about 25 minutes to answer whether you'd ever entertain being in power.
I know.
And I love that.
I know. Aren't you best play a song, or is that it?
We want to urge people, sick of it, we absolutely loved it. Seasons 1 and 2 right now on Sky Box Sets and Now TV as well. Karl Pilkington, thank you so much.
Thanks for having us in. It was good, that.
Absolute Radio.
Here's the bit we were talking about that there was no way was ever going to go out live.
And our listeners always tweet me and say I'm wearing wank pants. They call them my wank pants.
What does that mean?
Well, I guess there's the elasticated waistband.
Why does that help?
I don't know. It's them. It's nothing to do with me. It's them saying it. I don't know whether it's...
It's a cracking start, this, isn't it?
It's a cracking start. I just think it's unfair. This is what I've had to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that... I've never heard that expression. You've sort of thrown me a bit. I don't know...
I can't
full
believe...
disclosure.
I just said I was watching Love Boat.
I can't believe there's an expression that you haven't heard. That stunned me.
Yeah, there you go. You can throw that one in sometime.
Yeah, but you'll have to tell me after what it actually means.
Well... Grey tracky bottoms.
Yes.
I think they're insinuating, as Richie's just pointed out, that the elastic is the ease of access.
Oh, right.
Do you know what I mean?
I don't think the colour's the issue.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we cut you in on that right at the start of the show.
Your life is that busy? Is it that people need to... Good God, maybe you haven't got time to do that sort of thing if you go have easy access.
Would you...
Is this on? Is this part of the chat
This
now?
is it. This is the chat,
it.
mate.
Yeah.
God,
Well, yeah.
Absolute's changed a lot since I've listened to it.
What makes it to air is another matter, yeah. This podcast has been exterminated.
Right, enough of the Dalek thing now.
I just realised I could do it.
This is an impression that you had no idea you could do. Any other stuff that's there that you might...
I find that quite often the best impressions, you discover them by accident.
I think we've all discovered that tonight. What a wonderful moment we could all share together. It's Duo, the band.
Anyway, enough of that. This week's guest is Karl Pilkington. How exciting is that? I didn't mention this for ages because I was lining it up and I wanted it to be the first proper guest of the year. Because Karl is one of the reasons I podcast, I guess. The Ricky Gervais podcast with Stephen Merchant and Karl Pilkington was the first podcast I became obsessed with, along with then Adam Buxton and Joe Cornish. If this is your first time tuning in to the Distraction Pieces podcast, may I recommend go and enjoying the Stephen Merchant episode or the Adam Buxton episode or the Joe Cornish episode. Or Simon Pegg, Nick Frost, had some wonderful guests over the years. But yeah, I was very excited to have this chat, and I know that Karl wasn't doing loads and loads of podcasts. I believe he did the Two Shot podcast, which is one of my favourites with Craig Parkinson. He's amazing, so keep an eye out for that, or check the podcast out in general. But yeah, I know he wasn't doing tons of podcasts, and I know he's not a fan of doing tons of press, so I felt really honoured that he'd requested to come on Distraction Pieces. So I won't ramble on too much. As ever, speechdevelopmentrecords.com is where you can buy my music. I've just added my debut album from years ago. I've added it on vinyl for the first time into the web store, but also loads of merch, winter merch, my Edinburgh Fringe show DVD, all that kind of thing. And patreon.com/ScroobiusPip is where you can pledge $1 a month to support the podcast and have previews of who's coming. So everyone on Patreon knew that I'd recorded with Karl before Christmas. So yeah, that's all I need to tell you. Actually, that isn't all I need to tell you. I mentioned that next week's guest, the Safdie Brothers film Uncut Gems, is out on January 10th. But, I mean, what we're here to talk about, Karl Pilkington's new series, or the new series of his show, Sick of It, starts on Friday 10th of Jan at 10 p.m. on Sky One. And there's 6 episodes, I think. And yeah, the ones I've seen have been absolutely fantastic. We talk about that. We talk about podcasts. We talk about everything. But yeah, I almost started the podcast without getting the essential plug of Sick of It. Starts on Sky One at 10 p.m. on Friday, the 10th of Jan. Set your series link now or tune in live. Anyway, this is episode 306 of the Distraction Pieces podcast with Karl Pilkington.
That's right. But continue. You were just
saying
about how you were a podcast fan.
Yeah, I wasn't at the beginning. You know, when we first started doing them, when Ricky brought up the idea of doing podcasts.
Because that's it. Because you guys started it all essentially.
I don't know. Did we, or is that?
Are you really in the UK? I think you definitely did. I think there was stuff going on in America,
right?
Maybe, but in the UK, it was 100% you guys. I had a weird thing when Adam Buxton was starting his podcast over it, and he was asking me for some advice, and I was like, it was. You and Ricky and Steve and Adam and Joe were the 2 podcasts were the only ones I'd listened to back in the day, because they were the only 2 that were about, and Russell's one, I guess. But
yeah.
So it seems odd that you're a late
listener
as such.
Yeah. But I think because I think they've changed quite a bit as well, haven't they? And it's not just kids messing about in bedrooms anymore. Doing a show for the mates.
Yeah.
It's proper, and I like the freedom. This is the only sort of, I'm doing press here for like Sick of It Series 2. And if there's one bit I hate doing with this job, it's the press.
Yeah.
I'm not comfortable with it.
I was going to say, I can't imagine you enjoying press in any way, shape or form.
No, I think you've got to be a certain type of person and have a certain confidence to be able to sit and talk about yourself and sell something that you've done. And I just haven't got that.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's like I've always been happy with the stuff I've done, stuff I've made, but as far as I'm concerned, once it's made, it's kind of like, well, can't Sky tell everyone about it?
Yeah.
Why am I flogging it?
Yeah.
Or who's going to believe me anyway? Even if I say, oh yeah, it's really good, you go, yeah, well, you would say that.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
You can't beat word of mouth. I want other people to go, oh yeah, I like that. It's just weird. I mean, it was a screening today in the Q&A, and honestly, I didn't sleep last night. Just worried about, oh God, because everything makes sense when you're writing something. Everything makes sense at the time of writing.
Yep.
And it's been a long time, all the editing and everything takes months. So I've kind of moved on in my head. Yeah. And then people go, where did the idea come from? I can't remember.
Yeah.
You should have asked me like 7 months ago.
And again, it's all stuff that, it's like if you repeat the same word over and over again, it stops sounding like a word.
Sense.
So when you've written it, it makes sense. When you've then spent several months filming it,
Yeah.
it's made less and less sense.
Yeah.
When you've then been watching edits and rushes,
Yeah.
you don't even know what you're looking at anymore.
No, and
So
it's
by
me.
the time
It's
there,
me as well. You know, it's not like
exactly.
Richard who I wrote it with. He can sort of watch it, and you know, he's involved, but not as involved. But when it's me telling a story that we came up with, and I'm in it twice, it's just very hard for me to look at it as a outsider.
Yeah.
So because of that, I'm just I'm a nervous wreck when. I've got a bit better. I mean, this jumper I'm wearing today, I normally always wear this when I'm doing a Q&A. It's like my security
Your
blanket.
comfort,
if you look back online at videos of stuff, it's got holes in it and everything, but it's just a little security blanket. Like, well, I wore this ages ago when I did the first one. It was all right.
Is there a history of it? It's the one you wore at the first?
Yeah, it is,
yeah.
I've had it years. My mate takes a piss out of me because every time he sees me, he's like, "You've got that jumper on again." But I'm really rubbish at it, and I remember the first one. I remember feeling sick in anything in front of crowds.
Yeah,
and that's why when it comes to press, I don't like it and that's why I like podcasts, because this is just me and you having a chat in a room.
Yeah,
but when you do other press, you know, they say, "Oh, well, you go on a chat show," and I did it once. Did Alan Carr, and nothing against Alan Carr, he does what he does, but just that whole live audience. And then an audience there laughing when you say something. It's like, well, I won't being funny. Yeah. And it sort of knocks you out a little bit, and it sort of knocks you out of your train of thought. I was thinking something then, and everyone laughed, and now I don't know. And you know, I remember him sort of going. As soon as I walked on, he was like, "Oh, you haven't made much of an effort," you know, with the clothes they had on.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, I haven't." But it's kind of like, well, this is what I normally wear, and I want to be comfortable. Everything. Honestly, it's just. It made me go, I am so not for this sort of work.
Yeah, yeah.
And yet you need to do it. Yeah. You need to be able to go out there and talk about what you do to get people to watch it. But it's the bit, I can't do it.
It's a different world, right? Because again, I've mentioned this a few times recently, but I watched a series called Nathan For You, and I love it. I think it's amazing. It's this weird comedian, and he's doing these odd things in real life, and you can't tell whether he's acting or playing a character or if it's really him. But on one of them, essentially,
what's this on?
It was on Paramount. Right. It was big in America on Comedy Central, and it's like this praised show. Right. Like, I think you'd love it. Honestly, it's on. I think it's on Sky on box sets and that. But he did a thing about the fact.
See, he's got a promotion. He's not here. He's not having to sell it. It's just word of mouth. You see, that's what I'm talking about.
But that's it. He did an episode that's about the fact that, and it's something I hadn't really realised, but it makes sense. But I'm the same as you. I could never do it. But these big film stars who are going on your Alan Carrs and all this, they have their set anecdotes planned, and here's what we're going to say, here's what we're going to do. And then you watch it, and they will have done it in the UK, in America, in Australia. It'll be the same things. And it makes perfect sense, because if you've only got 10 minutes, you need to make it as appealing as possible. But coming from yourself, from the podcast world and radio world, that's not how it works.
No.
And for me, it feels completely alien to go, I used to feel weird, like, doing the same songs in the same order when I was touring doing music, because I'm like, well, what if someone was here last night? It's like, well, no, you're not meant to... You're allowed to do the same thing, but it'd feel the same with an anecdote. If I've got my set anecdote, I'll be like, someone will have heard this before, and I'm going to feel like a right prick.
Yeah.
And it's that weird thing of that organising it, and
Yeah. No, and with stories, I mean, all the podcast stuff that we've done over the years, I mean, one of the reasons it just couldn't carry on is because the amount of stuff we'd said, we don't know if we've talked about it before.
Yeah, it's the biggest. I think it's the biggest issue in podcasting, particularly with mates, because you discuss shit. You don't remember if you, and then you'll do something, and people go, "You've told that story before." Like,
yeah,
all right.
I honestly can't remember. You know,
I've heard some of my mates' stories hundreds of times, but I love them because we get drunk and they tell that story again.
Yeah, sometimes you want to hear a story again. It's like, there's someone new there. Yeah. It's like, tell them that story. But I struggle with that. Just the giving the perfect soundbite, and I do lean towards reasons not to watch it or something, or it's just the way I'm sort of programmed that I'm a bit. It's a confidence thing. It's just, if I say it's not very good, then they can't moan at me and say it's not very good, is it? Because then I can go, well, I told you that.
Yeah.
That's how it works. I've kind of always been like that.
Yeah. It's preparing yourself for the the failure,
Yeah,
essentially,
yeah,
which can become a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Yeah,
but I'm ready for it to fail. It's probably going to fail, then, mate.
but it's only the thing of if it does, you have protected yourself a little bit. Mm-hmm. So I'm not going to change. I don't think I don't even want to get rid of that. I think it's healthy.
Yeah.
To not be confident because it sets you up. It's it's a bit like in Sick of It with the inner self. It's just there in it going, people aren't going to like this. It's not going to, and that's what makes you work harder. Yeah. It makes you work, nothing's ever good enough. So you never just write one script and go, that'll do. You read it and you go, oh, that's not, how can I make that better?
Yeah.
How can I change it? Or change it? Still not very good. The voice in your head, go on, what's that bit about? How's that even made it on the page? That's rubbish. Change that. And that's what it's like. Right up until the filming of the scene, I'm constantly on to Richard, sending emails at 3 a.m, 4 a.m, going, listen, that scene tomorrow, what change it? And he's like, Jesus,
leave it alone, Karl.
Leave it, it's fine. It's like, no, honestly. And then he's kind of going, but what does that mean? If you change that, does that have a knock-on effect to another scene? Isn't that? But that's also what's good about it. I quite like that sort of on the edge of your seat stuff. I suppose that's as close to doing the travel stuff. Yeah. Because that was just film stuff and see what happens. Whereas when you're writing stuff, you haven't got that. Yeah. It's a different ball game altogether. You can keep tweaking.
Particularly when you're playing two characters in the same scene. You can't improvise that much because it needs to be quite tight to what you're then going to shoot separately. And for those who don't know, Sick of It, so Series 2's on its way. Yeah. And it's a series where you're playing a guy called Karl, and he's got another version of him who no one else can see, who's just kind of talking. And I think it's a perfect setup because I think there's a few reasons. I think it's a really even cleverer than it may look setup. And one part is what you were known for was essentially the second character, the one that is saying, no, this is shit, that's nonsense, and kind of being irrational because that's what you were pushed to and played up to on the podcasts. But the thing I love about it is it means that you can tackle some big subjects in a way that a lot of sitcoms wouldn't feel comfortable because you've got one character there that you're already establishing is slightly irrational. So there's things from midlife crisis to body issues. The one I think is now the most is the caring for or being a carer for a family member. Because the imaginary Karl can say, God, this is a nightmare. Oh, she's doing my head in. Yeah. And the real Karl can go, look, it's a relative. Let's relax a bit and be nice. But it means, because those things are real as well.
And it's the best of both worlds.
Yeah, it's so hard to discuss a lot of that stuff because there's so many sensitive issues that people are scared to talk about.
God, yeah.
But if you can have someone go, you know what, I love my nan or mum or whoever I'm caring for, but also there's points it ruins my week that I've had to wipe her ass or that I've had to do this or do that.
Yeah, I'm glad you've picked up on it because a lot of people, especially, because I've done stuff with Ricky and Steve, people always sort of class me as some sort of comedian or something, and I'm not. I'm far from it. I'm not, in just being associated with them, they make jokes. Ricky's got his big laugh, so they go, oh, they're all funny. Yeah. And I'm not, I'm just me. Do you know what I mean? And now and again, all right, I might say something funny, but so does everyone, but it don't mean you're funny. And it was always the big thing I was worried about when, I was done with the travelling. I couldn't do it anymore. And Sky were like, I thought about writing something. And I was worried that it was going to be like, but they're going to want something where it's all about laughs. Yeah. And I'm not drawn towards that on the telly. I don't really watch that many comedies. I like stuff about life, struggles, Kes is my favourite film of all time. There's, it's not that in a comedy. Yeah. So there's funny bits in it with the PE scene. But I like did you watch the thing recently about it with Greg Davis? No. He did like a documentary going back and he saw the real Billy Casper. And they've shown a clip in the middle of it of where he gets the dead bird out of the bin. A bit of a spoiler if, I welled up. Yeah. I was crying. Suzanne was there, my girlfriend, and she doesn't see me cry that much. Yeah. And so she was laughing because she cries at happiness. Like on Strictly when someone's going, oh, and that dance was for me gran, and she's here tonight. Oh, shut up. And the crowd's going, oh, she's welling up at that. Whereas I'm like, oh, playing that card, playing the card to get the vote.
If you want to get me, pull a dead bird out of it.
Exactly, yeah. But honestly, with that Kes, even though I haven't watched the whole film there, and it was just that clip, it took me right back to the film. And I, honest to God, big lump in my throat. And to me, getting that sort of reaction is loads better than a laugh.
Yeah.
I know you've got to have a laugh, but for me, I just think that's more important, to tap into the stresses of the world, the thing that get you down. And it's weird because some people who enjoyed, like, the travel stuff watched Sick of It 1 and they were a bit like, oh, it's, not that funny, is it? And it's like, no, it isn't. It isn't. You're absolutely right, it isn't. And a lot of Idiot Abroad and that, if you took out some of the activities and just had my talking head, it's not that funny.
Yeah.
It's me going on with issues and what I see of things and what I think. And it was just those images of me dancing with a tribe that made a lot of people go, oh, look, he's dancing with a tribe, look. Oh, look at him, look, you can see his bollocks there, look. And that was, for some people, that's funny.
Yeah.
That, for me, was there as a bit of colour and showing a tribe in some jungle. So some people, it was easier to understand, whereas I think Sick of It is the same. It's the same. It's the things that are in my head. They came out of my head. The things I struggle with in life. But it's got a narrative this time instead of just, oh, he's dancing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's eating a squashed toad.
Yeah.
All it's the same because that's all I've got.
Yeah.
I am me. That is all I've got to work with. I'm not a proper actor. I am what I am, and that's what we make programmes out of. So it is me, but just different. But for some people, it's too much.
Well, it's what I like about it is it doesn't. It's going to sound like an odd thing to say, but I don't think it plays for comedy or for drama.
No.
It just plays for reality, which is odd when it's a show where there's an imaginary version of you.
That was the toughest thing.
It just plays life, and then there's going to be humour in there. There's going to be drama in there.
Yeah.
Any scene, if you added a backing track of Gervais's laugh,
it's funny.
There you go. It's the comedy bit.
Yeah,
but you've removed that and gone, well, you decide if you find it funny or not, if you find it dramatic or not. And I think I like that about it because I think it's so. I think we are at a time with TV where it doesn't have to be. Is this for the comedy department or the drama department? Is this where does this slot? It's like, well, just watch it, and most of the best stuff these days will have hugely dramatic moments and then laugh out loud moments. There's a real mixture in it.
Well, it works as well because your emotions are all over the shop, and that is how life is, and that's what I try to do with it. Starting off with a little idea for an episode, just a little small scene, and that plants, it's a little seed, and then that grows, and how that has a knock-on effect in an episode. So it might seem like, oh, this is just a scene for an observation about something in life, but it shows how in life it's like that. It's the butterfly effects or something people talk about. A butterfly flaps its wings and it causes an earthquake somewhere or whatever. It's a bit like that. That's the bit I enjoyed most about writing the episodes, is that thing of where does it start and then how is that linked to the theme of that episode. And you do have to watch it and take in everything that's happening to understand it. If you're one of them people who just want something to look up now and again whilst you're pissing about with Twitter,
going through Instagram,
I think you're going to be a bit lost.
Yeah.
You do have to follow it. It's not you've been framed.
How mad that it's a weird thing now to spend months and months working on something and then have the audacity to ask for people's attention.
I know.
It's like, what? How dare you ask for my actual attention? It's like, if you could pop your phone down and watch this thing we've worked on, you'll get more out of it.
More telly than ever, and yet more distractions.
Yeah.
And, God, I feel like a waste of time sometimes. It does get me down.
Yeah.
Because that's just the way people watch stuff now. I saw The Joker recently in the cinema.
Yeah.
And people just on the phone.
People on their phone in the cinema, I struggle not to have a word or kick off because it's like, what are you doing?
What are you doing? It's not cheap. It's not cheap going to the cinema.
So I've genuinely got a mate that I've not spoken to in 3 or 4 years because I did a post saying that if you get your phone out in the cinema, you're scum. And they messaged me separately to say, sometimes... And I was like, no. If you do that, you're scum. And I wouldn't back down, so we just stopped being friends. Genuinely, we just went, well, that's that then.
So what was
I'll see you later.
what was his reason for thinking it was?
Well, they were saying it was actually a girl, but she was saying, well, what if, I'm worried about, I've recently had a kid. What if I'm worried about my daughter at home? And my point was, don't go to the cinema then. Go somewhere else and do something that you can have. And again, that's not having a go at anyone, but watch a film at home or go out for a meal or do any of these other things.
You want to enjoy
that aren't going to ruin someone else's fun. Because again, if I'm in the cinema and there's a light, that is a distraction.
Of course
it does ruin it. But they were saying all these different scenarios. They were saying, and my answer always was, you shouldn't be going to the cinema then.
No.
And again,
you can't trust your babysitter or whatever to do the job that
and I completely understand that fear and panic, but still, it's like, well, do something else because it's clear until you're comfortable.
Yeah.
And then go and catch a film, mate.
Yeah.
But
I'm with you.
It's killer. But speaking of film, of cinemas and whatnot, then how have you found watching the show with an audience? Because you've done that today. Because it's the weird thing. The way you came to the public eye was you sharing, as you said, a lot of your thoughts that you don't particularly think are funny, and Gervais and Merchant cracking up at them.
Yeah, they
so
make
it was.
it funny,
You probably said those things without anyone laughing, perfectly normal. Them laughing made it some of the best comedy podcasting ever. Yeah. So, is there a similar thing with the show where you've made it and then there's people laughing at points that you're like, as when you're on Alan Carr, you're like, why are you laughing?
There was,
but it's a good thing. In this situation, it's a positive, right?
People are going to do what they're going to do, and it is positive for people to laugh. But then I'm sat there worrying, going, are they getting the other messages in this, or are they just waiting for that next bit that might make them laugh? Yeah. That's my worry. Yeah. And then, there's also the thing of, oh, God, they've just laughed over a bit that's quite important for the sort of storyline. One of the lines that was important.
Right, so missed a detail because they're laughing.
And I'm thinking, is it going to make sense now? Because it's just like, everybody said they liked it.
Can we rewind it?
Yeah, honestly.
Honestly, you missed a bit there, guys.
Yeah, it's really important. Don't laugh this time. But, like I say, everyone gets something different out of films and programmes, and it's not for me, is it, to sit there. All I can say is it was never done for laughs. It was more trying to deal with the things that stress me out in life and then make a little story about how my mind works and hopefully pull out the heartstrings at some bits and just to enjoy it. It's a difficult one to sell because a lot of telly these days is all, it's heavy, big, heavy stuff, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that isn't me. So it was just getting that tone, and you hit the nail on the head before about this inner self thing. That could have got in the way. It might have thrown people a little bit. Like, oh, is it like Bewitched?
Yeah,
do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, it's a little bit quirky. It's a little bit odd that he's got this voice in his head. But I think once people watched it and understood it, they knew. I think they could relate to it. I had messages from people saying they get it. They get what I'm trying to do, and life is that struggle between knowing what the right thing is to do and try to please other people, but at the same time try to please yourself and, getting that balance right in life.
Yeah. Do you enjoy having an artistic outlet for the things that annoy you? Because I think that's something that Ricky's done in his writing for years. Afterlife's a prime example of it. There's certain scenes in that I'm like, that's not the character angry. That's Ricky angry about something, and he's written. You know what I mean? He's gone, I need to have a rant about this.
I think
that could have been a tweet.
I can't imagine. I can't imagine doing anything any other way. Really, I couldn't write about wizards.
Yeah,
because I've never thought about them. I don't know how a wizard thinks and what problems a wizard has. Whereas I write about stuff I've worried about and gets to me. So definitely, there's definitely a case of like emptying my head and having a chance to get rid of some niggles, but not in that sort of, oh, here's an observation, let's put that in it, and that doesn't lead to anything.
Yeah, it's making it go somewhere.
It's making it go somewhere. It's not an episode like Grumpy Old Men, where it's just like, oh, don't you hate, all that people do.
Yeah.
It's something people can relate to, and then, right, what does that mean? Where does that go? Where can it go? Like I said to you, I love that bit. I love just having that little daft idea, but going, Why do I think that with that? In series 1, there was the episode about, screaming kid and babies and all that. And I haven't had kids, and I don't want kids. But I sort of flipped that on its head. And I kind of thought, do I not want kids because the kind of opportunity to have kids has kind of gone now? So is that me convincing myself that I don't want them?
Yeah.
Because it's gone. Now, I don't, at this moment in time, whilst I'm sat here with you, I'm not thinking that. Like, I don't think that's why it is. But, whenever you do something, I'm one for sort of thinking back and going, why? I question myself.
Yeah.
Why? So there's an example of it. It's like taking something and twisting it a bit for the sake of an episode, but changing it. I did an episode of Moaning a Life that was about having kids, and I kind of emptied my head and my thoughts on why I don't want them and why we didn't have them, and what's the point, blah, blah, blah. But then there's always another side to that, isn't there?
Yeah.
Like, actually, though, I wonder if I got that right.
Yeah.
Maybe I would have been a brilliant dad. But
Yeah.
never. Have you got kids?
No.
Do you want them? Don't know.
At the moment, no. But again, it's probably that same thing. There'll be a point where I'm going, well, how long can I say at the moment no?
Yeah.
And when does it just become no?
And it's still,
or when does it become yes? Do you know what I mean? Is that, yeah?
I think if it would have happened by accident, then they'd go, oh, well, let's get on with it. And I'm sure, it's beautiful. Look at that. And you go on about it, showing it everyone. But it hasn't happened, and I don't want it. But I do sometimes think, oh, well, there might come a time when I go, I got that wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't just want them.
Have you got any pets?
Yeah.
What have you got?
A couple of cats.
Do you like them?
Love them.
That'll do.
And I know, it does do, and we worry about them a lot.
Yeah.
Like, we don't like going away for more than 4 days because the cat, we've kind of got one cat and we've taken on another cat. That isn't ours, but it's ours a lot.
Yeah.
It looks after itself, but, so we've kind of got 2, but really got 1. It likes our company and not other people. It's quite scared of other people.
Yeah.
A bit like me. I'm like that. I don't really let people in.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that's rubbed off onto me, onto the cat.
Yeah.
And now when the doorbell goes, I normally ignore the doorbell, and the cat legs it.
Right.
So it is me. We could do it in a cat.
Yeah.
If we did a series 3, we could carry this on. So
I love that you're living sick of it, but instead of another Karl, it's the cat.
A little cat. It'd be a lot easier. I tell you, I'm changing clothes all the time. But yeah,
it's an interesting one because people who have kids will get annoyed if you start comparing having a pet to having a kid. But
Really?
But there's different things that, like, I can honestly say, if I go around a mate's house, I'm more excited to go round a mate who's got a dog to see their dog than I am to go round and see their kid. And that's not in an offensive way. I think dogs are fucking great.
Yeah.
They really excite me. So it's perfectly reasonable to say I'm more likely to have a dog than have a child at the moment.
Yeah.
That's something that feels more, I want to spend my life with that creature in my...
I know, but it's weird because we got some friends who, like, they've got kids, and they recently said to me, oh, you haven't seen them for a while.
Yeah.
And I went, no. And they were asking the other day why you never see them. And I went, did they heck? And they went, no, they weren't. I was like, no, they didn't. And it sort of stuck with me a bit because I think and it's not a good thing to do, but do you look at other people and think they're all thinking like you?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
I know when I was a kid, I didn't care about my mum and dad's mates or relations. I just wanted to play out.
Yeah.
They're like adults, and all right, I'd be there and go, all right, and then I'd be out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't sort of be saying to my dad, listen, Dad, why hasn't Uncle Alf been round? I'm seeing him for 2 weeks. Has he got a problem with me? I was busy in my own little head.
Couldn't agree more.
Couldn't give a shit.
Yeah.
So as something changed, they might have been giving me a load of flannel just to make me feel a bit bad. I don't know, but... Or are kids like that now? Do they... have they changed? Do they like to be around older people more, or... This is what scares me with it. I don't know how the world works.
I completely agree. I think
lost.
One of my biggest realisations, the most important realisations in recent years, is that we don't all think the same, and we just think different stuff. Like realising that there's not something wrong with me that I don't particularly want to go out to the pub or to a party, that I'd rather be at home watching a film, whatever. It doesn't mean I'm sad or it's like I'm just into different stuff than some of my mates are. And similarly, like it's relevant at this time of year, I guess. On New Year's Eve, I stay home on my own and I choose a film. I select it in advance that I've not seen before and I line that up to watch. I have some great food. I have a bit of a reflection on the year and I love it. It's my favourite night of the year. All my mates think I hate New Year's Eve because I stay at home on my own and watch a film. And no matter how many times I say, no, I'm really happy doing that. What?
Well, they think there's something wrong with
it. They think, oh, he hates New Year's. It's like, no, if New Year's is this big event, then I'd rather do something I love for it, rather than go, well, I'm meant to be in an overcrowded pub, overpriced, paying to get in with people who are too drunk and have a horrible time. Because that's how you're meant to enjoy New Year's. It's like, right, no, I'll do it. I'll enjoy it the way I enjoy it.
What do you reckon the percentages of people who actually love New Year's Eve?
If
you honestly say, how was it? It was shit.
Yeah, the percentage of people who actually love it is really low. The percentage of people who manage to convince themselves that they love it is probably a bit higher. Because you've invested. Because again, there's so much investment put on it, not just financially, but emotionally. It's like it's that big night. It's the big night that we have to have an amazing time.
It's the same with the travel stuff I did when people were going, "Oh, you lucky bastard, you got to travel the world. Why are you moaning? Why are you moaning?" And I think if they went to these places and were honest with themselves, they'd have found the same problems. But I think because most people, when they go away, it's a holiday and they've worked hard to save the money for the holiday.
Yeah.
And they get 2 weeks off a year or whatever, they've got to convince themselves that holiday was good.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, if it wasn't, what's the point? They've been working hard to make the money for the holiday. So the worst thing that can happen is that they leave that holiday going, that was a waste of time. What a shit that was.
I spent a year building up to this and now it's over.
And it's crap.
Let's look to next year.
Yeah. So I think there's a lot of convincing themselves. I think that's what goes on in life. You just constantly sort of going, yeah, that was good, wasn't it? Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I liked it. Did you like it? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was brilliant, wasn't it? And look, I've got a picture of me smiling to show that I was enjoying it. And I'm going to show other people that I was enjoying it because I'm smiling. So I'm definitely happy. I definitely enjoyed it. Look at the smile on my face. You know what I mean?
And you'll start to remember it that way as well.
Yeah, well,
we loved it there.
That's in one of the episodes.
Yeah,
that's touched upon on one of the episodes about that what you put out there. Photographs. How you're told to smile for a photograph. And if you don't, people sort of go, oh, let's take it again, you're not smiling. It's like, well, I've got no reason to. I'm having an all right time, but I don't have to show everyone with a smile that I'm happy.
Again, it's another thing that has confused a few of my close mates for years is I'm not a big smiler in photos. No. It's like if there's something's happened, I'll smile. But otherwise, I'm like, I'm not going to be looking angry. It's just
your normal stance.
Here's what I was then.
Yeah.
Rather than a smile now. Give me a reason to smile and I might.
Well, like they say, on a passport photo, they just say neutral face, don't they?
Yeah.
You don't sit there grinning like a gawp.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like, just look into the camera and that is you. That's your normal face. But no, I struggle with all of that. A lot of people, I can't be dealing with him. He's miserable. He's always moaning. I think there's a lot more of me out there. I'm not odd. I'm not on my own. And I think that's why some people like it as well, because they do relate.
Yeah.
I think that's all we're looking for, isn't it? People who you can relate to.
Completely. On that kind of holiday front, I think part of enjoying a holiday is having a job or a boss to be on holiday from, and I think you lose that sometimes when you go into the creative world.
I was going to say that.
So, do you miss your XFM days? Because I was at XFM a few years after you, and I had a radio show there, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. I was still then happy to go on to other things, so it's not like I'm pining for those days. But how was that? Because you were just there producing originally. I've read somewhere that friend of the podcast, Gal Porter, you made her go home crying on her first day. But other than that,
do you know what? I don't really remember what was going on there.
I've just read it online. I didn't have a chance to talk to Gail about it.
I don't think I made her get upset.
No.
It was just, I think it was, she had a room full of, like, people in the studio. Do you know, like, all the people?
Yeah.
And they were all saying, like, it's great. After every link, they're all, like, really positive. And because I'm not like that, they were like, It's good, isn't it? It's good. And do you know when you just sort of go, look, yeah, it's fine, but let's just not get carried away. You know, this is just a radio show, and it was all right. Now it's special.
Yeah. You did
and
your
I think I
links.
got sick of that. It was like that over and over again for a couple of hours. And it was like, you got through it, you know, well done type thing. And who knows what was going on in her life.
Yeah.
It's funny, when you're younger, you don't think about what people are going through, do you?
No.
You just see them as you see them.
Or you're the lead. I say this all the time, but you're the lead in the film, and you don't realise that they're the lead in the film.
That's a good way of doing it.
And they all are. Everyone is the lead
Everyone's
in the film.
got the
But it's really
little
hard to get
shit
your head
going
around
on.
that. And it's natural. It troubled me for a while, because I'm like, well, this is really arrogant and selfish. But it's not. It's natural. Everyone is the lead. But then
so
you
at
don't
that
realise.
time, that must have been, I don't know, 15, 16, 17 years ago or something.
Yeah.
So who knows what was going on. But, my time at XFM...
You see, I was happy because I pre-recorded all of my
did
shows.
you?
So I was working with a guy, Dan Rideau, Chris Bourne and Neil Fern, and it was just, there wasn't anyone being all, let's make it all hype and positive, because it wasn't live, I guess. There's not that...
Yeah,
But
you
it's
haven't got that extra
It's like,
adrenaline.
no, here's my podcast.
Yeah.
Or here's my radio show.
show.
It's like a podcast, essentially, but yeah. But yeah, how was your... Because you started in the background, and then because of Ricky and that, you were pulled
back
forwards.
in. I mean, I'd done radio on my own before years ago,
Yeah.
and then they dragged me back into it, and I was worried about it because I'd been sacked from it before, and I was concerned that here we go again, same thing's going to happen again, going to lose my job, not going
ruin
to
it
pay
for
the bills. Yeah, so I was worried about it, and it started off, talking once or twice a show. And then the next week, it was like a bit more. Did I enjoy it? You see, I saw it was a bit of extra money. It wasn't that much money, but it was something extra. My girlfriend was working Saturdays anyway, so it was something to get up for. I didn't have much else going on. So it was just, it was all right. Do you know, like, a lot of people love that radio show.
Yeah.
But when you're involved in something, to you, it's just a thing.
We're just doing it. It's work.
We're just doing it.
Yeah.
We turned up, killed a couple of hours. Sometimes they really pissed me off. I mean, there was one show when I left early because I just couldn't. They were annoying me too much, and I went to Hastings. I just got on a train, and the train to Hastings was there. It's like, let's go.
Was there anything that you had to do in Hastings, or was that
No,
just...
it was literally just, I want to get away from here. I want to get away out of London. It's doing me head in. And Ricky annoyed. I can't even remember what he did. I think he... See, it shows what Ricky's like as a person. Do you know, like how he's interested in the human mind and how we work. And I think he just pushed the wrong button on me.
Yeah. It's also interesting that it was something that annoyed you enough to get on the train to Hastings, but still you having to rack your brain for which thing it was he did,
I think
which time it was.
It was him. It was him. I think this isn't the occasion that time. I know this was another one that he questioned my ability to do my job.
Right.
And it really pissed me off.
And that's different from questioning your beliefs, your thoughts, your ideas.
Totally.
It's like, no, this is what I do.
This is why I'm here. This is what I do. And he was always, I remember he did it before when I was editing something. And he was going, no, edit from there to there. I wanted to leave, but I can't. I'll have to sit here with you now to make sure you do it right. And I was really like, do you know fucking cheeky that is?
Yeah.
This is what I do.
Yeah.
I
know what I'm doing.
And I really, and he was laughing his head off because he saw... most stuff doesn't bother me. It's water for duck's back a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But I think he found it interesting that was the thing that really pissed me off.
Yeah.
And that's what he does.
Yeah. He finds
prods.
it. Oh, hello.
He finds it. It's like a little, loose tooth or whatever. Just give it a wiggle.
I didn't know that was going to be the one.
And then he remembers it, and then he knows how to annoy me.
Yeah.
When he wants to. So, yeah, it's an odd thing. I look back on it as just... when I first came to London, there was a time when it was all a bit of a struggle and we didn't have much money and it was all a bit touch and go if we'd have to go back to Manchester. But by the time I was doing that show with them, things had settled a bit, and that's why I was worried about losing my job. I think I might have even had a mortgage on a small flat. So it was like, it's all right for you lot.
Yeah.
You're made, you two.
Yeah.
But if you fuck this up and I get the sack, because I'm meant to be sort of controlling what you say and do on air, and you're not listening to me. Again, I think that's what people liked. I think listeners like that. I think they could hear me a bit nervous about what they were saying and that. So, yeah, I don't look back on that as as anything great. I don't listen back to clips on that. I watch bits of animation and stuff like that they turn the podcast stuff into.
Yeah.
But I never go back to the XFM stuff. I think I was a bit depressed as well by the end of working there. I was there for 9 years, and I'd got to a point where, do you know when you've been doing a job a long time and you start sort of moaning a bit to younger staff?
Right.
And they're all excited about the job and love it, but you don't because you've been there too long.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, I've got to get out of this.
I'm ruining this for other people.
Yeah.
As well.
And I remember when I was younger at a radio station in Manchester when there was people like that, and I sort of go, "Is he moaning? It's a great job."
Yeah.
And I was working for free. You know, I loved it. Why is he not happy? And I just thought, this is the dream that I wanted, to work in radio, but I'm not enjoying it anymore. You know, I've had enough. So it was an odd time, and I remember just deciding one day. I mean, you know, we'd done the radio show. Ricky had mentioned the idea of podcasts, and I remember the boss just sort of walking past my little studio. I just worked on my own in a studio for most of the week, just a tiny room, making stuff. And I said to the boss, I said, "Listen, I'm going to call it a day." And he was like, "Yeah, all right, yeah, see you tomorrow." And I went, No. I mean, I can't do this. Can't do it anymore. And he's sort of like, "What's happened?" I'm not enjoying it. I've done it for a long time. I've got to do something else. And it was having that podcast thing there that Ricky said we could do, and you know, the Guardian sponsored it, and it wasn't much money. I seem to have a figure in my head of like £1,200 a month.
Right.
So that was 4 shows. Was it weekly? Yeah, it was weekly, wasn't it? Yeah. So it was like, right, well, that's a bit of money. I didn't have a fancy lifestyle, but it freed me up. It got me out of there, and it was nice having the fear a little bit of, God, I've got to do something now.
Yeah,
I've jacked it in. I've done the hard bit.
You've got nothing to fall back on anymore.
Nothing. I mean, a girlfriend had a job, but you know, we couldn't afford to just swan about. So I think I have better memories of podcast stuff.
Yeah.
Because suddenly it felt like this is now the job.
Yeah.
So I've got to bring something to the party.
Yeah.
And I don't know how we did it. I mean, it's hours and hours and hours worth of stuff, and you're just talking. And yeah, I have good memories of it, but there's nothing left. I feel like some fruit that's been sort of squashed and everything's come out of it.
You've been mined of all the gold.
Honestly.
It's an interesting one, because one of the things that comes to mind as well, so the podcast is what really threw you into the public eye hugely. I remember the first time I saw you, it was on an extra of Ricky's Politics DVD.
Right.
And you were looking at your Book of Freaks,
my Book of
which
Freaks.
was really good fun.
Yeah. God.
You're still a fan of the unusual? Still got the book?
I'll always anything weird in life. I still see things now online where I go, oh, if we were still doing travel shows, I'd be visiting that. I'd want to go and see that. There was a bloke who was reading
It's
about
interesting,
the other
though,
day.
that you've not got enough desire to visit it just as Karl the person. If we were doing a travel show, I'd visit that. I mean,
I can't. I'll tell you what it was. It was a bloke in Uganda whose farts were that bad that he could kill mosquitoes, right? So it's not a reason to book a holiday. It's not a reason to go somewhere. But it was an interesting thing within 6 foot or something, and they don't know why. He just eats normal food. He eats the same stuff as his mates. He's quite healthy. He washes, but he's got this fart that apparently could be worth millions. I mean, the mosquitoes are the number one killer in the world.
It's a lifesaver.
More deaths than anything else.
Yeah.
So he's got this inner power that if they can stick in some sort of spray can or whatever, he could sort the world up. Well, he probably wouldn't sort the world's problem. If no one dies, there's another problem, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't have too many people surviving. But anyway, so when I see things like that, I go, it'd be good to sort of go and see that happen.
Yeah.
Because it's all in... All right, it was on the BBC website, so that gives it a bit of weight. You're thinking, what's happened there? Why is this isn't... You know, it was all Brexit and politics. Why is this so low down on the story order? Why isn't this on news at 10?
Yeah.
And finally, you know... so I'd still do love that, because it's what makes getting up in the morning worthwhile for me.
Yeah.
Those sort of things.
It's the fun stuff.
The fun stuff, because I've just, as I've got older, I don't know, I worry about how long I'm going to be here. It's like, God, the news is depressing, everything seems broke, you know. Look at that, I was on cue, police sirens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Whereas when you're a kid, you don't, it was ice cream men, that's what you heard.
Yeah.
Everything seems depressing, you know, the world's knackered, we're polluting it, you know.
Why can't we go back to the days of monkey news rather than Brexit news?
Seriously,
You know?
it is.
I genuinely feel you.
And Steve did all this with me with the travelling to broaden my mind. And a bit of me, I wish I was sort of the what is it? What's that saying? Oh, what's the saying? When you don't know anything, you're happier.
Ignorance is bliss.
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
There's something in it. I know you can't sort of just
It's true.
pretend nothing's, you know, bad is going on in the world. I know. But maybe leave that to the people who can do something about
It's
it.
the problem with social media at times, that we're just exposed to too much stuff. Like, we're not meant to know everything horrible that's going on in the world. It makes it seem like, I genuinely think stuff hasn't... Obviously, there's ups and downs of how things are going, but I think on the whole, things probably haven't got worse in the last 20 years than they were 40 years ago or whatever. But we're aware of every bad thing that happens, whereas previously we wouldn't be. If someone died in some small town in America, I wouldn't know about it in England, and now I do, and it's fucking horrible.
Why have we wanted this?
No idea.
But it does, honestly, it really... I sort of feel it, and one of the episodes, and this is kind of like about finding out that I'm fit and healthy, and I'm going to live for like another 40 years, and it's just like, do I want that?
Yeah.
You know,
It's genuinely, when you said you worry sometimes about how long you're going to live, I genuinely thought, in which direction are you worrying?
No, well,
that's too little or too much, because I have exactly the same. It's like, I'm knackered now.
Yes.
Another 38 years or 40 or whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, and life
that seems like a big arse.
I mean, look, I didn't want to come on this and moan. I wanted to be happy. But I think everyone's feeling the same thing. I think everyone has it, where you get up and you're like, oh, God, I'm still here. Yeah. I'm going to get through this. What are my aims? Am I ever going to get there? And yeah, stuff gets me down. And I do need to find something else. You know, the oddities are weird, and that's good. There was also a story yesterday. Do you see those things about the innkeepers? Like these worms that are under the ocean.
No.
They look like knobs.
Right. Are these the ones who've washed up in California?
In California, just in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And they're always under the sand, but for whatever reason, a storm happened, and it's churned up the sand under the sea. So on this beach, there's like loads of knobs everywhere. And it's just stuff like that you go, God, I've been on the planet years, I didn't even know they existed. So that sort of learning stuff, of weird stuff, and thinking, what's the purpose of them there? What are these innkeepers? What are they here for? And stuff like that is good, but there's not enough of it. I need loads of that every day.
Yeah. And
people send stuff on Facebook. People are quite good at going, have you seen this? Have you seen this bloke with two heads? And sometimes it's like, I have, I know about him. Because I'm hunting that stuff out, and I can tell them about it. No, I have. It's like, I know about him. He's the one who... it's a story about... he's got one head, two faces.
Right.
And it's a story that one of them's sort of evil. The back of his head is like an evil down one, and it keeps the other bloke awake at night.
Oh, wow.
Terrifying.
That's horrific.
Don't know what truth is in it, but just the thought of that, I like it. It's my escape, and, I don't have to watch a box set for it. It's not something that's dragged on and on about this weird thing. Just the image of this head with two faces and that idea that it's being... That's enough for me.
Yeah.
It's just... That's enough for me to sit there and go, imagine that.
Yeah.
Not being able to get away. Because I don't even think you could put plugs in your ears, because they're his ears as well. You haven't got separate ears. Do you know what I mean? So he'd probably pull them out. It's just like, oh, God. And in a way, that's the battle I'm going on about with Sick of It. It's that thing of the voice in your head. You cannot shut it up.
Yeah.
If it's down about something, you can't just switch it off. It's there continuously judging you all the time, questioning everything you do. Like a judge, Dragon's Den or whatever. Just someone there going, why are you doing that?
I'm out.
What are you doing that for?
Yeah.
Yeah. can't remember why.
Is there anything? Speaking of judging your choices and decisions, it feels like artistically the choice of these two versions of Karl and the stories you can tell, the things you can do, is perfect. Is there anything? Has there only been any points practically that you've been like, I regret this? Because again, you've got twice as much work, right? You've got to play both roles. You've got to change costumes. How often are you like, why the fuck did I make it like this?
Loads of times.
Can we have one of them be a cat?
It's like at the beginning, I was like, are we creating a ball ache here, or what? One giant ball ache? And Richard, who I wrote it with, was like, no, I'm going changing. No, it's fine. If anything, that'll give you a break, won't it? You'll be able to go off to the trailer and because it's important for me sometimes just to have a moment.
Yeah.
And it was like, you can go off to the trailer. It's a chance to have that moment because you've got to get changed to play the other side. And all that, you go, be all right then. Now, in reality, that doesn't happen. There's a fella playing my body double called Mike, and sometimes I remember one scene, we're in the field, it was freezing in the field, they'd rented some house down the road for us to use to get changed in, right? But you've done filming, you know what it's like. Everyone's always up against the clock, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's all rush.
Mm-hmm.
Hurry up. We're going to lose the light. Hurry up. So there was a moment where it's like, I've got to get changed. And Richard's like, do you have to go back to the house? Can you change here? So he's like, well, the clothes are there, aren't they? And he's like, well, Michael's got the clothes on that you need to wear, so just swap. So he's like, So I'm in a field here, in the middle of, everyone looking on, swapping clothes, putting on some, warm clothes from somebody else's body heat. And there was a scene that was, I had underpants on in a certain scene. And then they were like, oh, they're your underpants. And I went, yeah. And I said, well, we haven't got another pair. So he needs to wear them so we can get the shot. It's like, Richard, they're my underpants. And he's going, well, can you just... It's like, I've never been asked to take my underpants off to give to someone else. So it was stuff like that. It's just like, this is a bit of a low, innit? Is he even happy with it? Do you know, and you best check with Mike that he's happy putting on my underpants.
You see, Mike is the you at XFM at that point. He's just trying to do his job. He's the one that's going to get sacked. If this doesn't work out with the pants, he's the one that's going to get sacked.
That's very true, because
you're the Ricky. You're the one who's pushing the boundaries, going, I don't want to take my pants off, all right?
You're right.
Mike's sitting there going, just fucking give me the pants.
It was exactly that. You're right, because, like I said, I was always changing bits and pieces at last minute, where, it's like... I wouldn't have a T-shirt on here. I've just got out of bed, so maybe I'd be topless here. And you're asking a big ask for some people, aren't you? It's just, hang on a minute, I thought it was just a bit of a body double, not like showing flesh and that. There is a lot of people around. There's like 50-odd people working on set, and then, I'm used to that now because of all the travel stuff and just being naked. Yeah. But you ask someone else to take the top off in front of people, everyone's not that...
Particularly if they've not prepared for it. If you know you're doing it, there's a different thing. A bit of a mental prepare, right, here's what's happening today.
Whereas if it's just stuff a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Have a bit of a tidy up, make everything as presentable as you need.
Yeah. No, you're right. You do make an effort. Yeah, that's like when you have your balls checked and that. A little bit of an effort for the doctor.
Exactly. I'm sure he appreciates it.
But yeah, it was a pain in the arse. But everything in life, I think... Nothing's ever perfect.
I was going to ask, how it compares to working on something like Derek, where you've not written the lyrics, the lines. I chatted to David Earl about it at one point, and he was saying it was intimidating at times because there were people who were proper actors that were kind of... It put some pressure on. He said that you and him had... I won't say any names because I'm not going to tell any stories, but he said that you two had one moment where someone kind of said... You guys, you've got to get in line, or whatever else. Yeah. It's like, he said it was fucking terrifying.
I'm not an actor.
He's trying his best.
Fell into that by accident, and suddenly, you got to remember, everything I did before that, it was either with Ricky and Steve in a room and with microphones, and we mates and we get on, and then the travel stuff was like, well, I've just got to say what's on my mind. That's the job. But suddenly, with a scripted thing, you are... I mean, Ricky was good at sort of going, look, you just do, try and get across the idea that's on the page in your own way. It wasn't word for word, but there was some stuff where it was important to hit certain phrases or lines so the next person knows that it's their turn to talk.
Yeah.
And I just was like, no one's prepared me for this. I've sort of just agreed to something that I haven't done.
Yeah.
My brain doesn't remember shit.
Yeah.
And it's not because I'm lazy. The night before, I'd be looking at stuff.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work like that.
And you're in instantly at quite a high level.
Yeah.
Because of the stuff you've done before that isn't related to this. So rather than, your first one, you've got a walk-on in Casualty.
Yeah.
Or you're being arrested in The Bill.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you've got big scenes in big moments.
Ricky said, listen, it's just a small bit. You're just a caretaker in the background. Don't worry about it. And it kind of got more and more. And I was like, I can't do this.
Or when when you flip on that guy in one of the episodes, the guy who's there doing all the checks. And it's the highlight of the series. But again, there's a lot of pressure on that because that is the point where your character stops just being essentially Karl. Stops being that moany little guy and goes, fuck you kind of thing. And
no,
you've got
right.
to deliver that.
And
it's a lot to ask.
I remember saying to him, can you take that out? Because I can't do it. That's like proper acting, that.
Yeah.
And he went, look, just do it. And then we'll see. We'll make a decision later. If it's really bad, won't use it. But then he was happy with it. But it was just the remembering of lines. I found out by doing this that my short-term memory is better than long-term. So, if it came to lines and stuff, I was better literally having the lines in my hand, like moments before we're about to record. There's no point me doing homework at night. I could do it, and then I'd wake up in the morning, I go, it's gone. I don't know any of it, so it's pointless. And that was the stress with that. It was just me, and Dave was the same. David was the same. So at least I had someone
there. It's hilarious to hear because those are the two characters that stole the show for me that I thought were amazing. So to hear from both going, I thought that we were out of our depth. Didn't know what we were doing, really felt...
And because, at least in Sick of It, I'm kept busy and I'm needed on every scene, whereas in that, there was moments when, it's like, it's weird, they get you in at 6 a.m. and then they don't call for you until 10:30.
Yeah,
and you just sat there working yourself up like a nervous wreck.
Whenever I've had that, quite early on, I've had to remind myself, I've worked in factories. So I'm being paid to sit in a trailer here. It's all right. Do you know what I mean? Because you do, as soon as you get it a few days in a row, you do get into that going like, I was picked up from the hotel or whatever at 5 o'clock and I've been sat here in a stupid costume for 4 hours. What's going on? But, I tell you what though, working in the factory, you sort of feel like you've got a use and you've made a difference. When you've been sat there with a stupid wig on in a trailer, it's not relaxing, and you sat there going, I'm just a bit of meat here. That you feel like some sort of prostitute gets called up, that there's a customer here. Yeah.
Room 4, you're going in. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
you're just waiting to be called.
Yeah.
And it did me no good.
Little dance
and then you've got to be ready to do that dance.
Yeah.
You might not be. You might have worked yourself up into a wreck, and then it's like right now. It's like hang on, I'm just been sat there for 4 hours going through over and over this.
Yeah.
Because if you do that, you normally can't do it. It's suddenly you've overdone it. So you do have to leave it so it seems a bit fresh. So it's not for. To be honest, it's the wrong sort of work for me. It is. My head would be a lot happier if it wasn't about money. My head would be happier probably doing something a bit repetitive in terms of like something in a factory.
Yeah.
Where that's what you do, and then when you clock off. You see, I say all this, but I know that's what I did do. And I remember going, I can't do this.
All you wanted was something else.
I wanted something else, but is that life for you? You always want something else. So you're never happy.
I guess it is. Well, I mean, to wrap things up, because you did you were thrust into it almost...
By accident.
Unwillingly, kind of by accident. How have you found it? Because it's something that I've found, like I do a drunk cast as well, I recorded one last night. It's me and two mates who I've just known all my life, and we get drunk for 5 hours and we put it out over Christmas. And because we're mates, we're really horrible to each other. And we bully each other, and it's fun and it's a laugh. But every now and then, someone online will jump in, because they've listened to the podcast, they've heard it, they're our mates, they'll jump in and insult me or one of them, and I won't find it as funny. No. And I wondered how you found that, because you came into prominence with as I said, you're doing them every week, so there's so much. It's just work. It's just getting through. But it's you and Steve and Ricky all having a laugh, but bullying each other as well.
Yeah.
So then all of a sudden, as you said, you walk on Alan Carr, and he's like, "You haven't made an effort," and it's been like, "What? We've not. What's going on?
I've only just met you."
Yeah. So have you had that? Had to deal with that? People having that familiarity to have a dig and be horrible, and you're like,
I mean,
off, mate.
It's sometimes they're not being horrible; it's just being over familiar. And I've said before, it's kind of what I imagine having dementia would be like, because people just come up and say stuff to you as if they know you.
Yeah.
And I always have that moment when I go, do I know them? Because they're being that familiar. Do I actually know them? And I have to sort of go through my head and go, I don't know, it's just a bloke who sort of has listened to stuff over and over again and knows me. And
it's a one-way relationship.
It is, really. And I struggle making like new mates because of it in a way. Because I always feel like I'm the one on the back foot. They know a lot about me. And I know nothing about them.
Yeah.
And it's really weird, because there's a bit of me when I go to say something, and then I think, they'll think like, or they might go, I've heard this, mate. Yeah. Podcast season 3, episode 4.
Yeah.
And I go, well, it was just that. Sorry about that.
Just reminded me.
I'll try and think of something new here for you.
Some new material in life.
But like you said, it's not. It's just that's how chat is, isn't it? Yeah. You're all sharing stories. Yeah. That's life. Yeah. Sharing stories. And there's only so many things that happen. And then the other problem is, some stories that happen in my life, they might work on a podcast, but when you're telling someone normal, they look at me like I'm a loon. So like when I'm telling you about the farty man or whatever, a lot of people would go, there's a general election, though. Do you know what I mean? Why are you reading that? Or there's just things that are very me. But if I'm saying that stuff without the laughter track of Ricky, picking holes out of it,
the human laughter track,
you see people sort of edging away.
Yeah.
I had a build around. I was telling him about See, I'm even nervous about telling you about it, because it isn't really a story. It was just a thing. But we've had this spider for a bit, just near the front door, house spider.
Yeah.
And every morning when I've come down, it's there and it's web. It's quite big. And then the cat comes out the garage and goes over to it and sort of taps it. It never kills stuff. It gets mice and all that, but never kills them. It brings them in.
Right.
And this spider, it's not going to kill it. It just sort of taps it, and the spider runs off under the thing. And the cat sat there watching, waiting for the spider to come out again. And that's kind of it. That's what goes on. That's the cat's life. That's its morning thing. The spider, it's like, here's the cat again. And then the other day, the spider wasn't there. It was somewhere else, and it was walking really slowly. And I was like, it's not well. Not well, this spider. And builder come round, sort of finished something. He came in. I was going, can you just hang on a minute? He's going, there's a spider. There's a spider here just now. It's normally over there. It's happy. And I could see him looking at me like, what the fuck are you doing? But I love insects and that. So I was going, here it is. And it was walking really slowly. And I was going, just watch where you're walking, will you, mate? And I managed to sort of scoop it up. And do you know spiders, normally when you scoop them up, they leg it.
Yeah, they
This was walking really slow, and I was going, it's not well. So I put it in a plant pot, an empty plant pot. And then I went back later, and it was dead. It just, do you know, they get like rigor mortis. And the builder was like, have you put it in? I said, it's dead. And I think he could see that I was a bit kind of like, shit. You know, I like that. And it's sad, like the next day the cat was sat there waiting for it again. Yeah. And it's stuff like that. A lot of people, I can see your eyes drifting now, Pip. You're thinking, why are you telling me this?
The door open.
But no, it's just that things like that get me down. And you could say that my life must be pretty good to be worried about house spiders just like dying. But it sort of just sums up life for me, that. Yeah. It's like there it was one day, next day it isn't. Yeah. I'm missing it, the cat's missing it, but the builder couldn't give a shit about it.
And the fact is that you got involved and tried to help. And it's
I always
do. You know what I mean? That's the thing that makes it sad. It's not just you woke up and it was gone. It was like you woke up, there's something wrong here.
It was like it was using its last breath to whatever.
Maybe this will help.
Go, like, I've made it through the night. I just want to say thanks for letting me be in your house. It was that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But, it's stories like that I'm sort of regretting telling you. But on a podcast with Rick and Steve, they would have, like, rip that apart.
Yeah.
And it's funny how that, to some people, go, have you heard the spider story?
Yeah.
Have you heard him?
Yeah.
And when Ricky said, without that, they go, fuck me. Has he lost it or what? So it's kind of, that's what I'm saying about, we're sick of it, the tone of it, that he's trying to say something and I'm trying to say something, but sometimes people didn't know I was trying to say something.
Yeah.
They were just going, "Oh, this will be good. Let's see Ricky, rip his arse out for this one, whatever."
Yeah.
Is that a saying? I've heard someone say that.
Yeah, it is.
So that all came from you saying people being overfamiliar and knowing you when they don't know me, and how I struggle meeting new people because that builder's
like, why do you care about? How do you know he's walking slow? How do you know what speed he normally walks at?
And I felt a bit kind of embarrassed, but then I was like, no, that's me. That's what I find interesting in life. And so I don't know. I don't know if anyone's learnt anything new about me here today, Pip. I don't know.
They have. I'll wrap things up now. What's ahead? I mean, as we're recording this, we're just before Christmas and New Year. Is there any TV or anything that you've got planned to get watched, or that you're excited about?
I want to finish the end of Upright. This thing with Tim Minchin.
Right.
Enjoying that. I was on like episode 3 of that. I just want it to happen. I just want it to. I think like you've touched on it in the way that you said New Year's Eve and stuff like that. For a lot of people who have normal jobs, that's holiday time. It's time away from work, so they can enjoy it.
Yeah.
But when you're kind of freelance, self-employed and all that, weekends are the time when I don't leave the house.
Yeah.
And it's the same with New Year and Christmas.
Yeah.
Everyone else is going, it's Christmas. And I'm a bit like, I can't wait for this to be over. Yeah. Again, not being miserable. I just don't like the forced fun. And I know that it's there for families to have a catch up. And if I don't go and see my mum and dad, they're like, well, it's Christmas. And it's like, yeah, but I come and see you all the time.
Yeah.
This is for people who don't have time for it.
Yeah.
But they still kind of like, yeah, but it's Christmas. And it's like, yes, I know it is, yeah. But I saw you last week and I'll be seeing you again next week. Christmas is it's December 25th. What's so special about December 25th? What is that when he was born or what? Or is someone just...
Exactly. And again, it's a religion in a world that is no longer religious. A religious holiday for people who, by and large, aren't celebrating it for any religious reasons.
No, it's just a stress.
And my brother doesn't celebrate Christmas
at all.
No, he doesn't, because he sees it as a religious holiday. He's not religious.
How's he feeling now then? We're a couple of weeks away from Christmas. Is it what?
He's a postman at the moment, so he's feeling tired because he's having to. Again, it's not that he hates Christmas. It's just he doesn't celebrate it because it's not his religion. It's the same with the way I explained it to my mum is he acts on Christmas the way that she acts on Ramadan. Oh. If she bumps into someone who's in that belief, then she'll be congratulating them and saying happy Ramadan and all these other things. But if not, she'll be getting on with her life. And that's his outlook on Christmas. It's not that he's against it. My mum isn't against Islam. Yeah, it's just she doesn't celebrate it. So that's his outlook. But it's constant. My parents, like my dad always used to have us round for a Christmas breakfast. And then when my brother stopped doing Christmas one year, and my dad listens to this, he'll be fine. At one point around that time, he was like, "Do you want to come round for breakfast tomorrow?" It's like, don't pretend it's just it's a Christmas breakfast. No one invites someone round for breakfast. That's not a thing, or not in Essex anyway. So they kind of they originally they'd start to try and sneak Christmas celebrations under my brother's radar, not realising that.
But he'll turn up for the Christmas dinner.
Yeah, he'll be there. It's all fine.
Put a little cracker at him.
He'd probably rather not, but he'll go for it. Yeah, if he's pushed, he'll go for it. So he's not against any of it. It's just he's got other plans. Like this year, he's planning on going out and doing a bit of a field recording because there's a thing he's looking into a lot at the moment that's about field recordings with no human made sound, and he figured when better to do that than Christmas morning
because everyone's in.
Everyone will be in. He can go and find somewhere nice that no one will be about.
Yeah.
And just do some recordings. So he's excited about that.
For himself. He's doing that for himself.
Yeah, it's a project, or a friend of his is working on something. It's a weird little project he's doing. But he's excited about that on Christmas. But again, that's confusing But again, the fun thing there is that's going to take a priority for her. I mean, my mum says dinner's at 1. It'll be like, oh, I'm recording until 2. And she'll be proper confused by that. She'll be like, what do you mean you're recording till 2? It's like, I found a nice tree to go and sit up to get a nice...
That's good, though.
I like
it's good
it.
That he's found his thing that he wants to do and he's happy and he's just getting on with it.
Yeah, and not forced
falling
to do
into
what everyone has told them is here's the way you enjoy this.
Yeah, that's what I don't like in life, the force thing, you will, like you just said then, you will enjoy this.
Yeah.
It's Christmas Day, smile, on cue. And it's one it's more difficult to opt out of than the others, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can get away with not having an Easter egg.
Everyone
you can get
loves
away
the
with not having a
Christmas,
pancake, but the old Christmas is just, got to take part. But on that note, have a good Christmas.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks for having me on.
Shrewsbury Town v Liverpool.
That's what the FA Cup's all about.
And starting with Brentford v Leicester City today at 12:45.
What a way to start the 4th round of the FA Cup.
It's on.
This is what football's about.
The FA Cup 4th round on BBC One and BBC iPlayer.
So Karl Pilkington is here. Hello, mate. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. You?
Not bad. Are you? Because you live on the south coast. Did you come up this morning?
No, I was doing some stuff yesterday as well. I was doing some some press.
Because I saw the last episode of Sick of It went out last night.
It did, yeah.
It was good. I saw it. I watched it live.
Oh right. God, who does
live?
that?
I know.
No, nobody does that. I mean, it's all there on demand, isn't it?
Exactly.
To be honest, I at first, when all this on-demand stuff came about, I was like, I don't like the idea of that.
I mean, but that is you with every single thing in the world. You could have probably said that too. Like, I could take Karl back 2,000 years. You go, when these Romans first came, I'm just not entirely sure.
Yeah, I always need time to think
just
things
got a bed
through.
in, isn't it?
Yeah, but sometimes the longer I have, I mean, that's what this Sick of It is about. It's about the relationship with me brain, isn't it? It's a story of me and the relationship I have with the voice in my head. And what happens is, the longer I have to think about something, the more hurdles are just put up.
And the voice in your head is the one saying, be more instinctive.
Yeah, sometimes.
You should go for this.
Sometimes, but a lot of the time it's, you don't want to. What are you doing that for?
Yeah.
We all have it.
On Sky One, and now it's on Sky Box Set and now TV.
Yeah.
Yeah. So much for retirement. I thought you were going to...
Yeah, I had a go at that, didn't I?
You know what? I thought he's won. He's beat the system. He's out.
Yeah, but have you ever had...
drag you back in.
Have you ever walked away from it all?
I'm sure it's coming.
Yeah, I mean...
More enforced than anything else.
It was... I hadn't thought it through, really. It was one of those things that I knew I couldn't do the travel stuff anymore. And
I thought I was reading about that yesterday, and I know we're friends and we go way back, but it was interesting because I'd say you don't really prep that much for an interview with you because I know largely what we're going to talk about. But I was really impressed. I read that. I was really impressed with that because you could have carried on doing Idiot Abroad and turning up and going, because I know you and I know it is you.
Yeah.
And actually, I think when people watch Idiot Abroad, there was this perception was, he doesn't really like anything. That's not the case at all. You love everything.
Yeah.
You look at it in not skeptical, but you look at
like
it.
I say, it's just questioning why am I meant to like this? Why is this amazing? Why is that?
And actually, more often than not, you did it and went, yeah, okay, that was quite
sometimes
good.
I did, and sometimes I saw something and it was amazing and I loved it, but the director, when it came to editing, it's like, yeah, but people don't want to see you happy. They want to see you like pulling your hair out. You know, what you've got left of it. So let's put that in. You know, the programme's only 45 minutes long and we've got all this footage, so we'll go with that. So I get it.
But what I liked about it, what I read, is that you can't pretend to be around being starry-eyed about seeing something where
you've just seen it before.
Exactly.
And that's what it was about when I did the travel stuff. Ricky and Steve sent me away to open my eyes and to give a genuine reaction to it. And yeah, there's only so many times, isn't there, that, you know, you can be shocked. Or a lot of the world's the same as well. I mean, once you've seen one tribe, you have seen them all.
I'm sure that's not true.
No, but they might have little differences. But what I'm saying is, when I remember seeing that first tribe, and it was like, this is like what you imagine. It's like people with feathers in their hair dancing around a fire, and this is But once you've seen it and you've been with them for a few days, and then you see it again, it's kind of like, yeah, what else do you do?
You can't pretend to be wowed, is what you mean.
No.
So how did we go from sitting down and writing Sick of It and getting it commissioned? And because that's a big thing. Well done.
Yeah, it was. So I'd done the travel stuff, and then I did a series called Moaning a Life, which is a similar thing, but looking at sort of issues in life.
Yeah, it was kind of existential kind of when we die, that kind of.
Yeah. And then I'd done that, and then that really felt like, well, I've been around the world a couple of times. That's it, you know. Like you said, you could just could keep going and just to the point where no one's watching anymore. Yeah. But I didn't want to do that, so knocked it all on the head. I thought I'd retired for about 7 months. Thought, right, this isn't for me. Which is a weird one because it's what everybody tells you is like living the dream, isn't it? If you can retire before you're 50, that's what everyone wants. But and that's the mistake. That was the mistake, that I'm listening to what other people say is the dream. You've got to find your own dreams, haven't you? Yeah. So I jacked it all in. I think I did 7 months.
What happened in that 7 months?
Just very little.
Pottering,
which is nice. I love pottering. I like pottering now in between work. The pottering is good when you know it's not forever. When you know that I'm going to enjoy this little bit of time.
You've got 30 years of this time.
Yeah, exactly. And I was just doing stuff like gardening.
Are you a good gardener?
I'm not bad. I like looking after the Suzanne does like the planting and that, and I look after the lawn, feed and weed, lawning it, aerating it, what's it called? Like ripping up the dead grass underneath, all that stuff.
I know you. This is a job you take seriously.
I loved it, but after a while, you kind of go, I'm living like I'm proper retired, like an old man.
Don't know about that bit today.
Yeah. And the weird thing is, it can get you down. Like things like a little bit. I had problems with a patch with chafer grubs, right? Which are like these grubs underneath the soil eating the roots of the grass. So in certain patches, it didn't look as green, and it was really bothering me, and it was doing me head in on Google all the time. Going, how can I deal with this? And I was ordering what they called nematodes, these natural sort of things. And it was funny how, if you haven't got enough going on in your life, the smallest things can drive you mental. Yeah. Whereas I've still got a few of those chafer grubs knocking about.
It's all right now, isn't it?
But it's like, I'm a bit busy, so I'll deal with that later, but it's not such a problem.
Great.
So that's why it just didn't suit me, and
made the call and said, guys, I'm coming back in.
Yeah, let me in. So like Richard, who was the director on some of the travel stuff, he was like, listen, Sky have said, is there anything else you want to do? And he talked about writing something, and we came up with Sick of It. I mean, it changed quite a lot. Like I said, it's these stories about me and the voice in my head. I'm in it twice and play, you actually physically see the voice in my head. And that sort of came and went as an idea. And then there was a point when I wasn't going to be in it. Just going to have a go at writing the stories. And then, again, I was worried about being in it. But as you've said, I always need time to sort of think things through and kind of do it and just give myself enough time to sort of build my confidence up a bit. So, and it just came about. We just sat in a room with no windows because, I get easily distracted and what have you. Just sat in there and, knocked it out. And I enjoyed that process, really. It was different. It's totally different. Even though it's telly, the travel stuff is you jump on a plane, you go somewhere, they film some stuff, and you come home, you forget about it. But that thing of actually writing a story and being able to tweak, change, crunch it up, chuck it in the bin, start again, I quite liked all that.
All right. More from Karl in just a tick. Playing that for you.
Love that.
Is that your favourite Chas and Dave's?
Yeah, got to be on it.
It's a wonderful song. Ain't no pleasing you.
I sang this with them for one of the episodes of. I did. I changed it to "Hey Ricky, there's no pleasing you" at the end of Idiot Abroad Series 2.
Where was that?
That was in a studio in Essex somewhere.
Oh, so you went abroad with them? It was just...
Oh no, they were just up for it.
Karl Pilkington is our guest today. Sick of It, Karl's show on Sky One is now on Sky Box Set and on Now TV. We talked about the writing process and you loved that. And when you first started, this is Series 2, but when you first started doing it, we touched upon while we were playing Chas and Dave. Obviously, you were a little bit nervous and resistant about playing you.
Yeah. Well, just it being a different thing.
People that don't know it, talk us through the premise.
I'd say the main thing is I don't want to go into everything because I think people switch off, don't they, when you start trying to explain too much to them. I just want to say give it a watch, really.
Yeah.
But what I would say is, right, the premise is, it is me, it's a bloke called Karl in it, I sound like this, I look like this, and then I'm in it again playing...
Your alter ego.
Alter ego, the voice in my head, and it's that battle. I quite like the idea of writing little stories, not about someone who's got loads of friends and family around them, just those people who are out there who haven't got that sort of close unit around them.
I wouldn't call it loneliness, but there's a certain isolation about it.
Yeah, there is, and that's kind of a bit like me. I'm not someone who knows loads of people and got loads of people around me all the time, so it is kind of like write about what you know. And it's that thing, it's like dealing with life on your own and not wanting to really bother anyone. It's almost like goes a bit unnoticed in the world. It's in London, there's a lot of life going on around him. But
which I was going to say is especially poignant when you're in the city.
Yeah, that's what I mean. People always think, oh, it's buzzy, how can you be lonely and what have you? But and he's a cab driver, so he's running people to special events and seeing friends. He's seeing it, but he's just not part of it. And I quite like that. And it meant that you can bring people into the episodes who don't have to come in it every week, because it might be a passenger or whatever. So that's like the premise, and it's not... The other thing that I've said time and time again is it's not a laugh out loud type thing.
Second series especially is very bittersweet.
Yeah. No, but that's what I like. I don't really watch that much comedy. I prefer... my favourite film of all time is Kes, Elephant Man. I was watching that Cinema
Paradise, yeah.
I love that sort of thing.
Beautiful, sort of tragic stuff.
Yeah, it just drags you in, and... I don't know, it leaves you with something.
The scene at the end when he watches the cut to the kisses.
Brilliant.
Floors me every time.
I'm not a crier. I'm not. My emotions are rubbish. I don't know what's up with me. But it doesn't happen. But on certain films, that was one of them. And even Kes, I can just watch the end of it and I blub.
I'm the opposite.
What?
I just turn it on in a minute.
Oh, right.
Oh, man, I can't stop crying.
Which is good for you, but, Suzanne's like that. She can, every night she's blubbing away.
Get me a couple of good adverts and I'll start crying. I forget what it was, but I was cooking last night, and the cooker is at the one end of the sort of galley kitchen. Cooker's at one end, the TV's at the other, and the remote is by the TV. And something came on, and I went, "I've got to turn this off." I can't remember. It might have been an advert.
Oh, hang on though.
Long Lost Family for me. If I don't get to Long Lost Family and turn it over before the first 5 minutes, it turns into a drinking night.
But I know
I can't let that happen.
I know what you mean with some adverts. I think, they say that there's a lot of people depressed in the country at the minute, and I do wonder if it's those daytime adverts you get on the telly. The donkey. The donkey one. Don't. It's like, turn it over. I can't. I'm not. No one's warned me. I've not been built up to this. And you see the sad donkey, and then you turn it over and then put it back. Then there's another one on for some snow leopard that's got a limp.
Yeah.
It's endless. So I struggle with those. I think things with animals.
I get quite a lot of notifications on my phone where I look down. And I went, "Thanks for your donation again." And I went, "When did I?"
Yeah, probably.
When did I do that? Because I was crying watching an advert. Exactly.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah. So. Give it a go. That's all I'm going to say. It's not about laughs.
I prefer the second series. I'm really enjoying it.
No, a lot of people have said that. A lot of people, I think because it took them a bit of time to get used to it, because it's not what they were used to see me doing. So the first series, a lot of people were just like, what's this? And they were just expecting lame little stories that didn't mean anything, and they weren't necessarily looking out for what we were trying to say. Like the first episode in series 1, it was to do with losing my girlfriend and not having anything left from our relationship apart from this sofa, and my auntie's husband died, and so she had lost him and I'd lost her, and there was a point when I'm sort of getting rid of this sofa, carrying the sofa, and at the same time that's cut with my auntie's husband being carried in the coffin, and then as he's cremated, something happens to the sofa where it's up in flames. So it was this sort of thing of we're both going through the same thing, kind of. But a lot of people were like, what was all that about? Just an episode about shifting a sofa. And it was like, wasn't that. It wasn't that. But that's because I think they just look at me as being this idiot, and that I wouldn't be interested in a story that's got a bit more meaning to it. So that was a struggle. I think with Series 2, the people who have been watching it kind of enjoyed Series 1, and so we hit the ground running a bit more. But just give it a go. I know there's a lot of telly out there, And it's a nightmare at the minute. If you're not, if you haven't got Scarlett Johansson in it or whatever, a lot of people just go, oh, whatever. So it's hard work getting someone to watch anything because there's so much. But if you've got a spare couple of hours, give it a go.
It's great to have you with us, mate.
Thanks for having me.
One question before I let you
on.
go. No, I have to ask this. This is an important question. You talked about favourite jobs, and your favourite job of all time was your paper round. And it's one of my favourite jobs of all time. And I got to thinking, I can remember on my paper round exactly who had what. Can you do that still?
What, like now?
Yeah.
There's a couple of addresses that I can sort of
I wouldn't remember the address, but I remember the house and I remember the paper.
Yeah, a few of them.
And there was an old guy. I'd come out. It was first thing on the Sunday morning.
Yeah.
And there was an old guy, and I'd come out, and he'd come out. Everyone else paid by account or whatever at the post office or the newsagents. And this old one guy would come out and insist on giving me the 65p it cost of the Sunday people. And every Sunday he'd come up and the old farmer or something go, thanking you. And that's all he ever said to me. Thanking you.
I already know I'm a better paper boy than you because
I'll tell
you why. Because none of my customers were up when I delivered the paper. I was there mega early. The ink was still wet. I was starting. I was out. I was waiting for the truck to drop the papers off at the paper shop. I was there at about 4:45, and they had the paper every day. And I tell you what, I must have got the best tips. I could do my round, get back to the shop, and if someone else hadn't turned up, I could do another one. I was there that early.
You're a Claire's, you. Great to have you with us,
Nice one, Dermot.
Appreciate
Cheers
it,
for that.
So, Tom, imagine this, right? You're a radio producer in Manchester. You're looking after some fresh-faced guys, Ricky Gervais, Stephen Merchant. But you're committed, pushing the buttons, you're on the sound deck, you're behind the scenes.
You're doing your job.
You're doing your job. But Ricky, he takes a shine to you. Suddenly you kind of become the off-screen butt of the jokes. But he thinks you've got comic potential. And before you know it, you're in front of the mic.
Plot twist.
I know, indeed. And not only that, you then become part of one of the world's biggest podcasts.
Wow.
Your playground catchphrases, there are memes about you, the lot. I mean, that's just the first plot twist in this guy's history. Karl Pilkington.
Oh, I love Karl Pilkington.
We know, Tom. I think superfan.
I think everyone knows.
Understatement.
A little bit, maybe. But he's just incredible. He started out with XFM, working with Ricky and Steve, does the podcast, then everyone knows him now from Idiot Abroad and The Moaning of Life. And now he's a lead actor from Sick of It.
Exactly, and season 2 of Sick of It is on Now TV.
Oh, I love this series.
I mean,
so
it's
good.
Great. Not only does Karl play a version of himself as the main character, he's also a personification of his inner voice.
2 leads.
2 lead characters, from a guy who went from behind the mic to in front of it to now 2 leads.
Incredible.
So needless to say, we were pretty excited about meeting Karl.
Very excited.
So not only were you nervous because, you're number one fan, and he did make a comment about feeling safer with me sat between the two of you. But this is also the first time, we've interviewed someone for the podcast.
First time
really
together.
Exciting.
It's a big deal. Talk about being in at the deep end. Karl Pilkington. And Fran, you said I was nervous. I have never, ever seen you so quiet before.
I've never seen myself so quiet, to be honest with you. I don't think Karl was as nervous as us, though, was he?
Probably not, no.
I mean, he was just chomping on an egg mayo sandwich beforehand, which I feel really put me at ease.
And just biscuits.
If someone's chomping on an egg mayo sandwich, you know that they're pretty unfazed by the situation.
No, he's done it before.
Well, let's get stuck into it. Karl Pilkington on the Plot Twist podcast.
Bring it on. So, Karl, we were saying obviously off air that we've met before, although I'm not sure you remember. But
no,
I think
I don't, and I don't know what the protocol is in this industry. A lot of people say you're meant to sort of go, "Oh yeah," but I just think that's lying is the worst thing you can do because you're just digging a bigger hole. So you're better off just from the outset. It was the screening, wasn't it, that you were at? You said,
yeah, the first series.
Well, my head at screenings, honestly, I'm terrified. I'm nervous. It's not my environment that I'm happy in. So don't take it the wrong way that I don't remember you, but there was quite a lot of people there. And in this industry, there's a lot of people hanging around who go, I don't know what you do.
You were probably having that moment at the bar, that slight bit of peace.
I don't even remember having time to be at a bar. This was after it.
This was after the screening, so we've seen episodes 1 and 2.
I do remember it now. So it's in that other room.
But there was a few people sort of lurking around. I was like, I'm a huge fan of your previous work.
You were with someone?
I was with 2 girls, 2 influencers, yeah.
You're doing a good job of pretending.
No, I've just remembered then.
I'm quite sad that we captured Karl remembering this interaction, because I really enjoyed it previously when it was just...
He doesn't remember.
Absolutely no recollection.
It's the story of my life.
It blocked it out because obviously it wasn't important to my brain. It wasn't a big highlight of my life, and it's gone. But it's interesting how the brain still remembered it when you explained it a bit more and a bit more and a bit more.
The visual cues reminded you of being in the situation.
Yeah, it's really weird, that.
I think Tom was probably having one of those moments where he forgot that you could see him, so he was just staring at you.
Yeah.
I just think the whole famous thing is ridiculous, and I'm not comfortable even you being a fan, in a way.
Have you ever been starstruck?
Do you know, I haven't. It's sad, isn't it? But I think what it is because some people would think I'm famous, and I realise how unimportant I am, how sort of useless, and how I fell into this by accident, and how the industry's just stupid. So it makes me realise that it's all just daft.
That they're just the same sort of person that you are.
Yeah.
And therefore there's nothing to be intimidated
There's nothing to be, that's it. And then there's the other thing of, if you meet someone who you like, and then they're not that nice, and you go, oh, that's that ruin then. I almost want to treat people who are like a cartoon. You know what I mean? You're not meant to ever meet them. They're these people who live in the telly.
Fictional character that stays fictional.
Yeah. There's no need.
Well, Tom was admiring from afar. I think that was...
I suppose I was, yeah. But it's a lesson also not how to approach... Don't approach a celebrity like that.
No, but listen, take it the good way that I didn't remember you, but you didn't do anything bad, and I didn't think, oh, he's weird either.
True.
I had no memory.
There's still time.
Really. Yeah, no.
There's still time.
There's a lot of time.
So as we said, our podcast is called Plot Twist. So we're looking at talking about unexpected twists and turns that occur on or off screen. But I suppose the most obvious place to start is, what's your favourite sort of plot twist that you've seen in a movie or a box set, or do you have one that particularly stands out sort of in your mind as the most memorable?
Do you know, I shouldn't be on this because I don't watch that much telly.
Do you not?
No, and I think if I did, I probably wouldn't have had a go at making telly.
Well, because you've been intimidated by it, maybe.
Yeah, and it's weird how now, I'd say since I've been doing this, I've watched a bit more, and now I do feel more intimidated because I'm aware of how good some of it is.
Is it almost like an open audition versus a closed one?
Yeah.
When you don't know who else is auditioning.
You're right. Yeah, that's exactly what.
But what makes you different to anybody else in that sense?
What are you saying? Are you having a go?
No, not at all. No, but it's in
what you think everybody's like that, or
but why shouldn't you go onto a set and feel like, well, I'm no different to you. I can do this.
Because most people have had training and they can do it. I can't ever imagine working on something that I'm not involved in. I don't think anyone's going to be going, Pilkington's who we need to get his agent on. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Everything's always been because I'm involved in it. And maybe, to be honest, I'm a bit of a control freak, so I don't know how I'd take it if, Spielberg or whoever said, get Karl in. I'd probably talk myself out of it before anyone's turned the camera on. I'm not confident. That's what's weird, in a way, when you were talking about being in that bar and going, oh, God, he's coming over. Oh my God! Do you get that thing where you can't?
Uncanny.
I didn't mention that because it all happened very quickly. And
that special moment then?
No, because I'd been stood there for a while, and actually somebody else came to approach you,
right.
And you said, "No, I've seen this guy. He clearly wants to have a chat." And you came over, and I just said, "I'm Tom from Now TV," and we had a chat. Yeah. I also said to you that Sick of It gets better when I watched it again, and you thought I said that because I was with two girls and I was trying to show off.
Which sounds like something that you would do, to be fair.
No, but it's
Pretty
true.
accurate.
It's true, because I think seeing it the second time around, actually getting used to the premise, because it is so different to everything else you've done.
Well, that's the biggest battle I had, and it's eating away at me all the time. Does me head in. But what was I about to say? The nervousness, feeling like shouldn't be in it, and I was wondering. I bet I was more nervous in that room that night when you met me than you were about anything else. Most people who get into this sort of work are probably from a certain background, a certain confidence. They just made for it more. They've thought it through more. They've thought it's a dream. They're chasing it. Whereas all this I fell into it, didn't I, by accident. So I'm always a bit kind of, what are people going to think of this? And everybody knows I'm blagging it.
Was there any
Everyone
part
knows
of
I'm
you
blaming it.
before that I looked ahead and thought, actually, I would like to do this?
No.
Like years and years ago.
I mean, I enjoyed watching the odd film and what have you, and I did a few things at school, public speaking and a bit of a talent show thing, but it wasn't kind of like, do you know when people talk about it and they go, and they came off stage and they go, this is it, I've found my destiny, or all that. I was like, thank God that's over.
You say everything happened by accident almost. You kind of fell into each of the
definitely
the paths.
Yeah, without a doubt. Apart from the radio bit, that was the aim. I wanted to get on radio, and that was, when I think back about that, I think that was because when you're on the radio, you can just empty your head, say what's going on in your head. No one's there to sort of question you. We don't want a phone in. You know what I mean? It was just me in a room at 2 a.m, playing the odd song and just waffling on about stuff without someone saying, shut up. So, in a way, that was easy for me because no one was there. Whereas in front of an audience, like I say, doing a Q&A, that thing you went to, anyone who doesn't know what it is, but, you know, before something goes out on the telly, they have an event, they have a screening, they put out 2 episodes, and then you have to come out after, and everyone does this awkward clap, and then you sit down, and you kind of think, oh, I wonder how many are here because it's the job to be here. I'm sure they've got better things to be doing. Could be at home. They've got family to look at. And here I am holding them back, watching something they probably hate. And I just feel like just like, let's get this over and done with because I know you all just want to go home.
But it's really interesting how you talk there about, you know, you're about to walk out on stage and you're thinking to yourself, why are they here? They've probably got somewhere else to be. That's really similar to obviously this character that you've created.
Well, it's me.
That talks down
yeah.
the you character. So how do you sort of break apart those two, or was it based on you
no,
and your own
it's based on me and my own worries and thoughts and, you know, wanting to be better. I mean, that's what's sick of it is. It's a relationship between me and the voice in my head. And the voice in your head, you know, it's there all the time and it's not always your mate, is it? It's like telling you you're not good enough. Why are you bothering? You know, doubting everything you do and all that. So that's what it's about. That's why it's not a fun. I don't think it's funny anyway. I just think it's I hope people liked it because they might relate to that the constant battle.
Because it's billed as a comedy drama, but it's not really a comedy drama, is it?
I don't know. You see all these categories of telly at the minute. I just go, I don't know what a lot of these mean.
I think what it is from the comedy perspective is everyone has that voice inside their own head that they battle day to day. The notion that we've got this brain that talks against us when actually it's our own muscle is quite bizarre. So I think that's probably where the comedy piece comes from.
The comedy is the relatability, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that it's relatable versus kind of explicit, laugh out loud humour. It's that.
Yeah, that's what I'm after. I think jokes. I don't really do comedy stuff, and it's weird because people always. Just before I did another podcast and someone at the start did the thing of, you know, the lead up. Karl Pilkington is a TV presenter, podcaster, author, comedian. And I was like, whoa, hang on, who told you that? Because I'm not that. And it's weird how just because I've done some stuff with Ricky and Steve, who are comedians, they go, well, you're one of them.
Put in the same bracket.
It's just so funny, isn't it? How people just go, well, you're one of them because you're with them. Do you know what I mean? And it's like I'm not. I've never classed myself as funny. I know I have a lot of thoughts, and I put them out there, and then people sort of go, "Oh, that's funny. I've had that thought."
But it's that relatability piece, isn't it? Yeah.
And I prefer that. I think that's better than anything. That's important in life, isn't it? Relatability. That's how you get on with people to relate.
Get by.
Yeah. If you have a mate who's constantly telling jokes, after a while you go, "Shut up."
I really enjoy your perspective on things where you kind of state something that's so incredibly obvious, but actually people don't talk about that. Like I was listening to something where you were saying, why is the alphabet in the order that it's in?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not actually a question that I've ever heard someone ask before, but actually it's such a glaringly obvious question.
Well, it seemed like such an important thing at school. Like they're telling you to know this thing in this order. And it's like, well, before you tell me what order it's in, sometimes, if you know why it's in that order, it helps you remember it.
Yeah.
So why have we started with A? Who's decided? And the teacher was just like, just learn it. And I get it. Honestly, I do get it. When you've got a classroom of 35 kids and then someone's going, why is it in that order? I get now. I look back on that and go, I get why she got annoyed with me. But at the time, it's a question.
But equally, she didn't answer it.
She didn't answer it, and probably because she didn't know, and I still don't know.
I don't still know, and I would really quite like to find out
and
that
it doesn't.
answer.
But the interesting thing is, now with technology, you don't need that order anymore, do you? Because you just search, you type it in, whatever you want, and it finds it. You don't go.
I wonder if you were that way inclined as a kid. Like
what, questioning?
Just questioning things.
Yeah, but still now, and Suzanne, my girlfriend, has always said that is why you're a bit daft, because you're not learning what they're trying to teach you. You're questioning what they're trying to teach you, and sometimes you shouldn't do that. You should just listen and take the information and learn what they're telling you. Why are you constantly going, why? But I asked her why, because I think it would help me.
Yeah, help you digest it. If you understand how you've got there,
yes,
then you'll learn it. Do you think because everything is so accessible to us that we perhaps don't use our brains to retrieve things like information? So actually our brains have become potentially more redundant to have moments of just
they are redundant
talking to ourselves.
I don't know if we've just gone off the rails with what life's about and how working stuff out and learning by your mistakes. You need, obviously there's serious things like don't lick the brown live wire. That isn't something you can learn,
That's not a test and learn, that one.
But just everything else, especially because the world changes. So the world, from an old person's perspective, is different anyway, because they've lived there and been through a lot and things were different for them. So you just learn as you go along. And I just wonder how much of that is still allowed, or how much is being so controlled by mums and dads of don't let them see that, that'll upset them. You need to be upset. That's part of life, and you learn how to get over those problems by having to face them. If you're not dropped in them, it doesn't mean they're not there.
Yeah,
it's a weird. Is this meant to be like a
I was going to say
light-hearted chat?
It can be whatever you want it to be, Karl.
I was just engrossed there. I was really like...
And I do struggle putting into words what my brain's trying to say, but
in a way, you've applied those learnings to Sick of It.
Yeah, I have. And the confusion, and there'll be some people going, I don't know what he's going on about. Some people will say, I haven't got a voice in my head, and maybe they haven't, maybe mine's a bit louder. But what the beauty of today is, everything's on demand, isn't it? So when you put a programme out, it's kind of there forever. And hopefully the people who get it will, when I say get it, that's not being sort of snobby going, if you don't like it, then you don't get it. You might not like it. But the people who sort of go, I'm like that, I can relate to what's going on there. It's nice in this day and age that it isn't just on a Thursday night and then it's gone. This stuff hangs around forever. And I think that's the other reason when I was saying to you about, I'm not that interested in funny stuff. I think funny stuff dates. You know what I mean? You watch some funny stuff from the 70s and you go, Jesus, this isn't funny. Whereas I think problems in the brain are similar as time goes.
Yeah, whenever it's timeless. Yeah.
So it is a bit more timeless, and we're living more in a timeless time where stuff is around for longer. So I think relatability and all that.
But to go back to the kind of you accidentally fell into it and acting wasn't kind of the childhood ambition. Obviously you co-wrote Sick of It. How did you go from being acting's not really for me, I find it a bit intimidating, to I'm actually going to be the lead character and the mind of the lead character?
The two lead characters, right?
The two lead characters, essentially. From the I don't really want to be on the screen to actually I'll be on it and I'll be there twice.
Yeah, at the beginning I was like, no, don't want to be on it. I'll just write it with Richard. And I'm trying to picture it, because I remember we were writing in a room about the same size as this, but with no windows, because I get easily distracted. And the way I work is I always like to put everything out on the table and say, I'm not good at this, I'm not good at that, this is going to be rubbish, it might not work, we might have to bin it. Just so I'm putting out all my worries on the table, and then whoever I'm sat in that room with doing this thing, they know that that's my starting point. And if you want to carry this on, this is now your responsibility, because I've just told you that I'm rubbish at all this. So if you don't walk out of the room, that's what you're getting involved in. But he's known me a long time, Richard. He was involved in the travel stuff from day dot. Day dot. So I think I said something. Part of the script, I said something, and he said, "Oh, that's such a you thing, that saying that. I can't imagine someone else saying that."
You're just planting the seeds.
And I was like, they'll be able to say it. They're actors. You give them the words, they do it. That's what an actor is. They'll do it. But I think at that point, I knew that it's like, oh, he hasn't let go yet. He hasn't let go that I might not want to be in this. And we kept going and going. And with me, I know I need time. I'm not an impulse type person. I really overthink everything to the point of it's not healthy. You know, that voice in my head can talk me out of anything, and it's down to someone else to sort of shut it up.
Yeah, I'm the same.
But if there's not someone there pushing me, which in the past has been either my girlfriend or like mates or, you know, Ricky and Steve pushing me into stuff, Richard in this. But it's weird because, like you say, it went from definitely not to suddenly I was doing it, and it was really crafty. I tell you what,
from Richard, or was it just a process that?
I think from Richard, but I think what it was, he said, technically, because I'm in this thing twice, he said we're doing a day or two practice, just technically. But I wonder if a bit of him was also doing that to see if I just go, I can't do this. I might actually have a go and then balls it up, and he'd go, actually, you're right, you can't do it. So I think, as well as being a technical run-through, it was also a run-through for me to see if I can do this. Because it's a different ball game, sort of acting. And when I say acting, it is me. You know, I only have to tap into the emotions and that I have in my life. I'm not, if someone said, cry, you know, I'm not a crier, really.
You're good at the laughing, though, in Series 2. That was give Joaquin Phoenix run for his money.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
You said that was quite a plot twist, really, because you'd never really seen Karl in that capacity.
The beginning bit of episode 1, I've never seen you smile so much.
And I remember, Richard, something I don't do is like rehearsals. You know, like some things do workshops and
table reads.
All that. I don't do any of that because all that's going to happen is I'm going to go, it's rubbish, rip it up. So we have to like go, that's it, and then I'm changing it anyway, right up till they go action. I've been scraping, you know, scratching things off the paper, putting something else on there, changing. So there's no point sat in a room going through it all. And Richard didn't know whether I'd be able to sort of laugh. He's going, I've never heard you laugh, though. And I'm going, I'll do it. When it comes, I'll do it. I'm not going to do it for you now. And the same, there was a few scenes like that where he was kind of like, oh, I don't know. You know,
when you're doing it in your sleep, though, in the series, that was really good. That was really, really good.
I do have to ask.
I was surprised.
For anyone who's not seen the series, there's a dream sequence where your face is superimposed on a baby's body in a pram, and you're being tickled by Ruby, the love interest. Yeah. And I just wonder, you know, my interpretation of that was in his dreams, she's his happy place.
Yeah.
Was that the right thing? I didn't know if there was a deeper meaning there.
No, it's that it was that. Like I say, spoiler. If you haven't seen it, turn this off.
Yeah, but this is not the podcast for you.
Yeah, but no, it's the meaning was that I liked her, but I didn't know it. See, in the episode before, she'd shown a bit of care when I found a lump.
Yeah.
On my bollocks. She was the one who I went to because it's like, well, she's a carer and she might know if I should worry about this or what to do. And I've got no one else in my life showing me care. She showed a bit of interest. She was worried about me. She was checking up on me. And then that, without realising, I'm sort of like, even though at the start of the series I don't like her, I see her as the enemy, suddenly it's like there's someone in my life here who's caring for me. And that got into my dream. And then that's her. Like say I'm a baby, she's picking up the baby, she's showing care to the baby. It's me. As a baby, you're at your most sort of, that's when you need someone the most.
Vulnerable, yeah.
So that's where the idea came from, that sort of.
I mean, it was extremely surreal, but I loved it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird. I tell you what's weird. Someone said, why is it? Because in series 1, there was a episode with a baby. episode 2 when I'm like,
was it the
sperm test and that?
Yeah, there was like a battery operated one of those
sort of trial things. And someone was like, and that scene was a baby in a toilet. And they were like, what is it with you and babies in toilets? And it's like, I don't know, but it's coming from somewhere. It's weird because when I come up with these stories, and you know, they do all come from a place, you know, a worry, a stress. It's funny how a lot of feedback when it first came out from people was, I just preferred seeing you. You know, not a story. I just want to see you. And it's like, well, this is more revealing than any of the other stuff. Because it's all come out of my head and it's my worries. Every one of these little episodes about feeling useless or could I have done better and going back and trying to put a wrong right and all that. It's all coming from me. So if you like me, then you should like this. But it just seems like anything you've got to follow, rather than the travel stuff where you can dip in and out and just see me dancing about. It's easy. That's easy telly for people. You can watch that with one eye on it and the other hand messing about with the phone and another. You know, it's that sort of telly. But whereas this is, you've got to follow it.
But even with those, they kind of put you in a situation where you were shown at your most uncomfortable, right? So
Yeah.
you only saw one side of you. You didn't actually see the other bits.
Look, and there was times when we were away filming when I enjoyed something, and whoever was in charge of that trip would go, "Oh, we didn't think you'd like it." And I go, "Yeah, it's good," but they never show that because it's not as interesting as seeing someone having a bit of a breakdown. You know, it's like I'm a Celebrity, isn't it? You know, they show you the arguments and the stress. That's the telly, isn't it? So people sort of go, "Oh yeah, are you really like that? You're constantly sort of moaning." It's like, no, I'm a heck. You know, that's a part of me.
Edited down
It's
version.
edited down. It's a 9-day trip, and you're watching 45 minutes of it. And it's like, why haven't you worked that out?
Wow, so that was Karl Pilkington talking about his experiences on An Idiot Abroad. Fran, can you imagine what a 45-minute edit would look like of you over 9 days? I would love to see that.
I truly dread to think. I mean, you'd get some real nuggets of the great times, but...
Oh, you get the bad.
bad times.
And that's making the edit.
As a reality enthusiast, I would love to tune into it, just not be the centre of it, to be honest with you.
Oh, I'd leave the edit on that for sure.
But I mean, moving on, like, honestly, how was that for you meeting him? Because I personally found it quite surreal going into, because I really expected that what I'd seen on screen was kind of Karl Pilkington, the character. But then in real life, it's kind of like, where does that start and end?
I don't know if he is a character, because like on all these shows you kind of see a version of Karl, don't you? And you kind of see that in Sick of It as well. He was kind of this regular guy, but the more the interview went on, you kind of saw how his mind works. And he's actually a really deep, considered thinker, isn't he?
Yeah, he was really truthful with us with some of the stuff that he was talking
so
about.
Honest. Yeah, really
and
honest.
you can see how he got to the premise of Sick of It, because actually you can see when he's thinking that internal voice going.
Yeah.
Like, I would just love to see his actual inner voice sat there to understand what's going on inside his mind.
He almost was.
I know he almost was. He did kind of let us in a little bit. A few times he kind of let out what he was thinking. But I just thought it was a truly sort of fascinating interview and a side of him that I didn't really see before as a viewer of kind of the programmes that he's been in.
And how he plays himself down as well. He's so sort of self-depreciative.
The whole premise of, I'm not really an actor, or if I was good at this, you know, but actually he's doing it, he's living it, and he is good at it, but he can't kind of see that in front of him. But I mean, needless to say, some of the best nuggets were yet to come.
Oh, they were, for sure. Yeah.
So let's get back to it.
Our interview with the one and only Karl Pilkington.
Is it fair to say you cared about this more than other projects?
Yeah, just because, you know, there's room and space to care for it. You know, if you go back, you know, to radio's very throwaway. What happens, it's gone. You leave the studio. You can't go back, change it, that's it. Podcast, it was kind of, we did that because Ricky and Steve were busy, didn't have time for making a better one or anything. It was like, we've got an hour, let's go in a room and chat. Again, that was it. And Ricky said that's what's exciting about it. What you get is what you get. Whereas a bit of me was always, these are rubbish. These are really, can't we do it again? He's going, it's great. What's up with you? And I'm going, I don't like it. And then the travel stuff, again, you know, if you're flying to the other side of the world, you know, you can't get back and say, let's go back and like do some better stuff.
It's very finite.
It is what it is. Whereas with the scripted thing, there's so much time to sit and ponder. Every little bit of everything that's in Sick of It, I don't know if people notice, but everything that happens, every little scene, it's all linked to the theme of the episode in some way. It might not seem it, but it is. And I really enjoyed that. It was like doing a jigsaw, and it felt like proper telly. You know, this is like we're making something proper here. Whereas the other stuff has always been, like I said, throwaway. It's kind of very, you know, you watch it for a bit, you never think about it again. You're not meant to watch and then turn it off at the end and think, like, what was he saying there? So it was good to have that time to sit and think. And another way, a bit of me didn't enjoy it because it's very easy just to go, let's start again.
It's an overthinker's nightmare because you can keep tweaking and tweaking and tweaking and tweaking.
Yeah, which isn't good for anyone. It's like people have plastic surgery, innit? And they go, my eyes look good now. Oh, but look at my nose.
They keep going.
Yeah,
they keep going. No one ever just has a little bit and then leaves it. It's you mess, you fiddle. That's what you do, innit, as a human. Messing about all the time.
But did you always know that the same person was going to play the inner voice? Or did you ever toy with the idea that actually sometimes the inner voice feels like someone who's not you?
I don't think...
Would you have
So
been...
like a totally different actor, which would have been a lot easier. But I think what we wanted to make sure is, say if someone just dipped in.
Yeah, it's less easy to digest.
Yeah,
when it's
different. Like, oh, it's him, it's in his head. Like, even a bit of detail. The hat thing is, you know, my inner self in Sick of It has got a woolly hat on. Now, a bit of that is to help the audience to know that, oh, that's the inner self. Just so as you continue watching it, you always know which one's the voice in my head. But another bit of it for me was the fact that was like a little insecurity. Even in my head, I don't want to see myself as being bald.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, we never used it in a storyline or anything, but it was kind of that's how I'd want to see myself. I don't want to see it.
So if you were talking to yourself...
Put a hat on.
Put a hat on.
Yeah. I could have gone for a wig.
I
could have gone for a wig.
Yeah, I mean, Tom definitely understands.
Yeah.
Do you hate
that difficulty?
We did some testing over Christmas for the podcast, and we did about 40 minutes. The shiny bald head got mentioned about 4 times.
But Tom,
why?
I think because
Why?
it's one of Tom's insecurities, he puts it on the table and mocks himself. So I think it's
that's
fair
what you
game
do.
for other people
to... You mention it first.
Yeah.
But then people take advantage of that. It's like the elephant in the room. Oh, it's been mentioned. Oh, let's take
all
it down now.
Pile on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bundle.
Yeah, I know, but it's... What can you do?
Hair transplant.
Yeah, have you thought about it?
Not really. I'm quite comfortable with it, actually. I thought
think you just need to
when it
own
first
it.
started happening, I was like, oh, I'm going to look absolutely terrible. But now you just get used to it.
It is that, what did you just say, owning it?
You should just own it, yeah.
It is that. I liked having hair, and there was one of the travel shows when they did a hair thing in some country called I can't remember. They didn't call it a wig, but it was something that was glued to your head, so it was permanent for 6 months of the year.
Yeah.
Like you can wash it. And I was like, oh, this is good.
You look dead happy with that.
I know, I really was. I was like, it's took years off me. But you just have to own it. It's like people with false legs, isn't it? They wear shorts a lot. You see the metal legs. They don't wear long trousers. They go, no, I'm gonna own this. I want people to know I've got false legs. And it's that. Be proud of it. But it's bad in rooms like this, isn't it? Because I can see the shine
reflection.
on yours.
I can see the shine
it's
on yours.
Blinding.
Yeah.
And it's weird. It's weird how, like, it's weird. You know, when there's no shame in a way. You do TV programmes and chat shows and stuff. And yet I might be talking. It happened the other day. I was on this morning with Philip and Holly, and we're having a discussion about something. And someone just comes in and starts colouring in my head. Just like they paint in a room. Do you know what I mean? Just
Anti-shine.
slapping it on, yeah.
One of the things I did want to ask was playing Dougie and Derek. Like, how much of an influence was that leading into Sick of It? Did that help that you'd had a little bit of that experience?
Just eating a biscuit.
I was going to go with the biscuit question. Would have been very relevant for right now, but
Dougie. Yeah, I didn't like it. I remember being out with Ricky, and he said, "Do you want to be in it?" I was like, "Oh, I don't know about that." And he said, "No, just in the background. We'll just put you in the background, and now and again you get the odd line." And I was like, "Yeah, all right." And then it just sort of snowballed, and he was saying, "Oh, do a bit here, and come over in this scene. Do a bit in this, do a bit in that." And it was so different to what I'd been doing. And like I've been saying to you, I need time. I need time to get used to ideas and what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. I just felt really overwhelmed Just like, I can't do this. And what was weird in that, there's a lot of characters in it, so they'd call you up and you'd have to be on set for, I don't know, 6 a.m, and then I'd have that stupid wig put on, and then I'd be sent to like a trailer, and I'd sit in there worried. And the longer it went on, the more it sort of plays up, and suddenly it's like 11 o'clock. It's like, I've been here since 6. What is going on? It's like, is there a camera in this thing, and this is the test to see, almost like a police cell or something, where that's what they do. They keep you in there, so you start like stressing out and what have you. I know that I've been in police cells and stuff, but it's like mind games. So it wasn't for me, and that, in a way, that it just scared the hell out of me, especially because like there's people in it who are actors, like Kerry and
David
Holly.
Earl. Yeah.
David was like me. David was in the same boat as me. We were both sat there going, what is everyone thinking when we're just winging this and messing about? And especially with some older, if there was older cast in there and proper actors.
But you had some really intense scenes. The daughter that took her mother's ring. He properly went in on her.
But I remember saying to Ricky, I can't do this one. This is like proper. And he went, well, look, just have a go at it. And if it doesn't work, then we'll get round the story another way. But just give it a go. And I think part of you see me sort of a bit shaky and a bit angry. And it's because I'm actually scared. That sort of adrenaline in me being like, I don't know if I can do this. But then the woman who was playing the one who's getting the ring, she's a proper actor. She's in like this country and all that. And I think she came over and sort of said, that was really good. You sort of made me forget my lines because you were like having a go at me. Yeah. And I was like, oh, sorry. And she's like, no, that was good. That's what you should do. So I was like, oh, all right then. But I didn't sort of do that and go, I've cracked it. I'm Christian Bale. Do you know what I mean? I just went, I got away with it. I don't know where that came
so
from.
Good.
But
You
I
can't
got
say
away
that.
with it. No, but that's... And I wish, honestly, I really wish I could, at some point, get the confidence. I don't know how much stuff I've got to do before I go, actually, maybe I'm not bad.
Well, I love that you talk about people as actual actors.
Yeah,
I was opposite an actual actor, and I was just there.
No, because I
winging
think,
it.
Because you've got to give actors respect. And, the ones who do it, proper acting, when you can just, you can be someone else. And I don't think I'll ever get to that. You can't wing that. Crying on demand and being...
doing an accent.
That
just,
for me.
On the CV for when Spielberg calls, that'll be the 2 absolute no-goes. They can't cry and they can't be...
But saying that, but I'd say, listen, I'm a real person and I'm not much of a crier. I just go a bit quiet.
Well, things that don't make you cry, biscuits.
So season 2, we obviously open with you chomping away on a packet of ginger nuts.
Yeah.
Which obviously I can hugely identify with. Real biscuit lover.
I love biscuits. And again,
we've seen you eat 3 actually in this one recording, which was again you say that he's true to life to you. I feel I've really seen
But
that.
also in the series, it's about it is you talk about like emotional eating and stuff, don't they? Sometimes you turn to crappy foods and that if you're not happy. So that's kind of what that's about, even though it was also a reason just to have some biscuits on set.
Well, we played quite a fun game where we had to choose for each other what biscuit we would be if you took biscuit form as a character. So if you had to be a biscuit, what biscuit do you think you'd be?
What can you just tell me?
So I got a digestive.
So I thought Tom would be a digestive. So he's, pleasing for the masses, not particularly controversial.
True.
Maybe looks a little bit crumbly, but pretty sturdy.
I don't even know what that means.
Dunking in a cup.
You look crumbly.
Like, is he on the edge? Not quite sure, but actually he's pretty sturdy.
So I said you were custard cream, didn't I? Because once you've had a few, I've had enough of these.
Yeah, and he also said fancy to look at, but a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably true.
Right.
Yeah.
You see, and it's got to be one biscuit. I can't say, well, I'm an assorted. I'm a assorted collection.
An assorted.
Could be a special pack.
Because just because
a Fox's assorted mix.
Are any of us the same person all the time? Do you know what I mean? So I might pick a biscuit today, but you phone me up tomorrow. I'm not saying you do, But I'd have a. He probably would. Yeah, he wouldn't phone. He'd knock on the door.
No, he'd just be standing at the window looking in.
Yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
come on.
So, but today, if it was a biscuit,
yes. Who are you? What biscuit are you today?
Probably something like I don't know what they're called, but I think Foxes make them, and they're kind of two ginger biscuits with a bit of cream in the middle. So I think I'm sort of nothing special to look at. It's a ginger biscuit. So what? It's ginger biscuit. But if people give me time and get to that squishy bit in the middle, they'll go, "Oh, actually, it's not what I thought."
There we go. That's also my favourite biscuit.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying that.
Oh, you just.
I'm the one in the
Of course
Fox's
you are.
assortment. I go
Looking for them.
straight for that.
Of course, you say that, Fran.
Yeah, well,
And that I would have said that
That's a good answer,
outside
then.
of this forum as well.
that's weird. So, but that's why sometimes you got to give someone time to think it
And you
through.
hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah, I think that says a lot about me. I think once people, because it does annoy me, that's one of the things when you're on the telly and all that. People always think they know you, and they made up their mind, and then once they get to know you, they go, "Actually, you're not that bad. I thought you'd be annoying," or whatever. So that's a good biscuit as an example. That little treat, you can't really see. It's not a thick mid. You just think it's a ginger biscuit in the pack.
Just a
don't you?
normal everyday biscuit.
It just looks ginger, and then you pick up, oh, hello, there's two here. There's two. They're stuck. What's that? Sticking it together, and it's like a really top quality, creamy substance, isn't it?
Delish.
So, there you go.
Right, we've got another fun game. Another feature of Sick of It at the beginning was Would You Rather?
So
we've
for
got-
anyone who's not seen the series,
Oh, yeah,
you open up on your I was
Date.
going to say date,
It's not a date.
but it's not a date.
thinks it's a date.
Yeah. The
Where-
audience would think it's a date.
We perceive that it's a date, and the lady in question, who is actually technically being interviewed to be a carer for your aunt, you play a game of Would You Rather?
Yeah, and the question was kind of to me auntie because she wanted to just do fun brain games. That's what's good for old people to get them thinking. So it was the What Would You Rather game.
So we thought it was a great opportunity to do a few What Would You Rathers.
Go on then, Fran, kick it off.
Go on.
So obviously it is the Plot Twist podcast, so the first one has to be around the notion of some classic plot twists that you might see in a film. So you're reading through a script, you're really on board with the character. Maybe it's Spielberg's giving you the call up. You're reading through and you suddenly encounter an unexpected twist for the character that you're in the lead for. So would you rather be eaten by a shark or slowly poisoned by a family member?
Well, there's a difference here. Hang on.
I appreciate that the narrative of that film is probably highly confusing, that both of those could be an option.
No, but it doesn't matter, does it? So basically, this is a film. It's not my real life.
This is the character that you're playing
Right. So which would I prefer?
Yeah.
as the lead character to be killed off.
If I'm killed by a shark, then that means I've got to be in the sea. Right?
We'd
'Cause
hope so,
that's
yeah.
where they knock about, isn't it?
Well, very fancy,
Yeah.
Paul.
So, yeah, but the poisoning thing seems very relaxing, isn't it? It's obviously it's in a cup of tea or something. It's very easy. Whereas I know if you're doing a scene around water, it's a lot of faff. There's waterproof cameras. There's health and safety people there.
They're going to probably have to CGI in the shark.
There's going to be a lot of messing.
Are you a good swimmer?
Terrible
Another
swimmer.
problem.
So, just on that level, now I don't care about the film, and if it was my film, and I'd be going, oh, but it's a bit dull, innit? It's a bit dull, the poisoning thing. We did a lot of scenes in Sick of It. That meant it was hard work. The scene in the pedalo,
Yeah.
no shark involved. It was just a boat and water.
Purely on water.
And it's an absolute nightmare because a pedalo
Goes everywhere.
drifts.
Yeah.
And they're on this other big boat with a camera, and they're going, can you just wait there? And it's kind of like, not really, no. It floats. There's not a break. I'm moving about. You follow me. I've got no control of this. So just selfishly, thinking about the filming, I'd go for the poisoning.
And just on a
Is
side
that the
note,
right answer? Is that what
there's
you mean?
no right answer.
No right answer, yeah.
I
Well,
mean-
let's do a more generic one, shall we? So would you rather be reborn in the past or born again in the future?
Oh, it's so hard because the future seems scary, doesn't it?
It does.
I feel out of place now. You know what I mean? nearly 50. I can't keep up with it. So the future will just be like mind-blowing, won't it? I think all the fun out of life will be gone and we'll just be sort of brains in jars.
Or the plot twist might be that everyone gets so bored of the technology that we actually
go backwards.
Revert backwards.
Yeah.
Bit of a gamble, that. You've just made that up. Might not be the case.
No, I have. You could go into the future and it is crazy. There's no guarantees.
Skyscrapers everywhere.
I was always moaning about graveyards, sort of like, look at the amount of space taken up, but they might be the only bits left for a walk, because you can't build on them. People go, you can't, it's sacred and all that. But so they might be where families go for picnics. You might be picnicking on top of dead bodies because that's the only bit of green land left. So,
I thought you would have said the past.
I know, but there's a little bit of me that's like the future. You want to look round the corner a bit, don't you? There's a bit that's like, how is all this going to end?
With the past, at least you're stepping into more of the known, whereas the future's the unknown. And
I'm definitely deciding the year. So it's not like I don't just go past and then I end up in a time when there's no Nurofen, I've got a banging headache. Because it's things like that, innit? That's things that we take for granted.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm answering this without being honest.
I also feel like you're answering as though we're about to put you in a time portal machine and put you there.
I know, because isn't that's it, isn't it? It's a question, so you've got to think it through. And like, I don't want to walk out of here and go, oh, what have I done? No, sod it. I'm gonna go future.
Ooh.
Oh, adventurous.
Go for it.
Talk about unexpected turns.
Yeah. We kind of know what's been, and I suppose it can't be that bad. I said the future was going to be bad, but there's good and bad at every time, isn't there? Every time you go back, you haven't told me what life I'm being born into. I could be like some king. You don't know. So I'm going to go. It's more exciting. The unknown. Go on. What year? 2050?
Oh, we haven't really
go beyond that.
Yeah.
Wow.
One last thing. As you know, we're a little bit new to this podcasting malarkey. And obviously you've got a bit of a previous. Yeah. What sort of advice would you give?
Well, I just told you, I'm not giving out advice. You've got to learn
I was about to say, I knew you could ask. I thought, just say he doesn't like to give advice.
I was going to say, how are we doing? But I'm
it's
scared
weird,
for the
though, because you're working, this is for Now TV, isn't it?
It is.
So you've got to sort of maybe give out a certain sort of vibe and all that. You got to be a bit upbeat. You know what I mean? It's sort of a bit like watching Phil and Holly here. Do you know what I mean?
That's a
You're keeping it going. You keep sort of upbeat and all that. Whereas, so it's tricky. I was lucky that, the three of us did our podcast and there was no one else involved. So we were allowed to just be us, which is the ultimate freedom, that, isn't it? Just
it's authentic,
be yourself.
Isn't it?
Yeah. So, but you're doing all right. You've got your questions and we've managed it. I mean,
reference Holly and Phil.
We've made it out the other side.
It's the biggest compliment in my career.
Which do you think of sort of all of the projects you've been in, all of the experiences to date, has been the most unexpected that you would never have foreseen coming?
All of it. From the moment I got onto radio, it's all been like, how did that happen? And the weird thing is, if you'd have said to me when I was a kid, like, this is what's going to happen, I would have been like, you are joking me, aren't you? I don't want to do that. The idea of it terrifies me. So it does amaze me when I think of keeping myself to myself, then suddenly it's like you're fronting a TV programme or whatever, or you've got to sit in front of a crowd at a screening and talk about what you're doing. It's mental because it's just not me. But there's a little bit of me that wishes, I sort of go, I wonder if life would have been pretty good if all this didn't happen. I wonder if I'd sort of be a bit happier inside.
There's huge pressure in this industry.
I don't even want to be like sounding like that, like, oh, there's pressure in this, it's hard work, this. Because it isn't compared to a lot of jobs. But it's just that you lose a little bit of normality. When you go somewhere, the other day I was in Wickes just buying some salt softener for the water softener thing. There was a lot of kerfuffle. And it's just like, look, I'm just normal. I'm just in there buying this. I'm just buying water softener stuff. It's no big deal. And that I don't like it. You can't be moody with people because it's part of the gig. But that's the bit when I go, when's this going to go away? It's weirder because I think if I was Tom Cruise, I don't think that would happen. I think people would be like, "That's Tom Cruise," but nobody would probably go over. They'd go, "Tom, you can't go over. It's Tom Cruise. Leave him." Whereas, it's just Karl buying some water softener.
Really feel because the characters you play that
He'll love it. Well, it's
relatable,
so
and it's.
You go, I know what he's like, and even if he tells me to sod off or whatever, it's be funny. Karl told me so, but there is times when it's just like, I don't know what you want from me. Do you know what I mean?
So really, if younger Karl was doing this now, the kind of narrative that your life has gone in would have been the plot twist version of the unexpected versus the expected.
So are you, like a sliding doors? Maybe I'd see myself. I'd be on that train being hassled and I see me in that other world looking quite relaxed and looking over and nodding my head at myself. Like, you shouldn't have done it.
Could have gone one of two ways, and this is the way that it went.
And he's just sat there quietly reading a book, quite happy with his coffee and a donut, and I'm sort of being mobbed or whatever. But I don't know. You can't. It is what it is. You can't moan about any of it, can you? And it's just that you always want everything, and you can't have it all, can you? There's a lesson.
Well, Karl, thank you for being on the Plot Twist podcast.
Is this the first one?
This will be the first episode.
Well, it was all right, wasn't it?
It's been great. I feel we've learned a lot about the series, a lot about
We've chatted about all sorts of stuff, ping-ponged about. It's always the best sort of chat. Some interesting bits, a lot of waffle.
We're good at the waffle.
You get rid of that. No, I thought it was all right. Cheers for having me.
Have you ever thought about making the jump from writing and entertainment into power?
I'd like to see you maybe be the Manchester United boss. Imagine you're dressed for it now. You got that kind of sports look about you, Karl. Imagine you boss of Manchester United.
Late, isn't it? Who can go in and fix that?
I think you give it a good old go.
No,
wouldn't
I
it?
feel sorry for Ollie. I mean, again, get annoyed. I'm a kind of a United fan.
What would be your managerial style?
Shouting. I'd be a Fergie thing. And to be honest, that was one of my New Year resolutions that I'm going to try and because Richard, who I did this with. I always struggle in life at getting points across. I know we're just chatting here and hopefully what I'm saying is clear, but sometimes I've got a lot going on in my head and it's trying to come out quicker than I can work it out.
Right.
And when I'm trying to describe something, people sometimes just look at me like, I don't know what you're going on about. And I get frustrated and then I have to shout. If like nothing changes, I have to shout for people to understand that I'm not happy because I haven't got the words or the brain to do it in a calm but clever way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. So in football, that would be the hairdryer treatment. You'd be a hairdryer type
it
guy.
It would, yeah. And I don't know if that would work in this day and age. You know, where the players who Fergie was sort of managing is different from your Pogbas and your Lingards now. Maybe shouting, they'd just go home and that'd be that. They wouldn't listen. It wouldn't work. But
you got the Tony Pulis type outfit on with the old baseball cap.
That's very true. Old school. But yeah, the position of power thing. The other thing with me is I can have a proper rant. I do it all the time with my girlfriend. I'm like, I have a proper moan, and she's brainier than me, and she'll go, "Well, you're wrong there because X, Y, and Z," and I'll go, "Oh yeah." And that'll be that,
right?
Okay. So I can feel like, you know, let's fight them on the beaches.
Yes.
And then someone will sort of go, you know, we can't. The tide's in.
Yeah.
And I'll go, all right, yeah.
Hello, how you doing? I'm Craig Parkinson. You are listening to the Two Shot Podcast. Sit yourself down, pop the kettle on. We're going to have a nice old chat. Who's it with this week? I'm going to tell you right now. How the devil are you? Are you keeping well? Keeping safe? More importantly, are you keeping indoors? Of course you are. Of course you are, because you're a sensible lot. Well done. But look, I'm not here to talk about that, because it's, you know, every time we switch on the radio, we switch on the telly, we read a paper, it's there. What we really need is a bit of escapism. And I can't think of a better way than to delve back into the mind of Mr. Karl Pilkington who came to see us a few weeks back. But I'll get onto that in a second. Now, I'll be honest with you, it's trying times for all of us self-employed working in the arts. And I've spoken to a lot of other podcasters as well. What we're going to try and do is going to think outside the box. I'll be honest with you, right? For the next month, we've got you back. I've got episodes in the bank and they're all cracking and I can't wait for you to listen. After or possibly before that, what we're thinking of doing is to play about with an idea, is to get you involved, the listener. And I was watching a bit of Ramesh Ranganathan and Jamie Redknapp doing Instagram live talk the other night, and I thought, well, if that's something people would want to get involved with, then we could do that, couldn't we? So I spoke to Griff. We're going to work out a way how to get it sounding really nice, and maybe we can record it and put it out as a podcast as well. So if you haven't joined Instagram, I think now would be the best time to do it so you can get joined in. So the plan is that I set up a guest, so it's me and the guest on Instagram. We'll do a little bit of a talk. It's not going to be as in-depth. It's not going to be an hour. I'm thinking maybe 30, 40 minutes or something like that. We'll have a little talk, and then you, the listener, get your questions ready, ping them out to us on Instagram, and we'll answer them. The guest will answer them. So we all get involved in the conversation. How does that sound? So keep your feeds open and ready. Join Instagram. Get ready. We're hoping we're going to sort this within a week. But once I've got the guest, I will sort out a date and a time, and then I'll do a little announcement on this platform and on social media as well. And then we all join in and we all have a big old lovely conversation. How does that sound? Good. I'm glad you like the idea of that. Sounds all right, doesn't it? I think it could be a real buzz. Now, also, a massive thank you to everybody that supports us on Patreon. And I'll be really honest, my livelihood's gone. All productions have ceased. They've all paused. I don't know when any filming is going to be happening again. And there's loads of people I know that are in the same boat. But also, friends who run restaurants, producers, theatre directors, stage crew of television and film, we're all in the same boat. So if there's anything that you can do to help us support and keep this podcast going, I understand that it's testing times for all of us, and we've got to really knuckle down. But if you do want to support us, then go to patreon.com/2shotpod and donate whatever you can to keep this podcast going during these testing times. We will try and repay you with some of the best conversations that you're hearing. If you're new to the podcast, this is episode 119. Go back. There's loads. You've got time on your hands now. Stop in. Get up to date. There are brilliant and fascinating conversations, and I'm proud of each and every one. I am. So, get your headphones on. Don't go out. Stay in and get listening. Right. So, I need to preface this episode that I was running late for Karl. Anybody that knows me knows that I am a stickler for time. I really hate being late for people. I feel very embarrassed about it. But I was late for Karl because I was at another meeting on the other side of town. It was chucking it down. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. There's no excuse, Craig. Should have set off earlier. Yes, I know. And I knocked on the door to Karl's hotel when I got there. And he answered the door just in his T-shirt and his underpants. I said, Karl, why? What? He went, oh, well, it was raining, so I had to take my jeans off and dry them. I said, did you not want to put them on? He said, they're still wet. So he waited for his jeans to dry because he didn't want to sit there in his wet jeans. I understand. It was just a very comical sight to see Karl Pilkington in his underwear. So this is Jeans On episode with Karl Pilkington from London. And we start off having a nice catch-up because it's been a while since we've seen each other. And Karl poses a bit of a problem. Well, you'll hear. And I hope that by the end of it, we waded through the woods quite a lot. And I think we got a resolution out of it. Anyway, this is the self-isolation tonic we all need right now. It's lovely to have Karl back on. He's an absolute joy. And I hope this really brightens your day. You enjoy. This is episode 119 of the Two Shot Podcast. And it's always a pleasure. It's just great to welcome him back. He's Karl Pilkington. Enjoy. I shall see you at the end. But it's like when you go in from place to place, or you've got to do certain things for work, you don't want to come back to somewhere clinical, and you want to go back somewhere comfy.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel like a hotel.
Have you ever been to Vegas?
No.
Hotels there.
Soulless,
massive. I mean, like, I'm not joking, I'm not exaggerating. When I was filming travel stuff and I had to go to Vegas, you could do a 20-minute walk to your room.
Really?
Seriously. And you wouldn't always find it. You'd have to go back and say, where's this again? And they give you a map. And then it's really bad when it's like, they give you a lad to carry your case and all that.
Yeah.
He's shattered. By the time he gets to your room, you want to say, do you want to stay the night? Because honest to God, it's like, are you going straight back? Do you want to brew or something before you set off again? Ridiculous. But I hate it. And I remember being there, and I got down to the reception. I went, I've left my headphones in my room. Oh, no. And I couldn't be arsed. I was like, do you know what?
Leave them.
I'll buy some more. I can't be bothered. I cannot be bothered. That's how big they are. And, they have... there's a lot of deaths and that in the hotels in Vegas. Like, people commit suicide because they've lost the money. And they have, like, special corridors so you can get to every room if they have to shut a corridor off because there's a...
So it doesn't go past all the other guests?
Yeah.
God,
and all that,
so
and they have a special mob to come in, clean up the blood, and like within an hour, someone else is in the room. It's proper like mad operation.
Oh my God! Well, it's just a machine, isn't it?
Yeah. But I worst place on earth. I can't stand Vegas. It's just.
How long were you there for? Did you go?
It's always like it was for filming, so I was always there for like maybe 2 nights maximum. But it's enough, and it's
2 nights too long.
Everything about the place isn't me. It's like people off their head. Just moods, you can sense that people aren't happy. They've lost the money gambling it. They go there thinking they're going to turn their life round, and it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
And you go to like a Denny's in the morning, like those cafe, like diner things.
Yeah.
People just with their heads in their hands, they've lost everything. People arguing on the street. It's sick everywhere. It's just, what do they call it? They used to call it like, back in the day in America, it was called this. Is it Sin City? Is that Sin City?
Yeah,
Sin City. That's it, innit? So everyone's doing bad. And it's like it's just in the air. Like badness.
Yeah.
Horrible.
And lots of noise, Karl, lots of
Constant
distractions.
Noise,
you wouldn't like that, would you?
Hate it. I hate the distraction. That's why I sorted this room out for us, because I thought, I was worried when you said, I get a cafe or something. I was like, don't know about that.
No.
Clanging.
That's why we're not in the usual place today, because it's half term for one, and 2 doors down is Harry Potter, and it's like half term.
Of course, yeah,
doing more shows because it's half term. It's like just like loads of kids, loads of tea, loads of noise.
I can't do it. So well remembered.
But the other place that we've got was really quiet as well, so it's all fine. But this is nice.
Yeah, no, this is all right. It's good, isn't it? You've got to be comfy for one of these, I think.
I think so, because we never know how long we're going to get into it for, do we?
Well, that's it. And you also, if you're in a cafe, I imagine you feel like you're in the way, or you start whispering because you don't want people... I'm a bit funny about people hearing what I'm talking about and all that.
Luckily, normally where we record, we're like down in a bunker, so there's nobody else that comes down there. It's just us. But upstairs, sometimes you can hear like clanging. Tourists and clanging, and sometimes it sounds nice, sometimes it can be a bit distracting.
Yeah, I can't do it. So I've done well here.
Well,
what are we going to chat about then?
I don't know. How have you been first? Because it's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it was all exciting last time I saw you, wasn't it? Because it was like...
Why has it gone disastrously downhill?
It has a bit. It's just kind of... I'm not doing anything at the minute, and I don't even know what I'm meant to be doing or what I want to do.
Is that nice? Is that nice?
No, it's not.
Oh, you feeling a bit uneasy about it?
Yeah, really... like life, life's long and that, and what am I doing now? I'm all right for money. I'm not, worrying about paying a bill or anything, but just that, like, what am I meant to do now? And I haven't got any major pastime thing that I can say, well, I can do that.
I
like gardening.
I was going to say, you've always got things to do and tinker with you, haven't
No,
you?
but I've been at home, been cleaning a lot. Suzanne's going, you're driving me mad.
Get out.
With the cleaning thing. And then
right.
I tell some people, and some people have said, sign of depression that when you're cleaning all the time. It's like, no, it's not. It's just that I like the place being clean. Honestly, they're going, that's like, you're being, it's like you've got nothing to do. It's like, no, I just like a clean house. Everything's that now, isn't it? It's like if your house is a scruffy, it's like, oh, you sign of depression. It's like everything's that. It's like, no, I just like cleaning. But I am a bit like restless, and I don't know what I'm meant to be doing.
So there's something in you that's going, I need to do something, but I just don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is, which is, I've recently had a origami, sent off like an origami set.
What, to learn origami?
Well, just, because it's something to do, innit? It's like creating something, but it's not a mess. It's not like having paints everywhere and all that. It's just some paper and, create something and then just... you can destroy it after, and you know what I mean? It's just not a big... Do you know what I mean, though? There's loads of hobbies that take up... You've got to buy loads of things and have a special room for it and all that, whereas this is just... I'm a bit bored, let's make a chicken or whatever, and then sort of screw it up and what's it... But I haven't done that. I haven't done it yet. It turned up the other day.
It's arrived, though?
It's arrived, but he's drying it out because the postman left it outside and it's been pissing it down on it. And it's like, of all the things to leave it outside...
paper.
Yeah, but it's like special... It's like thinner paper than normal, and a book with the different things that you do with it. So I'll have a go at that.
About yoga, Karl?
I keep hearing, that it's a good thing to do because I've got a bad back, but I'm not that good at. Is that your sandwich?
Might be my sandwich.
Yeah, I know it's you're meant to sort of. What are you having there anyway? What's
ham sandwich?
Right. Look at that.
Oh, Brill, that's fantastic.
It's
just my sandwich being delivered.
It's
you're all right, it's fine. Thanks very much.
Do you need the cutlery?
No, I'm sure it's fine. That'll be grand. Thank you. Cheers.
The yoga
I'm only saying that because I started it last year when I was away working. I quite enjoyed it. It's quite hard, though.
And you with a group? Before. With a group of?
Yeah, but it was only like I started it. In my first class, there was just like 5 women in it who had obviously all done it before, like they were dead bendy and dead good.
And you feel like they're watching you?
No, I didn't actually, because I just stood at the back.
Yeah.
And I didn't feel like intimidated around. I just wanted to sort of keep myself to myself and focus on what I was doing, see if I could get something out of it.
Yeah.
I'm looking at your face there and it's filling with dread.
Yeah, it's this sort of group stuff I don't know. Don't you find it odd when you've been on the telly and then you turn up to something like that? Don't people sort of make a fuss?
They don't make a fuss. Do you know what I find worse? I don't mind someone coming over and saying hello or asking for a photo. Like, it's just staring. If they're just staring.
I'd rather not put myself in that. I'm rubbish with that. I can't get used to that recognition thing. To the point of I'd rather not go to places. I've become a bit... You become a bit... Recursive. Do you ever go through that stage of like being a bit of a hermit and just like, do you know what? I'd prefer to just avoid it.
Well, I kind of think that sometimes anyway. When it's nothing to do with kind of being recognised. It's just like, sometimes I'm just really not in the mood.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you go out and if someone comes over and wants to sort of chat and all that and you're not in the mood, you've got to, haven't you? Because you can't be rude.
Yeah, you don't want to come across like a dick.
No, and you're never going to see him again. So it's not like you see him again and go, look, the other day I was a bit of a knob. Sorry about that. Let's have a chat now.
Yeah,
you can't.
No.
And I liken it to like, before telly and all that, if I went out and you saw someone who you knew, but you weren't in the mood for a chat and you'd sort of keep your head down, look the other way and keep walking. Like, there's nothing wrong with that person. It might be someone who you know well, but you just want to get on with your day.
Yeah.
But it's like you can't do that because you don't know who's going to recognise you. You can walk down the street and, like, someone recognises you, you don't know them, and they just want to get into a big chat. And sometimes I'm just like, I I just want to, buy me salt for me soft water, soft note. Do you know what I mean? I just want to get on with my day.
But it's hard because some people can't. And as you say, you don't want to be rude. You don't want to be a dick at all because you don't want to be.
Who wants to be a dick?
No one. I would hope.
No, well, that's it.
But some people just can't read the situation.
Yeah,
and they kind of want to stay a bit more. I
ain't moaning about this. It's one of the things in it because you go, listen to him.
No, but I understand it.
Yeah,
and if it affects you, sort of going out and doing your day-to-day things, then
yeah, you just got to pick your times, haven't you? And it just always happens. I mean, I don't have to go out that much. I don't have to go to the pub and all that. I'm not that bothered about that. But just day-to-day stuff, going to home base. I've got to be in there a lot. Like you say, I'm into gardening and that. I'm always in there buying bits and pieces. And someone's always there, sort of like, oh, what are you doing in here? And it's kind of like, well, why wouldn't I be in here?
I've got to do the garden.
Yeah, there's stuff to buy, yeah. And I just want this. And it's when they make a fuss, I feel all like, just, I've said hello. And then, they sort of go off and get the workmate. And it just turns into a bit of a...
Do you find it embarrassing, Karl?
Yeah, really embarrassing, yeah, because I'm just a normal person. Do you know what I mean? I'm not Justin Bieber. I'm not in this world of like a bubble of having loads of assistants and everything. I'm nipping out by my patio magic. Do you know what I mean? That's all I want.
Yeah.
And it's getting to a point where it's saying to Suzanne, it's like, can you go and get it? I'll wait in the car. Because it's just... I'm sure it'll pass, but at the moment it just seems... I'm not in the mood for it.
How does Suzanne find it? Like, say, if you're out together, is she
People can be rude sometimes. Most of the time they're all right, and they'll sort of go, they wait for the moment. They sort of, say if we've been out and we're having something to eat, some people will wait until, like, they can see we paid the bill, and they'll come over and go, can I have a quick picture? And all that. But sometimes it's like she's not even there, and it just kind of almost pushing her out the way, and, they've already got the camera recording and all that, and it's a bit weird. I don't know.
Do you think people just get a bit sort of overwhelmed and a bit overexcited and they're not really thinking?
I'm a bit like, why? And it can come across like I'm being miserable, but I don't get it. It's like, what have I done that is this amazing?
Well, just because I've been on the telly?
Yeah. I've thought about it a lot, and I wonder if it's because I seem more approachable. I sort of wonder if the Queen, it's respect, innit? It's a respect thing. And I think if the Queen went out, say if the Queen.
Yeah.
She went to Aldi or Asda or anything, I'm pretty sure she could walk around and I don't think she'd get hassled. I think there'd be it's the Queen. You can't hassle the Queen.
Muted whispers.
Yeah. Whereas I think with me, they sort of go, oh, he's all right.
Oh, he's one of us.
He's one of us, isn't he?
Yeah.
Way! Yeah. Headlock, and all that. I've had headlocks. I have had headlocks.
That's too much.
I know, that's what I'm saying. So
you didn't. That is.
But I can, no one's going to do that with the Queen. No one's going to go, hey, look, it's like the stamp. I've got the stamp in the head. So, I mean, so it's like, I haven't got that. So it's like the worst situation. It's like people just go, he'll be fine.
He's an everyman. He's one of us, so I can do whatever.
So I can do what I want.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I think, I've just had some bad situations of that, and it's made me just a bit like, well, rather than moan about it, I'll just stay out of the way, stay at home.
But you shouldn't have to shut yourself away.
No, but it's me, innit? It's just me in my head worrying about I don't want to get niggled. And like I say, I'm not that bothered about going out anyway. I'm not someone who... I love me being at home.
Yeah.
I love being in the garden doing stuff. I like the cleaning. I'm not doing it because I'm depressed. I like cleaning.
You've got everything you need there.
I've got everything I need. Yeah. Like a good dinner now and again, but you've got to having nice food. You can't have it every day, can you? Otherwise it's not a treat. So
yeah, it ceases to become special.
Yeah, and then I get myself ready for, and I tend to go to places, nice places that you kind of go, do you know what? I reckon I can go there without getting a headlock.
That's the goal.
Whereas Greg's or something like that, if I nipped in there for a pasty, I can guarantee something's going to happen.
If you want a Sunday roast and you're going on a harvest day,
forget it. It's not going to happen.
It's your own fault.
Suzanne still goes. She goes to a Toby Watson and all
Toby
that with her
Carvery.
mates, and she
Again,
goes.
the same.
But she's like, it's brilliant, you know. And it's you can go back, and it's like, yeah, but it's not worth it. Have it been able to go back and get seconds and all that? I'm not going to enjoy it because I'm going to be worried about going up there. Sunday, everyone's had a drink as well. They're going to be more confident because they've had a drink, and I'm not willing to, you know, have a headlock for the sake of
another Yorkshire pudding.
No, it's not worth it. Not worth it. So, but yeah, it's annoying because it's like a moaning again. I don't want to do that.
No, we're just talking.
I know.
But I know you don't go into these situations that much, if ever, really. But how are you, like, work dues when there's lots of sort of businessy people around? Put yourself in that situation.
I went to they have a wrap party, don't they, at the end of a film in a series, and you have to go to that because it's a chance to say thanks to everyone and that.
Yeah.
No, but when you're the main thing in it and you've been working with everyone
and you've written it,
you kind of I think it's a chance to have a proper chat with people and that, isn't it?
But that's a controlled environment, isn't it?
That's true. But I don't go to other parties or anything. I don't know if I told you last time. If I start, I can't remember what we talked about last time, but if I just repeat anything, just say, oh, you've done that. But anything like a wedding or, any get-together, and that's nothing to do with what I was talking about, getting an headlock.
No.
From a young age, I've never really gone to social gatherings.
Well, like family dues and stuff?
Yeah, I don't do it.
Is that because it fills you with anxiety, or you just... Where's that come from, do you think?
I don't know.
Do you find it's just hard work?
It tires me out. I'm absolutely shattered. Like, even just company round, or even seeing, like, my mum and dad, love them to bits, like catching up with them. But I have a rule that it's kind of like, I do one night at theirs, and if they come to ours, it's like 2 nights, and then, come on, let's get you home because...
Enough's enough.
We've had a chat, we've had a catch-up. I don't want to ruin it. I just think the longer... I mean, it's a bit like doing this. The last time I saw you was when we did the last sort of podcast. And I think it's good. You don't have to see each other that sort of often.
No.
And there's something in...
I mean, we've been in touch a little bit on
on text or whatever, but it's kind of... I remember when I went away with Warwick Davis, did some travelling with him, and then when I got back, Ricky was saying, we're all there, and then Warwick wanted to meet up again after it all, and I was like, we don't have to, we've had a good time.
What, to carry on the relationship?
Yeah, and I was like, we've done it, we've been through some good experiences, bad experiences.
Let's leave it there.
Let's leave it, because, and there's something in that, I kind of wonder what the world would be like if you didn't have friends who you saw every week, because I wonder, you get into this rut and you talk about the same shit and it's like, yeah, you've told me. Whereas if you meet different people and you're getting different stories and people telling you different ways of looking at things, I wonder if you'd change as a person more.
I bet you would,
Yeah, but you don't do that, do you? It's like...
Well, not necessarily, but do you ever have a clear out of friends and go... Sometimes I don't know why we're friends. Why have we been friends for so long? I don't know what it is.
Well, it's weird for me when I haven't got that many mates, and again, that isn't a oh Jesus.
No, it's a choice.
It is choice because I don't know why. I've always been like that. I remember leaving school, and then a lot of people who I was close with at school. It's like the day you walk out, it's kind of like see ya, and that was a part of that life, and I'm moving on. But do I ever clear out?
You know what I mean by that, don't
you?
Yeah,
like, do you go as far as, like, delete that number?
I have done in the past, and only because, that sounds harsh, doesn't it? But only because it's like, wait a minute, we haven't spoken for like 18 months. Now, any sort of relationship, you've got to sort of put the effort in. Both ways, surely.
Yeah.
And I feel that I've been the one that's been putting more effort. So, do you know what? It's gone.
Yeah.
And actually, whenever that's happened, in the brief times it's happened, I've gone, yeah, I feel all right about that, actually. That's good.
That's the end of that. Yeah. That's like closure.
It's done, isn't it?
You see, I have moments when I look through my phone, you know, like when if you're in a waiting room, dentist, doctors, and you don't just want to sit there looking at everyone, so you look down and you look at your phone, and I'm pretending I've got people contacting me when I haven't, and you're having a clear out through the phone book. But I look at my phone book, or I might think, who can I send a message to? Just say hello whilst I'm here. And my phone book is like Chippy, Indian, Autoglass Man. You know, fix a windscreen. Honestly, it's all stuff like that. That you're not going to send it. All right, how's the Chippy Man? It's not going to happen. And I'd sort of go,
shoes on the other foot at Christmas, though, isn't it? When you get a Christmas card from the Indian.
That's true. Yeah. No, I've had that. I've had that. Are you meant to give one back?
No, I don't think so. Right. It's just that's the one-way
I wondered whether that's like, God, that's really sad if you give
a calendar from the Chinese. You're going to use
that. But I haven't got enough. I mean, because you're told I have got enough, but we live in a world where it's all about that, isn't it? It's all about Facebook and social media and all that. It's about friends. How many friends have you got and everything?
Yeah, but that's like friends in quotation marks. They're not like friends, are they? Really? I don't think.
Yeah.
I suppose it depends who it is.
Yeah, no, I'm. How did I get onto that? It was the Warwick thing, wasn't it? It was. Oh, yeah. It was the fact that I was.
So what did you say to Warwick?
I just said no. And he sort of laughed, but I think I didn't just say no, and I explained to him that we've been through a lot and we've got those experiences in our mind now.
Yeah.
What else is there to do? Maybe in a few years' time, maybe have a catch up and go, remember when that happened? Just to reminisce. Just to reminisce. Yeah. That's it. But I'm not going to be going round, playing on his PS2 or whatever. It's not. It's happened.
Well, you're not 17.
So. No, that's what I mean, though. That's what's hard, isn't it? When you're a kid, it's easy to be mates. You just knock on the door and go, you're playing out.
Yeah.
But you can't do that when you're nearly 50. Are you playing out? So, and everyone's got lives, haven't they? They've got stuff to get on with.
Cleaning to do.
And the weird thing is, it's a bit like seeing you today because we're doing this. It's the same with like Ricky and Steve. I haven't seen them for ages because we're not doing a podcast or we're not doing a show together or whatever. So you sort of drift apart a bit and then you're doing your thing and they're doing theirs. And then when you do have a minute and you send a text and go, do you want to meet up? It's like, you should have told me. I've got plans. And it's like, well, I didn't know I was going to be free, to be honest. It's just that I'm about.
On the off chance.
Yeah. It's like, no. And before you know it, it's like, geez, I haven't seen each other for ages. So it's...
it's kind of easy to let things drift apart, though, isn't it?
It is if you haven't got a reason to meet. I imagine like Ant and Dec, I don't know what's the longest spell they've had where they haven't had a chat because they're constantly...
Yeah, but don't they live on the same street? Or something like that? Don't they live around the corner from each other? Am I making that up?
You must be... Are you thinking of... you're thinking of the two on Sesame Street.
No, I'm not.
You are?
I'm not thinking of Bert and Ernie.
They don't live on the same street.
I am sure that they both live in West London. And someone Google this now. If they live, like it'll be on Google where they live.
Yeah, it's not. That's a myth. If someone's told you that, that's a joke. They don't need to be that close.
Yeah,
together.
I know they don't need to be, but they choose to be. I'm going to take the Pepsi challenge for this, Karl.
That's not normal.
Griff, Google. Right, he's on it. We'll find out before the end of this conversation if they both live in West London.
But I wouldn't want that either. There's having a mate and then having them next door. Jesus Christ.
Now, don't put words into me. I'm not saying next door. I'm saying in the same vicinity. I did say street.
It's handy for stuff like... Because I don't really know anyone out on the road I live on. And there's times to nod. I don't do that thing of having Amazon dropping parcels off at them because I don't want them to think, right, well, we can do the same with him. And then I'm suddenly getting hassled with parcels and everything. So, exactly. Oh. Is that for us or is it for the neighbours? Have we ordered something?
Yeah.
Or are we just turning into a warehouse for next door? Do you know what I mean? So I don't want to get into that. But they'd be nice. That'd be good. Or if you want to go away and you can trust someone to feed the cats.
Who feeds the cats when you go away?
One of Suzanne's mates.
All right.
and she's good, reliable. But it'd just be nice, maybe, to have someone who you really know. You know, if there's something more important as well, that you need someone close by. I don't know, but you can't pick and choose. If you're going to have a mate, you've got to have a proper mate, and you've got to like. I don't know if I want that hassle.
Do you ever think you get to an age where you go, I've done it now, or I've got enough mates, or I've got exactly the quota?
Well, they say, I remember saying ages ago, do you need, I think, I said about Snow White having the 7 dwarfs.
Yeah.
And she had it all covered.
Right.
So should you have more than 7? Because she had every type of person there, didn't she? If you wanted like a bit of a laugh with the grumpy one,
yeah,
she got in touch with him. Someone who's happy, she had an happy.
Who was reliable out of that 7? Who was the reliable one?
I can't remember all the names.
No,
it's one of them.
There wasn't reliable, was there? I'm trying to think about reliable friends, trustworthy friends. There was one that was.
There's one that's sneezing a lot. I don't know what
yeah,
the point
he
was.
had a permanent cold.
Coronavirus.
Yeah, Google this
There's
as
a lot
well.
going on.
One with glasses who was like.
He was a doc, wasn't he?
Doc.
Was he a doctor, or was that just?
The only one that wasn't called an adjective, I think.
Yeah.
The others were all something.
Well, what was the one that had like ears? Who was like
dopey?
Was he dopey?
Yeah.
Is that what he was called?
Yeah, he was, wasn't he?
Let me Google this after.
Right. God, we need to have.
There's a lot. Just
I know. Googling first. Let's get the Ant and Dec thing sorted first. I'm not going to sleep tonight first.
We rely on that too much now, I think.
What, producer?
No, just just Google.
I know.
They used to, but they don't anymore.
Right, thank you. It's just for clarification, Ant and Dec did used to live right near each other.
I wonder how long that lasted before they were like, this is too much, this.
I just think it was after all the crash thing they went.
Oh,
do you know what?
Right.
Good advice here. You should move. Just have a little bit of a break.
It might have been.
Then maybe you come back together and your relationship will be even stronger. I don't know.
Just making stuff up now.
Well, pretty much. Just thought. We'll cut that bit out.
Cut that
out. We could have gone there. We didn't. Do you ever get invited to dinner parties, Carl?
Not anymore.
Why? Because you turn them down too much, or have you been?
I've done a couple.
Via like Suzanne's mates or your mates?
No, it was my mates. I think I prefer to just eat if I'm eating. I want to enjoy the food that I'm eating rather than that sort of thing of eating and talking
and
too much. That's when you end up biting your tongue and all that because you try to do too much in one go. I love my food, and it is nice to see a bit of company now and again. I don't have to do the two together, and I certainly don't want a lot of people all in one go. I like, I like seeing someone and then seeing them having a catch up, then moving on to someone else. I could never do that sort of come dine with me business.
Oh God, no.
Where I don't get that. I don't, and I don't cook. By the way, I'm not into showing off. A lot of people like doing it because they go, let me cook you my latest dish that I've learned and all that. And no, there's none of that. There's no, I don't, and I can't enjoy having people in my house because I'm sort of thinking, they haven't took the shoes off. But Suzanne's like, you can't, if they don't take the shoes, people don't want to take the shoes off. Some people are funny about that.
But then again, it is your house.
I know, and I tell you, things like that. I've I watch a lot of that. House in the country and Place in the Sun. People just walk into people's houses that they haven't bought yet, but they're houses in the country for sale. And then they go walking in. They've been out in the country, mud on the shoes, and they go wandering into someone's house. Straight away, I'm like, why aren't they taking the shoes off? They haven't bought it. They haven't bought it yet. It's not theirs.
Yeah.
And yet, just take your shoes off.
And they might not.
So I can't enjoy people in my house because even my dad can be heavy-handed. So again, I prefer to make more of an effort and say, I tell you what, let's rent a cottage or something and have like a night together and we can have a drink and a chat, order a takeaway,
keep your shoes on.
Keep the shoes on if you want because it's normally in a cottage thing, it's like stone floor thing. Have a nice time, get up the next day, gone. Whereas if people stay over in your house, they get up, what time are they going to be leaving? Are they going to be hanging around?
Are they going to have a lie-in?
Well, this is it.
Because breakfast...
Yeah.
I was in the Yorkshire Dales ages ago, right? And I got there and I said to the B&B woman, I said, what time's breakfast? On a I think it was a Saturday morning. She went, it's between 9 and 9:30. I went... That's
not a big window.
I said...
So not before 9, it's just literally...
It's between 9 and 9:30, which is quite a strict window for breakfast.
Yeah.
So already I'm going to sleep going, I'm scared I'm going to miss breakfast. And I wanted to have a nice sleep because I'd been out. I've never heard of a half-hour window for breakfast before.
Never.
It's full on, isn't it?
So hang on. So this is other people are in there?
Yeah.
So everybody, that wasn't just your window?
No.
Everybody's dashing down there.
Yeah, but you've got to remember how many was there. Let's say there's 6 rooms, but that's still...
It could be like 2 in each room.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a lot of people all to be suddenly at a
And when I was
fight.
down there was 4 other people, and then as I was leaving, somebody else was coming in right on the 9:25.
Did they get a look?
I don't know. I got my paper and went out. But they were cutting it fine, weren't they?
Yeah.
So because of that, I didn't have the best night's sleep because I'm worried about
missing
the cooked breakfast.
And yet that's meant to be a bit of a treat, isn't it?
Exactly.
Going away and having a night. But as I get older, it's like I do like my own space, and I think I'll have weekends away here and there, but it's for Suzanne. It's not really for me.
Can you relax when you go away?
No, I can't, because it's not my own bed. It's not my own pillow.
Would you not see it as a treat? Like,
For Suzanne, I do. I sort of go, this is keeping her happy. It's something different. It's something for her. She doesn't have to cook because we can sit and have something to eat. But I'm a bit kind of all over the place because a bit of me is like, I don't like change, but I also need change.
Exactly, yeah.
Because it drives me mad when I don't. So it's this weird thing, and I remember having it when I was younger. In fact, I knew that I could never do a job that... Do you know, like back in the old days, you had people who... Whatever job they did for life.
Yeah.
Suzanne's dad was the same. I think he had like 2 jobs in his life.
Yeah.
And I remember being a kid... I mean, Mum always watched Coronation Street. Mike Baldwin with that factory.
Yeah, the Knicker
For
factory.
years.
Yeah.
Years.
Yeah.
Never had a change. Did quite well for himself. Could have put his money into something else. Same factory making knickers. And I always thought I could not do that. I knew even at a young age, I'm talking 9 or 10 here, going, I don't want that. No. And he's successful.
Yeah. He had
the leather coat and all that. He always was the posh man with the
he had a
cigars.
Jaguar.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The Jag. But I thought I'd rather forgo the Jag and the cigars.
The
if it's like, and that factory was so miserable. He had that little room. He could constantly hear the machines going. Horrible. And I thought, I don't want that. I always want a change.
I don't know what I want, but I don't want
I don't want that.
Yeah.
And it's been that thing, though, where I always want a change, but what's happened, I'm at that point at the minute where I don't know what the change is. I can't do what I've done. I need something new, but I don't know what it is. And we all need routine. I know there's some people who sort of say routine's a killer or something. Met some bloke who told me that.
But we need some sort of structure.
Yeah, I know.
It's like children.
Yeah.
They need a routine and they need structure. But as we get older, we can loosen ourselves from the routine if that's what we need. But a little bit of structure helps, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I think. Personally, for me, I think it does. For someone who does something that I do that is so unstructured and so kind of unreliable, you know, from day to day.
Yeah, but at least, but what's good is you're sort of doing a bit of a different job. You might be in a different programme, or with this, you're meeting different people in different locations. It seems perfect, really.
But saying that,
Griffith, I think he's got the perfect job.
Why?
Because he's involved in something that's like people are enjoying. He's moving about himself.
Yeah.
He's got no pressure on him. As long as this is recording, he can sit there. He could sit there with his eyes closed. He could have a little sleep, and you wouldn't know. Do you know what I mean?
It's because he doesn't not allowed to speak, is he?
No, but it's like it's a really good, like, you might know what I'd be in the mood. I don't know who you're meeting next, but say if you're kind of like, do you know what, I'm not in the mood to meet them today, but there's a bit of pressure on you, to sort of show a bit of interest or whatever.
Well, especially when it's taken me so long to book all the guests. It's funny you say that because I was feeling this before Christmas, and it was dead cold. We were in Manchester, and we'd done a couple in the day, and then I think someone had to drop out, so I was like, oh, right, great. Now I've got to wait until this last one of the day. And it was the last one of the year, and I was just one up for it.
It's bad, that, though, isn't it? It's not the person's fault or
no,
anything. It's just you.
It's me in my situation. But do you know what? This person then walked into the room, and I'd never met him before, and I went, oh, this is going to be great. And all of a sudden I felt...
But what did they say before, though, about having friends who you've not met and then get rid of? You don't have to see them again.
No.
You can meet them, get on with them and go, that was a good experience. I'll remember that because it was nice. Off you go. Let's see who else is out in the world who I can meet.
But it changed me from being, I don't know if I've got it in me. And you know what I'm like? I don't want to put anything out that isn't I'm not proud of.
Yeah.
So I was going, oh, God, I'm trying to dig deep and muster. And I didn't have to because the conversation kind of flowed, but it changed me. You know, but it was a nice feeling.
Yeah. But it's good because it's kind of the same job, but it's not the same job. I need something like that. I need something where I can dip in. It doesn't take over my life. I can enjoy a bit of time off in between them, but I've got something to do.
Yeah.
You know, all right, I've got me origami. I can give that a go for a bit. That'll kill some time. It's the winter months as well that, you know, I was out in the garden yesterday. It's sort of in between the rain and that getting a bit wet. And I enjoyed it, but it's just this weather. It does not work for me, this.
Well, the first few months,
it's
January's
shit.
a drag.
It's not, no one, this is shit, this. It's horrible. Gets me down.
Well, no one's going out. No one's got any money. No one wants to do anything. They just want to stay in and put the heating on.
But it's endless. I watch the weather and it's like the same shitty weather at the minute. I mean, is it global warming or what? I don't know.
I've no idea, but whatever it is, it's a bloody mess.
Yeah, it's and I keep thinking about moving abroad. Did I mention that last time?
Yeah, we did touch on it. Really?
Yeah,
do you think you can handle that?
Suzanne's like, look, all right, it might be sunnier, but are you just going to be the same? Are you still going to be restless? Are you still going to be, I've got to clean? Are you just going to take the same life to somewhere with sun? But I think I don't know. I like the idea of it.
Why don't you try it out? Why don't you do a trial period? Because then there's nothing to lose. It's like go on an extended holiday.
Yeah, but it's not the same. That's holiday, isn't it? Holiday's different than
living.
living.
No, but if you go, right, do you know what? We're going to move here and we're going to have 3 months and then we'll see as a little dip my toe in the water and see if this would be a possible viable move.
Still dipping your toe in, isn't it? It's like when you see people on Place in the Sun and they're going, we're buying a place, we're moving out here. Have you been here before? Yeah, we did a week once last summer. We loved it. It's like, this isn't a holiday.
Yeah.
This is not, you're not going to be on the beach every day and you're drinking cocktails every night. You've got to get on with a normal life.
Yeah,
you'll be going to the shop, you'll be doing the washing. And it's that thing of, what is it I'm trying to chase here? I'm after the dream, but I don't really know what the dream is. And I've said it before, it's that thing of what you think's a dream. Is it as good as you think? And then you get it and you're, can we move back? No, we can't move back. And it's going to be a big upheaval. To move cats, it's hard. They're not doing another flight back. They might get through one flight. They're not doing two. They hate it.
Talk about something who likes the routine. They're like the structure.
Definite. So, and did I tell you that I had a bloke who read me arse, and he was like,
"No,
yeah, I met this."
He read your arse.
Yeah, there's
like a tarot reader.
Yeah, it's called rumpology.
Go on, explain more.
He came out that I was going to move to Italy.
Whereabouts?
He's not that good. No, he broke it. He broke it down to like the country and that, and it was weird because we talked about Italy.
Yeah.
And Suzanne wanted to go to Puglia, which I thought was weird. That it's like poo.
Right. Okay. Base, but carry on.
I know, but it was weird. It was weird. And
that's actually quite nice Puglia, by the way.
It is. No. So it's this thing that I was like, he's onto something here. He's definitely... How's he got that? Of all the things that he could have said to us,
Yeah.
it's pretty weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is something that we do want to do. And now I'm sort of thinking, do I really want it? Because that's what I've always wanted, but now I'm sort of almost taking advice off my arse. Do you know what I mean? It's like, well, it's what my arse wants. And it's a weird thing that which came first. But I keep thinking about it. Because it's like, does he know? Does he know?
What does he know that I don't?
Yeah.
But my arse does.
But my arse does. So that's always there. Every day when it's been like this, I'm saying, come on, let's have a look on like Rightmove. What have they got in Puglia? Let's have a look, and you find stuff. But it's a big thing. Our mums and dads are still alive, and you sort of go, we move there, and one of them gets ill. Then what do we do? And do you know what I mean? You never. I tell you what. I met another bloke called Daniel Swalo, and I keep in touch with him. I met him on my travels, and he was a bloke who gave up money.
He got a bit
fed up. He got fed up. He got fed up with life.
Right.
And he was saying he got a bit depressed. There's too much pressure on. Life's all about, you've got to make money, money's the answer and all that. And he just got to a point where he was like, it isn't. It's actually money that's stressing everyone out. And I think he said something like he had, it's American, and he had I think he said he had $5 left in his back pocket. And it was even stressing him out what to do with that last $5.
Right.
So he just put it he went in a phone box or something, put the $5 in there, and he felt really free. He was like, that's it, I've got no more money. So everything goes back to basics. And he found money, he found like food in bins. I mean, you've got to remember it's in America where there's a lot of waste there. And he found that if you went round the back of a pizza place, cold pizzas that people had ordered and then not picked up were put in the bin. So he got pizzas out of bins and they were eatable. I mean, not scraps. These are like nothing wrong with stuff.
Yeah.
Not even old. So the one we found was still a bit of warmth to it and all that. He'd find clothes in dumpers. He'd move around America, so in the winter months he'd go to where it's warmer.
Where was he living, in his car?
No, he just lived in like woods and stuff, because in America you can travel, can't you, on a bus for next to now, and he could hitchhike. People would give him money. I don't think he ever begged, but he found that when he told people a story, sometimes he'd sort of go, there's some money to get from A to B. If he told them that he wanted to get on a bus, they'd help him. He said there was always answers there.
But he was still using money.
It was something, he had it right. It was something like he never asked for it, but if it was offered, he could take it.
Right, so he had a strict set of rules.
He had some rules, yeah, because I was like, well, hang on, you're relying on people. And he's like, well, not really, no. If people wanted to help, he never actually begged, but it came to him. And I was saying, like, I'm stressing out. We're going to be hungry later. Where are we going to get food from? And he said, you're worrying. He said, the whole point of this way of life is don't worry, because the answer will come. Like, whatever problem you've got, it will sort itself out. And we live in a world where we're worrying about the future, and you might not even be here in the future, yet you're worrying about a time, like pensions and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like you might die before you even get to that pension age. And there was something really freeing about it. And that's why I've kept in touch with him, because...
Is he still on that path?
He's still at it, but the interesting thing is, that's why I was getting onto it. What did you just say?
That he still used money, or...
I'll tell you what it was, and I was saying, if I moved to Italy, my mum and dad and all that.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I emailed him recently, and his whole thing was being free from stress. And I emailed him, because he's got an email account, because he'd use libraries and stuff like that, a free email, and he'd go into a library and log on for free. And he sent me back a message saying he's had to move back in with his mum because his dad died, and she's really old. I don't think he'll mind me telling you this, because he does a blog and stuff as well to people who are interested in his way of life.
Right.
But but I found it interesting that there he is. I always thought he was the freest man in the world, and yet there's always something, isn't there, that's going to
pull him back.
Yeah. And he's had to do it because it's his mum.
And he's a decent person.
And he's a decent person. Yeah. So you never, if you're you can't have that life of being totally free. And I thought he had it. So a bit of me was like, maybe it's not possible. There's always going to be something that means you can't do what you want to do. But he was close to it. I really liked him. And at times when I'm fed up and like this weather's been getting me down, he can just like jump on a Greyhound bus,
move,
and go to West Coast or whatever. Just move about, see different things in the world. Move to, we sort of, the more money you make, you almost like anchor yourself down because you buy a house and you buy stuff to put in that house, and before you know it, all this stuff is just holding you down. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, in a way, I've got a bit of, I always sort of think, would I be a bit of a nomad if...
Do you think you could survive being a nomad?
I don't know. There's just something. Suzanne sort of always goes, "Oh, knobhead, you mean?" Yeah. But like, there's something about that thing of just being. People always say like live in the moment and all that, don't they? And I don't think I like that, but a bit of it excites me.
Yeah.
The idea of like where we're going to be next week, don't know. But we've got the freedom just to go. Let's go there.
It's funny because you're restless at the moment, but you're also anchored.
It's horrible.
So there's...
Yeah, and I think everyone's in that thing. Everybody's got a dream that they're chasing for, but it's almost like it's how many people get it and how many people are happy when they get it. Everyone's messed up at the minute, aren't they? I'm always like listening to different people, and that's what's good about your podcast. Hearing... Sometimes I don't know who you're talking to. I don't know some of these people, but you hear the story, and it's just interesting hearing where people are with the life and all that, and stresses and, all that stuff. And it just seems everybody's a bit mental at the minute. Everyone's like lost, aren't they?
I think everybody has a certain moment of just being lost.
Yeah.
But sometimes I think that's all right, because I think that's part of the human condition, that we're all to put their hands up and go, do you know what? I'm a bit lost. And I don't really know what to do, and it's a bit like you at the moment going, I'm dead restless, I kind of don't want to do anything, but I want to do something, but I feel like I need to do something, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I know.
So therefore, what are we doing? Are we overthinking? I don't know. Do you think you're overthinking this, Karl? Because it seems something that's quite weighing heavy on your mind at the moment.
Well, because you get one go at life, don't you? And you want to make sure you're not wasting it. That's the thing. I don't believe like you get another go and all that. You get this one go. And I was watching a video the other day on YouTube of Christopher Hitchens, is it?
Yeah.
Really brainy bloke. And I always sometimes I just like listening to brainy people. I haven't got a clue what they're going on about sometimes, but I admire like the way they can just say what they think and it's worded perfectly. Do you know the Stephen Fry types and all that?
Yeah,
love that. Wouldn't you love to be like that?
Christopher Hitchens.
He's like that. But on this video, it's before he died, like a couple of weeks before he died.
Yeah,
and he was on this stage talking, and he still had his brain. He had cancer and that, but his brain wasn't affected. His voice was a bit. But he was so passionate about the stuff he was talking about, and he's like right up, he's close to death, and yet he's still like loving what he was doing.
Yeah. So
it makes you sort of watch it and go, shit, he's dying there, and look at him, he's loving every minute. And I'm pissing about here, and maybe, Suzanne's right, or whoever's saying stop cleaning. I can do the cleaning, but I need something else to make sure I don't know, I'm doing something worthwhile, I think. I haven't got kids, so it's not like I can say, well, I'm bringing up the kids and I'm teaching them stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've got cats, you can't even teach them tricks. It's not like a dog, they just look at you, don't they? So it's like, what am I doing on the planet? What am I doing now? What can I do? And
right.
that's the point that I'm at the minute. I don't know what I'm meant to be doing. And there's, like I say, there's Hitchens and all that crowd, Stephen Fry with the good brains. I think it's too late for that. I can't get to where they are.
But is that something you aim for? Is that something you want?
I would have loved it, honestly, but I can't. As we start, I don't know even if we were recording at the beginning, but when we were talking about me and concentration levels are shit, and I try and watch the news and take stuff in, because it's like, if you know what's going on in the world, you're part of the world. You should know what's going on around you. And be able to talk to other people about what's going on. But it's just like loads of distractions.
I get told to turn the radio off, like when I'm on the school run and stuff like that.
Why?
Because my little boy can't handle it.
Well, because of distractions and noise.
Well, he gets distracted very easily, but it's more about the content. He's going, can we not have this on first thing in the morning? He said, someone's
depressing?
just... Yeah. He said, why has he just been stabbed? Why is this murder happening? What's the coronavirus?
What are you listening to in the morning? That's not...
just that when it comes on the news.
What, Radio 4 or something?
If it's on Radio 4 or if it's on Radio 6, they always have the news on, and he just finds it really depressing. And I'm going, actually, do you know what? You're right. This is not the way to kick off the day, to be honest.
I used to be like that. I used to be like, turn it off. But then people go, you shouldn't do that because it's not good to just...
But I do have to explain to an 8.5-year-old boy,
yeah, it's not good for an 8-year-old to
know
know what's going on and why someone's been stabbed in the head.
That an imagination sort of blows so many things out of
I
proportion.
tell you what, though, I'm impressed that he's listening to it because me at 8 wouldn't be taking that in.
Oh, he's a little elephant. I mean,
What do you mean?
I could be whispering something over here to Griff.
Elephants forget, don't they?
They've got big ears, though, haven't they?
Oh, right, okay. Did he forget or did they never forget?
They never forget. Griff, Google that.
They never forget.
They never forget. So he can hear everything. He go, what's that? Oh, he can hear everything. They listen. He's like a proper little sponge. He hears everything. Like the other day, and this will go out afterwards, so I'm kind of bunking him off school next week for a couple of days because we've got a few little things, arty, cultural things to do in Manchester.
That's good.
And, I think he'll learn
more there than at school, definitely.
What you would think. And he said, so what are you going to... We're walking back the other day, and she said, so what are you going to say to school? So I'm just going to, I'm going to say, you're not very well.
Yeah.
And I'm just keeping you home for a bit. And he went, but what exactly are you going to say? I said, I haven't worked it out yet. I'll just word the email in a way that's kind of concise.
He might have the coronavirus. Everyone's getting that.
Funnily enough, he went, why don't you tell him I've got the coronavirus? And obviously...
That's impressive that he's took that in.
He picked that up from the radio. And I said, I can't really... I've got to keep the lie quite small, Hardy, and I can't really say the coronavirus.
And then he went,
tell him I've got diarrhea. Well, that'll shut it down straight away.
I
said, well, I said, that's an option, but we'll see. I said, just leave it with me. But again, he heard everything about the coronavirus, and he was having a trip. He's actually, at the time of recording now, he's in Italy. He's in Rome. And
his choice or his arse?
I'll have to ask.
He's in Rome. That's an amazing place, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So he's doing all beautiful things there, and I've just been sent some photos and videos. But the day before he was flying, we took him out for lunch, and we were just talking, and he was saying, Mum says we've got to have hand wash and all that, and put masks on for the plane. He said, and he got right freaked out about the plane, the coronavirus, and suddenly he shut down. He went, no, because I've heard all about it on the radio about the coronavirus and people that I don't want to go. And he dug his heels in, going, I don't want to go. And I was starting to get a bit paranoid that he was going to have a little freak out about it.
So knowing stuff.
And it's not like he's seen that on the telly, because we don't really have. When he has the telly on, it's his time to watch half an hour or something, or a little film.
Yeah.
He's not watching BBC News 24 or whatever. So he's got that from the radio. And his little mind and imagination.
But it's still good that he's taking it in, because I was saying, it's that thing of I watch the news and I'm trying to take it in. I'm not 8, so I can't just shut my ears off. I should know. Do you know what I mean? I'm getting old. But I struggle all the time of, there's just another distraction or something going on in my head, or even the news on the telly doesn't make it easy for you in the way that, and it never used to be like this, and I don't know whose idea it was, but that thing on the news of, you'll have Hugh Edwards there telling you stuff, but there's people fucking about in the background.
Yeah, lots of business going on.
Lots of shit going on.
Yeah.
And that for me takes me way off what Hugh's saying.
Yeah.
You see some bloke, you can see, I start looking, going, oh, look, he's finishing his shift. The fellow out the back, he's got his rucksack on. Yeah. No, sometimes it's rucksack, because the news has started, and he's picking up his coffee cup thing, and he's saying goodbye. And I'm watching that, and I don't know who decides, why is it a glass? Whoa, why isn't that...
It never used to be like that,
Trevor
did it?
McDonald never had that.
No.
It was just a black thing, and now and again it had a picture on the left of the next news story or whatever. But we it's like there's already enough distractions without seeing, Chris finishing his shift or whatever. And it's stuff like that. I can't just focus. Now I'm doing this thing where I'll repeat. If the newsreader's saying the story, I'll repeat it in my head of what he's saying.
To keep focus.
To keep it in. It's like nothing's getting... This is definitely going to go in, and I'm repeating it. And it's like, that helps a little bit. But it's hard work. It's really... Like, this is tiring, sort of working like this.
What about turning the colour all the way down and then just having the sound of the news, so then we don't have the distractions of the backdrop? Or you put subtitles on, and then you just focus. Then you just focus on the subtitles.
Subtitles are good. Subtitles are good. I could do that.
I'm trying to think of a solution to this.
There's a woman with a vac outside hoovering. I mean,
that's annoying, isn't it?
Really annoying.
Should we go and tell her?
No, don't, because she's only doing a job, isn't she? But it's kind of...
Not in a nice way. She'll be finished in a minute.
Is it really loud, that? Is it all right? Right, it's just bothering me, but it's... It's all that. It's all that. I'm trying. We were talking about Stephen Fry.
Yeah.
I'd love that, but we're not all wired the same. We haven't all got the same brain. You just got to try and make the best of what you've got.
Well, everything would be a bit boring if we were, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and the world wouldn't work. You do have to have your div kids and your brainy people and all that, just for mixing it up.
And also tastes. Everybody's got different tastes. So important.
I know. But that's been the other problem, the change, because I've changed, I think, over the years, because of the different jobs. You're constantly changing. They say, like, you're... is it every 7 years or something, you're like a different person because your cells are changing? That's why a lot of relationships end after 7 years, because you're kind of a different person.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it's weird how, like, people listen to the old podcast that I used to do, or with Ricky and Steve, or Idiot Abroad and all that. And here's me trying to do something different, but people are like, I prefer that. Do more of that. And it's like, I'm not that.
And also, I'm not doing it with all due respect, I'm not doing it for you.
I know, but you can't say that.
Of course you can't, I know that. But in a way, if you look at everything from... Because you used to do milk round. Did you do milk round?
Paper round.
Look at the paper round, right through to all the radio stuff, then the podcast stuff.
I know.
Then the travelling.
Loads of stuff.
But it's all...
And it's spaced.
It's all different. So there's been a constant search.
Yeah, and different ages.
Things.
But people don't want you to... It's like they look at me like I'm Homer Simpson or something. That is this thing that doesn't age. Do you know what I mean?
So stay in that box.
If Homer was real, he'd probably be all right by now. Do you know what I mean? The kids will have grown up. He'd have a different life with Marge. His brain would have changed. He changed as a person, but he doesn't change in the Springfield world because he's a cartoon.
Yeah.
And I think people look at me like that. It's like, do more of that. It's like, well, I couldn't if you want, even if I wanted to. I'm not that person because it's 20 years old, some of that stuff, or 10 years old. And I don't know what you were like 10 years ago, but I'd hope you've changed a bit, because you do, don't you?
Very different, I mean, actually, I've thought about that, especially over the last year, and yeah, I definitely have.
Yeah. But sometimes for the worse, sometimes for the better. Things just,
I like to think for the better, but, that's not for me to decide.
No, but that is it, though, isn't it? You do change. I get less, as you get older, I do think you become a bit set in your ways, and as much as you try not to be and try and be open-minded, you do get a bit kind of, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't want to try that. Suzanne's got some new things. I'm always a little bit worried about trying it.
What, in what?
Just simple. I'm talking small things. I mean, I was in Marrakesh a couple of weeks ago. We just had a little short break.
How do you find Marrakesh? Because that's quite full on.
It's really full on.
Did you go in the square?
The Medina.
Yeah.
Mm.
So in the daytime, it's one thing,
Got a bit arsey with I said to her, look, I'm all up for a bit of sun, because this, You sure that vac is... why is it so loud, that vac? It's like someone's drying their hands on a Dyson thing. It's so loud for the vac. No, don't tell him, honestly.
Quality vacuum.
Don't say anything. Just as long as it's all right. I'm just hoping that it's not a big hallway out there. I don't know why.
It'll be done in 2 seconds.
So anyway.
Go on, Marrakesh.
Marrakesh. I said to Suzanne, I said, look, it'll be nice to get some sun. All right, let's go away. But only for a few nights. That's all we need, a bit of sun.
Who picked Marrakesh, Suzanne?
She did, yeah. Because it's not that far and it was guaranteed sun. Anyway, how was it? Nice enough hotel. I said, look, it'll be like Egypt. I've been to Egypt and it's a pain in the arse. It's not restful. It's full on. People grabbing you and all that. I remember like being in Egypt filming and I was like, I'm not up for that.
Yeah.
So we went and I said, but let's not go out that much. Let's just enjoy the little room and have some nice food. And she said, yeah. Anyway, we got there. And she said, but I have booked us a day out. And I was like, oh, you shit house. Do you know what I mean? I was like, this is why you're telling me now. Because I need time to get used to that idea. Anyway.
Do you think she kept it from you on purpose?
Maybe she was just waiting to see. If she tells me too much in one go, she knows that I get all like, oh, let's not go anywhere.
Yeah.
Where she knows that if she kind of like, right, well, it'll be fine. We'll get on the plane and that'll be all right. And you'll get there and we'll be picked up and it'll be fine. Then once we're there, it's like she breaks news to me sort of slowly. So anyway, so she was like, you happy, you enjoying it? I'm going, yeah, it's good. This sun's out. It's brilliant. And enjoying like all these tasty breads and all that, having a drink. And she was like, we go in... got a spa. I like a massage because I've got a bad back.
Do you like a massage?
I do, yeah. I really do.
I would have thought you'd have been...
I was at first.
Right.
And then I had a couple and I was like, what was I worried about? This is lovely, this. Because I've got a bad back as well, so I always feel really nice. I've like a salt scrub. Have you had one of them?
Have you had a hammam?
Oh, what?
A hammam.
What's that?
Well, that's what they do in North Africa.
I think I saw that on a door, but I didn't ask what it was.
Right, so you strip down.
Oh, forget that. Down to now?
Yeah.
No, I can't do that.
Well, I think I might have had like some sort of like small nappy on at the time. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I was in the Atlas Mountains and we've been trekking around the Atlas Mountains on a tiny donkey. Very
painful.
I had blisters.
How long were you on it for?
Like all day, off and on.
Oh, forget
that. Trek
that.
around the Atlas Mountains on a little donkey. It was terrifying at times. I'm not going to lie. And then I was all like, baked and sweating and aching and blistery. And then I went into this room and you kind of get hosed down and then just sort of like quite battered. And
this is the hammam.
It is a hammam. Yeah, it's quite rough. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but. Yeah, it's full on. You're pummeled.
And the idea is what? That is just waking you up.
It's kind of, I think, sort of to relax the muscles. And again, I'm a novice and I'm not as educated of the hammam as I should be, but that was my experience from it. Anyway, go on, salt scrub.
So I have a salt scrub and all that. It's just sort of cleans you out a bit and, it's just relaxing. But anyway, so I liked all that. And then she was like, yeah, I booked us a day out tomorrow. I was like, whoa. And she was like, no, not a full day. It was half a day. And we got a tour guide. And I was like, how many of us are there? She's like, no, it's just a bloke on his own.
And you two?
Us two.
Okay.
So it was like, all right, that's not bad. I'm not into all that follow the umbrella guide and all that shit.
No.
So
making friends on the coach.
Yeah, no.
Where are you from?
Forget it. So anyway, we were with him and it was all right for a bit. Went in and out of a few mosques.
Where was it? Like just in Marrakesh?
Yeah.
Right.
Not that religious, but when you're on holiday, you get taken around churches and mosques and that, don't you? It's kind of like, I never look at these at home. I don't know why we're spending a day looking at these now, but let's go with it. It's a day out. And then he takes us into the market, and it's all that, meet this man. Come and meet my friend, he makes carpets.
Yeah.
I was like, here we go. And Suzanne, shh, don't be rude. I'm going, not being rude, but we didn't come here to buy a fucking carpet. Don't need a carpet. Anyway, we're in this place making a carpet. We've got us on this thing making a carpet with some woman, and he's going, all these carpets are handmade, and he's like, not being funny, mate, you've got about 20,000 in here. I don't believe you. And Suzanne, shut up. And I'm going, look how many carpets, it's like fucking Carpet World in here. And he's saying his wife made them. And he's like, this is bullshit. This is bullshit. Anyway, she's going, shut up. I'm going, I'm not buying one. Don't get pressured, because we told him, I was really honest at the beginning. I'm going, just so you know, we're not here to buy a carpet. And she's going, don't be rude. And I'm going, no, but I don't, at some point, we're going to have to tell him we don't want one.
So I just want to shut that down.
And if he sort of goes, they're not buying one, let's not waste our time, he's kind of like, that's fine.
We can move
that's
on.
Fine. Let's go. What else are you going to try and sell us? So we did that, and I was like, that's that. But he carried on. And like I said, in the end, he was like making one and all that. And the fella was going, no pressure, you don't have to buy one. I was going, yeah, I've already told him not buying one, definitely not buying one. They're lovely and everything, lovely carpets, but we haven't come here for a carpet. And he went from that into a shop where they made wooden boxes. And it's all this stuff. And it's just like, I said to the bloke, I said, no more shops. And he was going, it's our culture. And Suzanne's going, you're being rude. And it's that thing of, why is being honest being rude? We're in an odd place at the minute where I wasn't being rude. What I was saying is, I don't want any more of this. So if there's nothing else to see away from markets, let's go home now. Yeah. I'm not going to ask for any money back, but I don't shop at home. I use Amazon. So this thing of walking around a market, and then what really pissed me off, which is what they do over there, and what I'd say, if I'd say anything here about Marrakesh for people listening, if you go, don't give money to them people who have like animals on chains and shit.
And there's quite a lot of that.
There's a lot of that, and I spent the next day emailing animal. There's a charity out there called Spanner, and another one called something. Emailing them saying, can't you do anything about this cruelty stuff? Because there was monkeys on chains, and like, the bloke's really bunging them when you're on your back, and he's trying to get your picture for money. And I was like, it really, stuff like that, I'm shit with, honestly. It really gets me down. So I was sending emails, and I had emails back from these charities saying, oh, it's the culture. And it's kind of like, well, that isn't good. That isn't good culture to keep going. Do you know what I mean? England used to have hanging. That's part of our culture, but we don't do it anymore because we really are, it's not that great. So get rid of that, and I'm guaranteed that tourists would have a nicer time not seeing this. And there were, I mean, I don't know if I'll make any difference, but if anything comes out of this podcast today, just don't give these people money, because if it stops, if people don't give them money, then that might end. Do you know what I mean?
Well, you'd hope, wouldn't you?
You hope so. There's other ways of earning money. I know life's hard out there, but we can do something else.
We can, be respectful of other people's culture, but when it affects us in that way,
it's not good. It's just,
it's also like saying, well, that bullfighting, it's part of their culture, but I don't want to see it.
No,
and most people don't want to see that cruelty.
I keep hearing different things. I listen to a lot of podcasts, and I heard one the other day about someone saying, because I've cut back on meat recently, I've gone a bit flexitarian, it's called. Because I heard things about, the meat's bad and there's cruelty and all that. And then you listen to another podcast and someone's going, yeah, but it's better to eat a cow than fish because a cow is big and that will feed more people than one fish. And it's like, it's pretty hard to know what the right thing is to do these days. There's an argument for everything, but there's never a good argument for cruelty.
No.
You know what I mean? It's just, there's nothing you can say. Saying it's part of our culture, I don't go get rid of it then, because it's a bad bit of your culture. It's shit.
Oh, well, we've always done it. It's part of the culture, and it's so historic, and
forget it. Get rid of it.
Well, change.
Yeah,
as you said.
And I've done my bit.
We used to have hanging.
Yeah, we used to have it. It was fine for a bit, but now we've realised it's not that good.
It's not that good.
Really work that. So I spent the next sort of, like I say, day sending a few emails about that, and then it was the...
Did you carry on going around the shops after that, or did you cut it off?
No, he did cut it short, and then the bloke apologised about the shops, and I was like, look, don't apologise, it's fine, but it's not what we wanted. Of course we want to see a bit of the colour of the city and all that, but shops are shops, and I don't know how many like sandal shops and stuff they've got, but I don't know how they're making money. Because it's like, if you want a pair of sandals, all right, have a sandal stall. But you go down a couple of shops and there's like 3,000 more sandals and stuff. It's like, why aren't they talking to each other and saying, we work together, or I'll sell sandals on a Wednesday, you sell them. Yeah, or have one big one. Yeah, get together. But it was that and teapots, like metal teapots. And I was just like, I don't want any of this. And so we didn't go out again.
Did you not go back into the Medina at night?
No, I heard it goes mental at night.
We know it all changes.
To what?
It becomes a huge restaurant with like lots of different stalls. So all that's there in the daytime, all the sellers and the monkeys on chain, that all goes, and in come all the food stalls. So it's like one big sort of floating restaurant in the middle of this Medina.
But how long does it take to get an order then? If it's
there's loads of little stalls. There's loads of little stalls. So
it's not one massive table.
Yeah, it's like a Moroccan street food type of thing.
I think I'd just had enough, and I thought there was going to be more of that at night. I thought it'd be even worse because that's when all the tourists are out. I thought there'd be monkeys everywhere and bears dancing, and do you know what I mean? I just was like, I don't want to sit. It really does get me down, honestly, Craig. It's like I can't think of anything else for a bit, and then you just feel bad going because you think, have I just put money into this place that. I don't know. It just bothered me. I was like, I don't think I'd go there again.
Have I
because
become
of that.
Am I part of the problem?
Yeah. But anyway, I don't know why we even got onto that holiday. It was just.
I suppose it was sunshine. Getting away from here.
Yeah, getting away.
Did you come back feeling a bit recharged, or were you a bit?
I was always glad to get back. Good to do, I suppose. Different. Again, for Suzanne, because I know she likes to go away. She'd go away more if it weren't for me.
You ever thought about going away by yourself, Karl, for a long weekend?
God.
I'm trying to think of something. I don't want to put it in the category of well-being.
On my own?
Yeah. Without a phone. And just going somewhere like... I went last year to Copenhagen. Have I told you that?
No.
For a tiny little short break, and I went in this place that I walked to from the hotel. It was about an hour's lovely walk in Copenhagen. It was a beautiful, lovely day.
It's weird, that.
And I was going to the sauna. So it's a big sort of little sauna. There wasn't anybody there. So it's a sauna, right, mega, mega hot. And you're trying to stay in there as long as you can. Then you come out and you walk along this jetty, and then you just jump into the river. And it's deep and it's cold. And then you get out and you go back into the sauna. You kind of repeat that exercise. And then you look over to the right, and there's a little greenhouse, and there's a chef cooking like nice fresh fish, and then you get a bit of fish and you sit on the jetty. You just do that for a day. Yeah?
It's,
I can't imagine that would entice you, but I'm just telling you, I suppose I was quite open to it, but I never thought about it before, because it wouldn't really be something that I would do. But I really enjoyed it.
And did you know when you went there? Because I went to Copenhagen, I had a totally different experience. There was an old woman in McDonald's, sat in the corner, really old woman, legs open, no knickers on. And it was horrible. It was and it sticks with me, that, and I'm pretty sure that was Copenhagen.
Well,
not in the brochures and stuff, but with your experience,
yeah. Did
you know that's what you were going there?
Yeah, I did, because the director I was working with at the moment was from Copenhagen, and I was telling her, I want something, but I don't know what I want, but I want to go away. And she went, have you ever been to Copenhagen? I said, no. And she went, there's a place near me that does this, and it's dead nice, and it won't be as popular now. Because I went, if it's dead busy, I don't really want to get into a sauna like with loads of people.
Of fellas sat there.
Well, it's not necessarily loads of fellas, just loads of people full stop, because I kind of just want a bit of space. And if you're going to do something like that, I just kind of want it to be my little journey.
Yeah.
I don't want to be sat with like 8 people
I know,
going,
it's difficult though, isn't it? It's difficult, because that's what happens, those things.
Well, I can't just get into the
rules?
sauna.
I don't know what the rules are.
And just sort of lock the door. It's mine. I'm in here for 40 minutes now. But I have to say, it's your own fault for going to McDonald's in Copenhagen. see.
No, but to be honest, that was
like
years ago, and I was, like I say, I've changed. Back then, it was kind of, I'm in Copenhagen. What's the food like here? Oh, but it's horrible. Let's have a McDonald's. I was that type of person who was scared of change and everything, and the whole Idiot Abroad stuff and all that lot about travel. Steve wanted me to do it to broaden my mind, and it definitely has, because that was me before that. That's what I was like. There's a McDonald's. There's the Golden Arches. They've got a McDonald's here. You know, that was me. I wonder if it's different.
The same. Look.
No, well, that's it. That's it. But that was me. Whereas now, I suppose this is it. I have changed. So maybe I could go to Copenhagen again, but I've been put off because I'm thinking, I've been there and I'm thinking of that woman who was, I always sort of said, was she there to sort of, keep the flies out of the kitchen or something? But it was all, and I've never forgot it. I mean, it was a sight. It was something that I've got of a memory of it, and all holidays and that are about memories, aren't they? Whether good or bad, I suppose. So I think it was there anyway. Yeah. But I think it'd be weird for me to go away on my own, just because what's Suzanne doing? Does she go away on her own as well, and then we meet somewhere in the middle?
I don't know. I'm just purely thinking about you and just doing something different. And something slightly out of your comfort zone. I'm trying to think about what we first started talking about being restless and going, I need to do something.
I've got to do something. I've got to do something.
And sometimes you've got to take yourself away or remove yourself from a certain situation to get a bit of clarity and see what's what. I think. I don't know. I don't have all the answers. I'm not Stephen Fry, Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah, but even they probably don't have all the answers. It's just that...
Well, I don't think anybody does, do they?
They've got more words to think about, Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. Do you ever have people on this, like 3 times? This could be like 7 Up. You know that programme where you catch up and see what's happened? Well, I don't know what's round the corner, if we'll move to Italy, what work. I mean, I haven't got any work planned at the minute. I sort of... That 15 minutes thing, is that up? Do you know what I mean? The old... Well,
that's constant, isn't it? Because it was a constant think about that. Oh, is that it? Is that my time? Am I done?
Yeah, and you do have to sort of... you can't just keep going.
But you're not. You're constantly kind of evolving.
I know, but then you're not allowed to evolve.
Yeah, but only
people don't want you to evolve.
No, but only
Craig.
if you listen to people.
Yeah, but you...
But you obviously haven't listened to people because you've been changing things up.
I know, but maybe now I've got to go, right, I've done a few different things. What is it I'm going to do out of there? Maybe, you might have a pick and mix, but you're always going to have a favourite in that pick and mix. A box of, the old Forrest Gump thing, last box of chocolate. You're still going to have a favourite chocolate in that box of chocolates. And I do think the problem I've had is the things are different. And for some people, it's been too much of a leap and they get confused. So people who listen to me on the podcast or watch the travel stuff, and then I did sick of it. DVD's out now, by the way. That's why I thought I'd do this, to promote DVD. You don't have to mention it again. That's the end of it. But listen, it's that thing of, I did that because I wanted to do it. But people are like, not the same. It's not the same. It's not.
Well, no, of course it's not the same.
I know, but you can't. You're not allowed to move about.
Does that frustrate you?
Yeah, it really pisses me off. Because, like I say, I am changing.
Yeah.
And I want to have a go at something new. But at the end of the day, it is the people who you sort of, your fan base or whatever, who...
Watch the stuff.
Who watch the stuff. So you can't just do what you want, can you? You've got to, stick close to what you've built, unfortunately. And they're right. They are right. When you change, you can only do little changes, I suppose. I suppose the podcast to the travel thing was sort of similar. But the next leap is like... And I tell you, we were talking about Vax before. Is it James Dyson?
Yeah.
If you think about him, he's the vac man, isn't he? He's the vac man. And he had a change recently. He went from the sucking to the blowing. No, he went from the vacs and now he's moved into air dryers. But it's the same. So he did sucking, he's moved into blowing, but it's the same thing. And people accept when he brought out the hairdryer, it made sense to them. There's a trust there. There's a trust of it. He's the vac man. He was known as the vac man, the good vacs. What's he doing now? He's the back man. What's he doing? He's doing something new. What's it? Oh, it's hair dryers. Oh, that's still air. He's still air. He's electric and air. So they believed it. Do you know what I mean? They trusted him.
He's keeping in the same ballpark.
Yes. If he brought out a fucking popcorn machine, they'd go, boo, get back to air, get back to the tucking, the blowing. Wouldn't they, though? Honestly, he's so hard, Craig, to move on. He's so hard. And that's what's happening at the minute. It's kind of like, I'd quite want to do something new, but I know that people are going to be there going, oh, just do that again. So a bit of me is like, right, well, I can't do that again because I've done it and I've changed. So maybe I've just got to stop and maybe I've just got to go, my 15 minutes is up.
Yeah, but we've already established you can't stop because you've got to do something. And I'm not ending this podcast till we find out what it is.
No, but there isn't anything. There isn't anything at this moment in time. I'll have a go at my origami and maybe it's not worked, Craig. Maybe the work's dried up. Maybe I've just got to do something.
Yeah, but the thing is, you've more or less always created your own work, really. In a way.
Yeah, I know, but maybe that's it. Maybe I've milked everything dry of what I can do because I'm not. It keeps cropping up. You Stephen Fry or whatever. I can't do anything, and I'm even limited. Do you know during promotion and all that? Do you ever have to do much of that?
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about it because I heard you a lot doing the promotion for
I'm shit at it.
Series 2. You're actually not.
I am.
Because I remember how much you didn't really like it during the first series. Yeah. And then, see, the thing about you is on promotion, you kind of talk about it a little bit, and then you go off on another tangent, which is great for you because you feel more comfortable not talking about it.
But then I'm told, don't do that.
Yeah.
Why did you talk about that? You
didn't
even talk about
when you're on with
such a thing.
Keaveney?
Yeah,
Because it's like, because you've got a nice history with Sean.
Yeah, so it was nice, it's just chatting.
It's just chatting.
Yeah, but that's a big part of the job now.
No, I
know.
And
I don't do social media. So if you can't promote what you do, people are kind of like, do we want him to do anything new? Because he doesn't really promote it. I kind of put stuff out there and hope they find it. But there's so much stuff now that if you're not some sort of gobshite who never shuts the fuck up on social media, then you don't stand a chance. Because no one knows you've even done anything half the time.
Do you think it's just saturated? Because there's so much.
Well, it's just that the world's different, that everything is on demand and there's so much of it that how does anyone know what I'm doing?
But the way we talk about us changing, like over 7 to 10 years and all that, the way we consume telly,
different.
Completely changed now. No one's going, I'm going out, but I'm going to tape it and then I'll watch it when I come back. It's right, it's on a list. It's on a list of things. I might not get to it in 6 months.
Think about before taping it, when it's like, Thursday night, Dallas is on, who shot JR? It was everybody was it, and I wasn't a big. But do you know what I mean? That sort of thing that everybody was like, it's tonight.
But those things,
none of that's left.
Those, I don't know who coined the phrase water cooler moments.
Yeah, that's right.
But they're a thing of the past now.
I don't know
because no one's all together watching it, and there's no 25 million people watching at 8:30. It's just spread out.
No, so I can't. Yeah, I'm not good at that side of it. And I think that is part of the gig these days.
Do you not feel more settled second time around, though?
No, I can't do it. Honestly, they say, can you go on chat shows and stuff? And, I like this. We sat in a room. We're having a chat. There's no audience.
Didn't you go on this morning?
This morning was...
How was that?
That's not bad because I've been on there a lot and they're always sort of decent and there's not loads of people. I can't do anything with a crowd. I cannot do a crowd, and I don't even know why there is a crowd to these things. Because I think it... In fact, you've done chats in front of a... Do you think that when you do a chat with someone in front of a crowd, do you think it's as good as when there's not?
I don't know. I used to find it quite uncomfortable because I used to feel when my focus is there to the host's there.
Yeah.
But then there's loads of people out there watching, so I don't really know what to do.
Yeah.
Do I play it here? Do I play it out there? I just want to...
That's what I don't like. And no chat show is real anymore. It seems to all be like about a laugh. It's all about getting a laugh. Graham Norton, it's a massive show and everything, but it's kind of, what's your anecdote this week? You never, like in the old days of Parkinson when it was a chat.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen anymore.
Or even Wogan to an extent.
Wogan did the same thing quite early, but it could be quite serious. And I mean, there might have been was there an audience on Wogan?
Yeah, I think there was an audience.
But maybe
on
now,
Wogan.
if there's an audience, it's like they're there to whoop.
But there was an audience on Parky as well, if I remember right.
Yeah, there might have been, but it wasn't.
But again, as you're saying about change, completely different style of show.
Yeah.
To like something, even, I mean, I don't think there's an audience for the one show, but I don't really know.
No, it's kind of, right, thanks for coming. You got 2 minutes, tell us a funny story
Give us
or
your
something.
anecdote now.
Yeah, and I don't care. So I can't do that sort of thing.
But did you feel more settled filming Series 2 than you did to Series 1?
I'm never settled, and maybe you shouldn't be settled. People have told me that you shouldn't be comfortable. You should always be on edge. It's how you get the best out of you or something. But I don't know. I wish I could enjoy some of it. When we weren't filming, I was worrying about the next scene. When we'd finished that day, I'm worrying about the next day's stuff. When I'm doing it, I'm worrying if it's good enough, if it's making sense. And because you've got that chance to, can we do it again? Can we do it again? I'll keep wanting to do it again. There's no time or whatever. So it's, honestly, driving here today, I was thinking, what can I do? And I'm a big fan of, I was telling Griffin before you turned up, big fan of like challenge TV. And I love watching Bullseye. And I was like, could I do that? Could I do something like Bullseye? Could I bring back Bullseye?
You could.
And then I was like, but I don't want the live audience there. Does that programme have to have a live audience? What are they there for?
Well, going back to Change again, they did have a live audience.
Let's bin the audience.
Bin the audience off and just keep it about.
So that makes it cheaper anyway, doesn't it? Because you don't need a big studio.
Don't need a warm-up.
You don't need a warm-up. You don't need... Maybe even people will be better at the darts because they haven't got a crowd of 50 people watching. There's no need... I don't understand. A lot of TV shows have audiences, and I don't know why they're there. And part of that annoyance is because I'm going, I could do that show if they want an audience because it's putting me off. But Tipping Point hasn't got an audience.
Hasn't it?
No. Just Ben Shepherd, the 3 or 4 people, put well done, you've won 10 grand. Join us next time. Well, you don't need woo, 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 woo.
Yeah, but if you used to have canned laughter on the old sitcoms.
Exactly, so get rid of the audience then.
Canned audience.
Right, well, forget. We decide, don't even have a canned audience.
I know, but they might want that at home.
What for?
I don't know, they might feel comfortable that they're missing something.
Look, when you watch Bullseye and someone wins the fucking caravan, you go, well done. I don't need to hear 50 people clapping for the twat. He's happy. He's over the moon, so he doesn't need other people clapping for him.
Right, okay, so we've bin the audience off.
Bin the audience.
They've gone.
I'll tell you, question time, there's another one with an audience.
Yeah.
You don't need
but they're part of
no,
it,
they're
surely.
not. They can do, there's more audience at home who want to ask questions, so take the audience on the Twitter and Facebook. Why are they sat in the audience? And some people don't even get answered. They sit there all night, ask a question, and Fiona Bruce goes, yes, good point, thanks for that. And the bloke in the dungarees and the glasses.
True.
It's like, well, what was he there for?
Yeah, but then again, if we're doing things on social media, the questions are going to be very limited because there's only a certain amount of space that they can ask the question. But then again, you're going to come back to me and say, well, what about the email, Craig? And I go, yeah, all
use
right,
that.
okay,
Exactly.
Point, yeah.
And how much time is wasted with... keep clapping and all that. So get rid of.
Are we just doing audiences in general? Are going in the bin?
Tell me what show needs an audience.
I'll tell you what I found out the other day. Speaking of audience and warm up, do you know University Challenge used to have a warm up man for the audience?
A warm
up man
audience,
to sort of hype up the audience for University Challenge. Of all shows.
I don't get that.
I don't get it at all.
Because they're not going mad for anyone, are they? But
whether they still do or not is another matter. But I do know, you know Ted Robbins, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ted Robbins.
He was the warm-up.
He was warm-up man for University Challenge.
Tough crowd as well.
Tough crowd. But the things that people don't know is he's actually really, really smart.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. So as soon as he started turning the tables on the audience, he loved it. They loved him.
Well, not needed anyway. Only Connect doesn't have an audience.
Doesn't need.
That's like audience. University Challenge. It's hard questions.
Very
if anything,
hard.
If you're thinking of an answer, do you want someone coughing maybe in the audience, putting you off? Get rid of audiences. So I do Bullseye.
What about a new game show? Brand new. That's risky, isn't it? Risky. Some of them. Have you ever seen some in the daytime that you just like stumbled upon?
I'm watching loads of that shit. Which one are you talking about?
I don't know. I saw one once. I was in a hotel and I'd come back. I think I was on splits or something. I was trying to get to sleep. Couldn't put the telly on. Always a bad move. And there was one about bowling that you had to sort of bowl.
So you can't play along at home then? With
No. Well, unless you've got a 10-pin bowling house.
Pointless. Pointless.
Yeah.
Pointless. No, I like the teching part thing. Tipping point is good and quick.
Pointless have an audience.
Don't like it.
Oh, why?
Don't know.
You do.
No, I don't. Honestly, I don't. And to be honest, and I tell you how much I don't like it. I know it's on because it's on after Antiques Road Trip every night, and the music always starts. I always hear like 5 seconds of the music. It's like turn it off. So it's not even as if I like, oh, I'm not in at that time. I actually go out of my way to turn that off. I'm not a fan of it. But I didn't mind his other one he did, House of Cards. Is it Richard Osman?
I haven't seen it. House of Games.
House of Games. Yeah, that was all right. But anyway, we're just talking about telly here now. The point is, I don't know.
We're going to bring back Bullseye without an audience. That's the point, Karl.
I reckon. Did you like Bullseye?
Yeah, of course. I grew up on Bullseye.
Yeah? Do you remember Bullseye?
Not really, no. Right. For those who didn't know Bullseye, Karl, let's give a quick synopsis of what Bullseye game show was.
It was Jimbo in. It was a dartboard. Two of you got invited on, like a friend and a what's it? There was one was a thrower
and one
was the knower. That's what he used to say. That's what he used to say. Right. It's like so your knowledge. Got bored, look. So and then you'd throw. You try and get the most sort of points round the dartboard, and whoever scored the most got to answer the question, and then points make prizes sort of thing. You get pounds for points.
That's something else.
That's Price is Right or something, was it? But it was
your cards right.
It was points. No, but it's still the same pound. I'm sure it was pounds.
Don't cross the streams with the catchphrases.
It's constantly on challenge.
It was out the black in the red.
Nothing for this game for two in the bed. Here's your BFH, whatever, wasn't it? Bus fare home. BFH. That's right.
Yeah.
BF. Yeah. There's loads of catchphrases. But the point is, get rid of all that shit because there's no audience to play to. And I think that was the problem. Jim had all these catchphrases for the live audience to keep them happy.
Because he was an old school entertainer.
Yeah. And the audience, if it ever cut to it, was old people. I think you bust them in. They were there for about 3 days. They filmed out 8 episodes and then, so get rid of all that and just have the quiz. They're not going to change it. It's not going to happen. But that's how my brain's working at the minute. It's like, what can I do? I haven't done that sort of thing. Do I even want to do it? I loved Bullseye, but just because you watch something doesn't mean you want to present it.
Well, I don't know. We could always do a pilot, Karl. See how you go. Not committed.
Do you want to do the adding up? You can be like, what's his name?
I'll be
Tony.
I'll be Tony. Oh, Karl, I'm glad we've sort of come full circle. I think we should go with this idea. Do you feel a bit better now?
I'm excited about it. I've got little palpitations on the idea that I could sort of do it. But it's dead easy as well. You watch these things, dead easy. You just have a little bit of a chat at the start. What do you do for a living? Have you got any aversions?
Enjoy that.
You have that little chat and you just get on. And it's,
you don't have to play to the crowd, Karl. They're not there, are they?
That's it. And you don't have to sort of pretend you're gutted if they lose either, because, you had a go. Here's what you could have won. Never mind.
You're keeping that catchphrase, are you?
I think so, yeah. I think so. But who knows, Craig? Next time I see you, who knows what
we'll see what happens in part 3, Karl.
Yes, it's got to have something to look forward to.
Well, thanks for coming back on.
Some reason to leave the house and come and see you.
And come to a nice hotel.
Yeah.
Well, cheers, mate. Lovely to see you.
Good to see you.
Take it easy.
Good luck with it. Love it.
Cheers, mate. And another episode is done. And what an episode. Did you enjoy that? I think that's what we needed. The joy of meeting up with Karl is there's no point planning too much. You never know what you're going to get. And you're going to go off-road sometimes, and you're going to go down some conversational cul-de-sacs, but you get out of it with Karl. He's great company, and he's always welcome back on this podcast.
So a massive thank you to Karl, and a massive thank you to you for downloading and listening. And I tell you what, if you can't help us out financially, because I do understand that, you know, a lot of us are in the same boat, but you know how much myself and Griff love what we do. And we've had all the live shows cancelled, which is, you know, why we're going to try and do the Instagram live to bring a bit of that back. But if you can't support us on Patreon, right, go and spread the word. Go and tell some friends. Go, do you know what? You're stuck in. Do you want to listen to some nice conversations with people? I mean, you'll have to dress it up a bit more than that. That doesn't sound very interesting, does it? But you'll probably know what to say better than me. Saying somebody who never shuts up. Yes, I know. Speaking of shutting up, I'm going to do that now. What I want you to do until next week, look out for the Instagram Live time and date feed that's going to come through. Just be a little announcement to tell you. Join Instagram, and when I've got a guest sorted, I will let you know. Until then, stay indoors, stay safe, stay sound, and do look after yourself. And thank you again so much for downloading and subscribing. I've been Craig Parkinson, indoors. He's been producer Griff, also indoors. And this has been the Two Shot Podcast. You take care. The Two Shot Podcast is presented by me, Craig Parkinson, recorded and produced by Thomas Griffin for Splicing Block. Our brilliant music, is courtesy of Then Thickens. Cheers.